Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Hold up. Let me lock in real quick. You know I had to hop in for a part 2. What type of jihad shit are they putting in my title? Hold on. Hold up. Let me lock in. What the fuck? What is this? I did not put this. Yo, hold on. Because I didn't put this here. What type of shit? They're trying to get me, guys. They're trying to get me. Alright, let me just grab this. Thank you. Make a little announcement real quick. Guys, things are getting crazy. Alright, a lot of things that just happened. I got a lot of breaking news to cover. We're going to play some intro music real quick, but we got to lock in, guys. Lots of stuff going on. Getting way, way crazy, alright? A lot of psyops being played out right now. I can promise you that. 100%. Let's see if I can get this post to work for some reason. Alright. Let's lock in, guys. Let's lock in. Alright. A lot of stuff. Hold up.
No face crypto in the building. If you ain't tapped in yet, you're late. Tap in now, hit subscribe, don't wait. We expose every scam, every chart, every fake. No face crypto on the rise, whole channel going quick. 300 strong and we barely hit the gate. Tap in now. No face crypto about to break this space down. In now. No face crypto about to break this space down. Came from zero faceless, silent unknown. Turned 6 months, grinding to a kingdom my own. No face on the screen, but the work full grown. Every truth bomb hitting like a shot to the dome. Breaking narratives daily, the courage unmatched. Crypto jungle full of wolves, but the lies get snatched. Scams get exposed, every fraud dispatched. No face crypto on the battlefield, fully attached. Algorithms watching, they can't stop the wave. Sub count lifting like a bull to misbehave. Heavy drop, yeah. No face crypto in the building. If you ain't tapped in yet, you're late. Yeah. Tap in now, hit subscribe, don't wait. We expose every scam, every chart, every fake. No face crypto on the rise, whole channel going quake. 300 strong and we barely hit the gate. Tap in now. No face crypto about to break the space down. Came from zero faceless, solid, unknown. Turned 6 months grind into a kingdom my own. No face on the screen, but the work full grown. Every truth bomb hitting like a shot to the dome. Breaking narratives daily, the courage unmatched. Crypto jungle full of wolves, but the lies get snatched. Scams get exposed, every fraud dispatched. No face crypto on the battlefield, fully attached. Algorithms watching, they can't stop the wave. Sub count lifting like a bull that misbehaved. Every drop legendary, every post engraved. Channel built on truth, never meant to be saved. Tap in now.
I never thought I'd see the day, but everything breaks eventually. Even the things we swore were stable.
Goodbye.
Alright, guys. Let's play the new song I made. I tried to make a copy of Boom Boom Tel Aviv. The AI wouldn't let me do it. Alright, the AI is immune to producing Goyslop, so it's unfortunate, but we can try and play the second best thing that I got to Boom Boom Tel Aviv. They were only able to mention Tel Aviv once. Like, what is this, guys? Alright, let's play the intro song. Let's get ready to cover this. Too much stuff is going on right now, guys. We are in the war, for sure.
Boom boom, new world, flip the script. Boom boom, watch the old guard slip. Boom boom, ledger lit, that's it. XRP wave when the switch gets hit. Boom boom, Tel Aviv to NY. Boom boom, see the old suits cry. Boom boom, truth don't die. New rails built while the fake ones fried. Yeah, the clock tick loud, but the silence louder. Smoking stop that. They laugh the tech. Now the race worldwide, gotta cut that check. Cross-border clean, no middleman debt. Whole new grid and we ain't seen peak yet. Paper kings with a paper crown. Truth go up when the lies fall down. Hidden hands used to run the town. Now transparency spin that round. Let it shine like a spotlight beam. Every transaction sharp and clean. No more shadows behind the scenes. When the crunch drop, know what I mean. Know what I mean. Know what I mean. Know what I mean. Boom, boom. New world, flip the script. Boom, boom. Watch the old guard slip. Boom, boom. Ledger lit, that's it. XRP wave when the switch gets hit. Boom, boom. From the east to west. Boom, boom. New system test. Boom, boom. Who's been blessed? Utility rising while the fraud confess. 2 years they fed on a broken machine. Power networks kept it unseen. Elites move foul, real dark routine. Now exposure hit like a laser beam. No more safe when the files unsealed. No more hush when the people feel all that dirt coming to the reveal. Justice spin like a heavy wheel. Old regime, but don't fear and vice. Sold out souls for a little more price. Now the audit trail precise. Every move mapped twice sight. Liquidity flowing like ocean tide. Institutions can't run and hide. Bridge the value worldwide. Digital rails where the truth reside. 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 Yeah. Reside. Yeah. Boom, boom. Hear that sound? That's the old world falling down. Underground. Now the new bridge circle round. Power shift. Curtain lift. Watch the drift. When the final switch get flipped. They mock the army. Called it luck. Now the volume worldwide. And the fear struck. Whole pair to dawn. Out of luck. When utility hit. No truck, yeah. Central banks, peep that speed. 3-second settle is what they need. No more trapped in a dated creed. Tokenized world, plant that seed. Truth loud when the chains align. Energy shift by design. Corrupt networks in decline. While the ledger glow divine. This ain't hype, it's architecture. Global scale infrastructure. From the rubble comes the sector. XRP, the prime connector. Prime connector. It's non-connector. Prime connector. Boom, boom. New era born. Boom, boom. Old mask torn. Boom, boom. New world form. Digital storm. Reform the norm. Boom, boom. Hear that roar. Boom, boom. Open door. Boom, boom. Settle score. Future here. We ain't poor no more. Boom, boom.
As you can see, guys, we are locked in and I have access to Palantir technology. You're welcome. I'm here to show you guys what's popping, right? We have live coverage of every major military issue going around in the world right now. And later, once I figure out how to really use this, we're going to lock into everything going on with Iran. We have full coverage. Automated AI coverage is absolutely everything. We keep talking about the new war, the new AI war. Well, it's here, guys. This is like, 0.1% of what Palantir actually has. They can go ahead and click on a face and find a person in a second. But this is a general breakdown of a crisis that is going on right now. We'll get to that in just a second. But something that is also pretty important here, guys, is Whitney Webb's video and her explanation of what's actually going on. Let's lock in, guys. Let's lock in.
Yeah, well, that's the price of convenience, isn't it? And I think a lot of the effort to enslave us has been to cajole us and influence us with convenience and comfort. But also, in theory, prison is comfortable, right? In the sense that you have a roof over your head and they bring you food. And I mean, a digital prison without walls, could be similarly comfortable, and you wouldn't have to lift a finger to fight, for your freedom, but we can still, you wouldn't have to lift a finger to fight for your freedom. You would just willingly walk into the system, right? But those of us that don't want to live in the system have to do something. And so I think we're at a crossroads, and have been for several years, where those of us that don't want to walk into this have to actively build alternatives. And if you don't have, a ton of people in your community doing that, maybe you should reach out and build awareness. But if you have people that are aware of this around you, it's important to build, I would argue, local resilient networks that don't depend on this infrastructure. There's still open source alternatives to a lot of the big tech platforms out there. And I still think I'm still hopeful that there is time. But ultimately at the end of the day, if they're pushing us towards a post-human future, I think at some point people will realize that they don't want to lose what makes us human. And so much of what we're being pushed to use AI for are creative pursuits that help define us as human, right? Making art, making music, writing. These are the things that we're being told to outsource to artificial intelligence, not necessarily the tedious stuff, right? So what's going to be left for us when we outsource of this all to AI? Will we allow ourselves to be cognitively diminished to the point that we can't even create anymore? And then what kind of, humans are we at that point? So I think it's very important to encourage analog alternatives to that kind of stuff and to engage in creativity. And there's a lot of opportunity for that, especially for people that have children. Children are very creative, and we need to promote that to them instead of being like, here's a tablet, learn how to scroll by the time you're 3 or 4,
right.
And navigate the algorithms. If we do nothing and we don't shift that cultural behavior, or what's being made, common cultural behavior now, then it will be very problematic. And so I think, it's a very important time right now for parents to make sure your kids are well and anchored in the real world, and not just, checked out to lunch and trusting, potentially trusting algorithms more than you. I mean, there's these efforts to have domestic robots in the house. A lot of the ads show young children developing emotional relationships with these robots,
Very
saying,
bad.
I love you, and all of this stuff. That is not good. I absolutely agree. And so, just because you want to focus on yourself or X, Y, and Z is no excuse to have,
All right, guys, look, I want to make this clear. I am an American, right? But people don't care. They don't care. They're out living their life. They don't care. We live in California. There's palm trees. I can go get my butt done. I can go get bigger titties. Come on. Why do I care about the war? I got pink shorts and a white hat. Why do I care about the war? I can get a caricature painted in a second. Who cares about the war? I'm going on a jog. All right. Who cares that my country just killed a bunch of kids and that World War III is happening right now? Let's walk very nicely here, right? Now, this is why people hate America, is because America doesn't care. America doesn't care. There should be massive protests right here. This is smack dab in the middle of Times Square. We are seeing we got Megatron, but we don't have protests, but we have Megatron and Spider-Man. All right. I'm glad to know America is doing well. Here's DC, quite empty. Guys, we'll see what happens, right? Obviously, we know Netanyahu's wife and son are located in Miami right now. There's stuff popping off. All right, there's things popping off. Let's go ahead and get back to Whitney Webb, and I will explain what is going on, guys.
The emotional connection your child needs be built with a machine programmed by who knows who. I mean, so many of these big tech figures also had relationships to Jeffrey Epstein, a pedophile. Do you want to trust those people to program stuff that's around your kids and talks to them and, potentially manipulates them when you're not there? So, it's not just with that too. I mean, that is the idea of taking active responsibility for things in your life. And we need to do more of that. And culturally, Americans have been the best at that for a very long time. But there have been a lot of efforts to condition us out of that. And a lot of it has been through this effort to cultivate the importance of comfort above all else and convenience. The idea of rugged individualism in the US, unfortunately, has been, greatly reduced. And I think it's important for us to take active responsibility, because, the pull of AI is to get for us to be passive and do nothing and just let it wash over us. And oh, you don't have to do that anymore. AI can do that, and AI can do this for you, and this and that. And if we're not focused on the things that we like to create and that we like to do, and active, we will recede. And that is how the post-human future will happen. There is still a lot of time for agency, but people just need to be really aware.
All right, guys. Now to get on to current events and what's really going on since I last went live. Maybe you guys saw that. Maybe you guys did not. But essentially, we have two major psyops taking place right now. If you're not here to witness this and what I'm talking about, it is what it is, right? But we have an Ohio mass shooting that took place and a Texas mass shooting that took place that is already being blamed on radical Islam terrorist attacks. Obviously, this is a psyop, guys. This is exactly how they get the public involved and supporting a war that we should not be supporting. So multiple terror attacks. We have one in Ohio, at least 13 people shot at Riverfront Live music venue. And we have a bar in Austin where 2 were killed and 14 injured in early morning mass shooting. All right. And this is already being probed as potential terrorism nexus. Absolutely ridiculous. Property of Allah hoodie. Ridiculous. Like, it's like you just laugh. It's so fucking stupid at this point. I have nothing to do but laugh, right? And we also saw, heard basically that Trump is trying to or was essentially negotiating or wants to negotiate with Iran, and they're opening up negotiations, etc., etc. It's all bullshit, guys, and it's just stuff that they feed your brain to not pay attention to what actually is going on. Since I left a few hours ago and came back, we have had a trove of information come out, guys. The French have officially entered this war. All right, and this means we are, they might bitch out, but we might see another huge nation join this, like Russia or China, for sure. Now, other major news, guys. The UAE has closed stock markets, announces closure of its embassy in Tehran and withdrawal of its embassy ambassador from Iran. The UAE has ordered its stock market close on Monday and Tuesday after Iranian attacks, guys. They are closing the markets. Is it not ironic? Right? They're closing the markets. I wonder if they know what's coming next. Okay, so that's just one country. All right, we're going to see what happens. But British Royal Air Force has launched combat air patrols over the Persian Gulf with Typhoons, already downing multiple Iranian drones en route to Qatar. And then we have drone attacks on U.S. airbase in Kurdistan as well. In addition to this, we have, unfortunately, a massive destruction after the U.S.-Israeli strike on Gandhi Hospital in Tehran, Iran. We are now bombing hospitals, and there will be no end to this war until there is a destruction. Unfortunately, this is what's going to happen. France has entered. We have air defense active over Tehran right now. Things are getting wild. Okay. Sirens have been activated across Hafia, the Galilee, and the valleys of Israel. Israel has just been getting. I mean, they're trying to get them. It's very obvious. Direct impacts in Haifa right now, ladies and gentlemen. It is getting pretty crazy. Sirens surrounding the Upper Galilee again. Only 1 in 4 Americans support war with Iran, guys. That is a fact. Israeli media reports the Iranian president is only alive because Israel thinks he'll be agreeable. Guys, things are popping off. I mean, and this is endless news, guys. U.S. official to Al Jazeera, the 3 American soldiers who were killed died in an Iranian attack on Kuwait. Iranian missile barrage spotted over Nablus. All right, they are shooting crazy. Iranian ballistic missile with cluster warheads above Jerusalem just now, guys. Guys, things are only to get uglier, and I just don't believe a single word when somebody says they're about to negotiate with Iran, because last time we negotiated, we went and attacked them right behind their backs. It's just what happened, guys. So I'm expecting this to break out to absolute insanity. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a listen to some of the spaces real quick and see what's kind of going on. But we have more breaking news. Senator Tom Cotton says Operation against Iran now expected to last weeks, not days. And we know days turns into weeks, turns into months, turns into years, guys. This war is far from over. And I am fully expecting to still be talking about this issue into when I have kids, when my kids grow up. I'm serious, guys. Like, I'm experienced history. I'm fully expecting to be talking about this for a very long time, unfortunately. This is far from over. And this is, it's sickening to see that another generation is getting caught up in the Middle East, and we're getting all the propaganda and everything that our parents have told us and our grandparents have told us about the Middle East and all this stuff, right? All the bullshit, it's happening again, and it's happening in front of us. And it's just ridiculous, guys. So, weeks, not days, and we know weeks is going to turn to years. So let's just see where the current events are right now. Again, this is the most current I've been able to get through this guy's X page. Maybe I'll drop a link in the description below when this posts, but we can expect more terrorist attack on American soil, more false flags on American soil. All right, guys. I mean, do not believe this shit for a second, guys. These are false flag attacks to get the American public invested into war in the Middle East. Sickening. And as we have stock markets closing around the world, who knows what is going to happen next? All I know is oil is going to go up, and there's a new monetary system that needs to take place. That's all I know. All right? That is all I know. Let's go ahead, quick second, take a listen to what these people got going on right now. Here we go.
No doubt the United States of America, if we unleashed us and said, just take Iran out, no matter what, take them out, make them a parking lot. Okay, yeah, we can do that. And we know a million reasons why. But again, what have we done to ourselves here? What have we done to ourselves? And we let ourselves be led into it. So for someone to say I'm not American because I say no, I'm not going to serve. We're occupied by Israel, and if that makes me not an American, then hey, I'll stand on that all day.
I guess I'm not American, right? You know what I'm saying, guys? It's ridiculous.
And again, I'm
not dying for Israel either, so I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I lost my son to this bullshit war, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
This is real shit.
And I also, wouldn't you know it? 2 months, yes, 2 months before I'm now wearing a suit and tie. I'm not in uniform anymore. I'm not even doing consulting. And my son came up and I had to bury one of his sergeants. And I said, why I don't want to go to that funeral. I really don't. I went to the funeral. And he said the mother, because I'm bilingual, and it's a Mexican family, and the young wife, she's probably, 20 years old, 22 years old. Can you explain? She wants to talk to you, so I'm speaking Spanish with the mother, very broken English. And when she said, why, can you tell me why? I'm thinking, why? Well, of course I can't tell her the truth. So I made up a little white lie, and I said, well, he was defending our country against and guess what? I couldn't find the word. So I said, terrorists, weapons, So my point I'm trying to make, until people have skin in the game, and I hope Netanyahu sends his son down there in Palm Beach, Florida, at the front lines. I hope Trump sends his kiddos and grandkids, whatever the hell. But people don't put skin in the game. When you put skin in the game and serve, for those vets that served, man, I don't get me started. And yeah, we hate war more than anything. But if we fight a just war, send me. I can still put a uniform. I'll land it there. Sorry.
Thank you. I just want to quickly go to the news, and then I will give the mic right back to you. Just a couple of quick pieces. Simon, can you just check your messages as well, please? And that'd be great. So Iran, they're showing for tonight, the radar. Iran has launched more missiles at Israel. And the IRGC has just announced the TAT radar, TAT, part of the Israeli regime's anti-missile defense network in Al Ros, UAE, was completely destroyed by a precision missile strike from the IRGC. So, they obviously used the TAT radar. U.S. Naval Task Group fuel support ship located 700 kilometers off the coast of Chabahar was also hit by an Iranian drone and missile and has been disabled and removed from operational service. The announcement also says the IRGC's advanced anti-ship missile systems continue to track the U.S. naval fleet in the region. U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, said that 3 U.S. soldiers have been killed in its operation against Iran, and 5 others are seriously wounded after retaliatory Iranian attacks. Senator Tom Cotton, right? This guy's funded by the AIPAC lobby heavily. He says, operation against Iran now expected to last weeks, not days. Weeks, not days. Yeah. And when I'm listening to you guys, because I am listening to the discussion, and I think, Andrew, you're talking about these brave people who go to fight wars for our countries because they want to protect our nation. This one is not, and many of these recent ones have not been to protect our nation. So in one post I'm reading about these brave people, young men or women, the 3 that have been killed and the countless that have been wounded, and the next post says Tom Cotton, who is paid heavily by the Israeli lobby, that this is going to last weeks, not days. No remorse for the people that are dying, literally, for Israel. But let me just go to the next one. The Israeli government has approved extending the state of emergency until March the 12th. So that coincides with Tom Cotton's statement, I guess. So they put state of emergency at least until March the 12th. And CENTCOM did post a tweet out, which they have now deleted, but obviously people did screenshot it, saying that Iran hit Haifa's oil refinery. Iran did hit Haifa's oil refinery. That's it for now, guys. I'll pass it back to Simon. Thank you.
And they've already got the desalination, folks. I think there are probably more than one desalination plants that have been either hit or taken out. Now, I know we got to verify it, but that's been reported. I think the second one, but they've already hit desalination way up early. They did that in the first strike.
You got to be careful with critical civilian infrastructure. I mean, you ostensibly want to turn this country back over to the Iranian people, and when you start taking out generators and desalination plants and bridges and roads, you're really creating a big
I think
mess.
he was saying in Israel.
Oh, in Israel. I'm sorry. Yeah. My fault. But it just one more thing. Dan came when the administration came to General Kane and said, what's the probability of success in getting Maduro?
All right, guys,
his answer was 100%.
Trump is announcing
his answer wasn't 100%.
U.S. military says 3 service members have been killed,
No, I know,
5 cents
I know
wounded, and he is also announcing
He's a man
that
of high
9
integrity. But when he's asked,
from Iran have been hit
about Iran, the answer wasn't 100%.
We will see.
The answer was it's going to be costly. That was his answer.
Hey, Puncher, can you please talk about Admiral Kersher, the director of the JCS?
Hold on a second. Oh. So there's the only claim that has been made so far by Iran that they were able to successfully, like they said, they hit a lot of bases. That doesn't mean anything. You can hit a dumpster on a base and then, it causes a fire. That doesn't mean the base is damaged or destroyed. But the one thing that there's a video of that I saw, and it hasn't been confirmed, is this claim that a U.S. radar was hit. And the claim specifically is that a very expensive, very high-end FP-132 radar was hit. I can confirm that at least is a lie, because anyone can look up pictures of what our high-tech, expensive billion-dollar radars look like, and they're all ASA radars. They're flat panels, and the video shows a conventional round globular radome getting hit. So I don't know what radar that was, but it would have been one of the older ones, and there were a lot of other smaller radomes around it, so it's unclear where that even happened.
We have to check that, man, because I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying we got to really check that, because we had like three or four sources day one coming in with that. But I'll check it, and I'll ask others to help me.
Guys,
Did someone else?
So around the IRGC has released an announcement, and they said just some things that they've destroyed. So they said a radar part of the THAAD systems of the Israeli regime and regime's anti-missile defense network in Al Ruwais in UAE has been completely destroyed. And a US Naval Task Group fuel support ship located 700 kilometers off the coast of Chabahar was also hit and removed from operational service. And to finalize, and the end of the announcement says the IRGC's anti-ship missile systems will continue to track and attack the US naval fleet in the region.
Hey guys, I just want to read.
Far from over,
General Kane,
guys.
who I
This is
respect
very
immensely.
far from over.
He told President Trump that military action against Iran carried significant risks, including high potential for American casualties and the possibility of becoming entangled in a prolonged regional conflict. While Trump publicly claimed Kane believes such a war would be easily won, internal reports indicate Kane warned that operations against Tehran would be far more complex and difficult than the recent U.S. operations to capture Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. In particular, he warned of casualties in a prolonged conflict. 2, operational complexity, noting the inherent complexity of hitting hundreds or thousands of targets across a country 3 times the size of Iraq. Munitions shortfalls, there you go. Robert talked about that, I think, when we're buying our munitions from our enemies, or at least the parts for those munitions. Lack of allied support and uncertain outcomes. During a Situation Room meeting, Kane reportedly stated that he was unable to predict the definitive result of a regime change operation in Iran.
Puncher, why didn't he stand up and when Trump said he's all for 150%, how come Vice Admiral Ketcher was fired, director of JCS?
Because we have, at the end of the day, he's going to advise and give, and then he's going to say, aye, sir, or yes, sir.
Okay.
Carried out.
Ask me. I'm a shipmate. I'm going to ask you a question, Admiral. The Vice Admiral at Central.
U.S. Oil is set to open up at over $70 a barrel tomorrow.
He said
guys.
no. I'm not going to. Yes, sir. He resigned. I'm not. I won't get into that. I understand I understand the background of everything. He told what he did, and
it's not an illegal order. We live in a civilian-controlled military. He's the commander in chief. You tell him what you think, and then he tells you what you're going to do. That's the deal.
I understand, shipmate. I understand, sir. I do understand that. However, I mean, I think he would have been obliged to say, "What are you doing here?" I don't know. And then can you give me more background on Vice Admiral Ketcher, the director, the guy that does the daily ops in the Pentagon? They canned him because he said no. From what I understand, now I wasn't there. I don't have the inside, but
that's what was reported, Andrew. What was reported is he gave that advice to President Trump that on every level, doing this for America to do this would not be in the benefit of America from a military perspective, from a morale perspective and everything, and the shortfalls in terms of if it became regional. And his advice was published. He spoke to the media about it. Somebody leaked the fact that he'd given this advice. And then within 48 hours, it was reported that they'd let him go. He'd only been there 3 months.
Well, that's why he was canned then. I mean, you can't really do that. That's not, I wouldn't personally do that when I was, I'm a commissioned officer. I'm not going to leak anything because I don't like the decision that was made.
He didn't. He's not the one who did it. Somebody mentioned his name. Somebody who, and I suspect it was somebody who desperately wanted this to happen. Do you know what I mean? And do you remember in the 4 or 5 days where Trump actually came out that Trump denied it, and then somebody leaked his name, and I suspect it was somebody, from the camp that desperately wanted America to join Israel, threw the guy under the bus.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of who said what to whom. All I know is most of the stuff takes place in a skiff, and if it makes it outside that skiff, somebody leaked.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'll just leave that there. I mean, I'm not worthy to tie Kane's shoes. I understand that, but I'm just saying he's an Air Force guy, and Air Force guys can say, yeah, we can take care of it because they think, and I'm being honest, they think air can fix anything. But ask a ground pounder, man. Nothing gets solved unless it's on the
Hostile
ground.
aircraft
And
intrusion
I don't know. It really
in
bothered me that he
Metula,
kind of played.
which I
Please
think
don't
that's
be
Iran. I don't
offended by
know.
this, but I think Kane played the lapdog role. He played the yes man. Yes, sir. No, sir. 3 bags full. And I'm not trying to get into that. I'm just saying I wish he would have stood up stronger, but we don't know what happened behind closed doors.
He gave it straight. Raisin, by the way, his call sign's Raisin, is not just your average Air Force guy. Raisin was on the ground.
He wouldn't
Raisin was
get
on the ground, trapped in Iraq with special forces, and had to call CENTCOM on a cell phone to have them bail these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, Raisin's been in the shit more than most, and Raisin, by the way, was called out of retirement.
Guys, these are real military guys talking right now.
Running a private equity firm.
This is kind of crazy.
And they called him
Yeah,
back
he
in.
had a mate. I was like, what did he do? He could be said multimillionaire for life. What did he do?
Yeah, he's a patriot.
Yeah, right.
He's an honest dude. He's a good man.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about his honor, sir. I understand that. I understand, but I don't know. I think he got us in a big mess, but it's beyond that now. But anyway, thanks.
He gave his honest assessment, which is what I read.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know that that's exactly what was said, but I can tell you, Raisin didn't sugarcoat anything.
Okay, so but Trump, of course, hey, Raisin, he's with me 100%. We can do this, and I'm sure ultimately he's like, yes, sir, let's go do it. I don't know. I see a problem with that, but
once the decision's been made, that's probably the right way to go.
Can I just jump in? Andrew, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, cool. That was a good discussion, guys, and we can go back to it. I just want to give some breaking news. I want to welcome Doc as well. Doc, welcome to the panel. And I thought I saw Junior come up, but he's gone off my panel again. My app's really glitchy today. So I just want to give a little bit of news really quickly. Some interesting points here. President Trump has been talking. He's made several statements about Iran. He said, we expect casualties with something like this. We have 3. But we expect casualties. But in the end, it's going to be a great deal for the world. This is what he said to NBC News, right? So no commiserations, no thoughts and feelings, whatever, for the family or anything. It's just we're going to expect casualties, and that's it. Then he said there are many outcomes that are good on Iran. Number 1 is decapitating them, getting rid of their whole group of killers and thugs. And there are many, many outcomes. We could do the short version or the longer version. Channel 14, which is an Israeli outlet, said partial collapse of a building in Tel Aviv due to an Iranian rocket. Trump said Iranian officials want to talk with the US and are talking, but did not say who is involved or what the discussions are about. I don't buy that. I do know that Trump went through mediators to Iran, and they said, yeah, we're not interested. They're too angry. Trump said, I don't know. When asked if he would halt strikes on Iran during negotiations, he said, I don't know. And he added that he would consider it if they can satisfy us, but they haven't been able to. The internet's been cut off in Iran for 36 hours with connectivity at just 1%. That's been reported by NetBlock's monitor. Trump said the reason he launched the strikes on Iran was very simple. His words, very simple. They weren't willing to stop their nuclear research, he said, referring to earlier talks with US officials. They weren't willing to say they will not have a nuclear weapon. We know, everybody knows, they said it repeatedly. They went on TV for 48 hours straight and said it in interviews. They tweeted it out. Their foreign minister tweeted it out. He went on the airwaves. Oman, the mediators, said that they agreed that in writing. So that's not true, okay? But anyway, let's carry on. Donald Trump, in such a situation, we expect casualties. I've already said that. We may have 3, but we know that losses may occur. Ultimately, it's going to be a great deal with the world. This is there are many good scenarios. I did read that whole statement out to you there. So somebody has actually found a clip of J.D. Vance in 2024. 2 years ago, saying our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran. It would be a huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country. He did the rah for the war this time. 2 years changes a lot when you on the Israeli payroll. The IRGC say that the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier has fled from its position after being targeted with 4 cruise missiles, and it's gone southeast, I think, of the Indian Ocean. This is the statement. The U.S. Navy aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln was attacked with 4 cruise missiles. The U.S. ship fled from its mission location towards the southeast of the Indian Ocean. The THAAD radar of Israel's missile defense network in Al Rois, UAE, was completely destroyed by a precision missile strike from Aerospace Force 1 of the IRGC. And then there's more military details there. So, ex-Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett says, we've been saying this, he says, Turkey would be marked for destruction after Iran. So they've got the next bogeyman. Turkey will be marked for destruction after Iran. And I think unless we can, and I say we, I mean we as in the UK follow America, so we're in this together. But unless America can actually put a halt to this fighting all of Israel's wars, well, it's Turkey next, I guess. An Israeli journalist, citing an Israeli political representative, said that Israel's main goal is to provoke street clashes in Iran, and Israel is using its methods to get people onto the streets. And she said, this is our main goal. There is I'm not going to go into the detail yet, but I will later on because I'm enjoying the discussion at the moment. But there's a whole big article, which is from Middle East Eye, about how Simon, you'll like this, Lindsey Graham actually went to Riyadh last week to get Saudi on board of this. And Saudi, well, we know Saudi did not come on board of this. And so that's where the Washington Post kind of, little leaks are coming from, right? And there's more detail on that, but we can talk about that in a bit. But Saudi did not want to be a part of this attack. They were not a part of this attack. And the media that's coming out with those little leaks is just fabrication, probably from Lindsey Graham's camp. So that's it from me. Thank you, guys.
Real quick.
Doc, jump in.
Yeah, Beatrice, real quick. The Abraham Lincoln Battle Group, this is exactly what I said day one. Actually, I was saying it last week. If the battle group gets even close to the Persian Gulf, God forbid, they're playing the Iranian battle war. I mean, they got to stay way out in the Arabian Sea. They have to fight. We have to fight at our fight, not their fight. I had an admiral come into a attack trainer when I was in submarine warfare before we did a spec op, and he stopped the whole thing, chewed our ass out, and said, "What the hell are you doing? I'm giving you a high-powered sniper rifle, and you let yourself walk into a fight with 3 thugs and 3 knives, the Soviet tactics." He says, "Get the hell out of that melee." In other words, we got to fight our war, not theirs. So I'm just landing it there.
Yeah, Andrew, you did say that, and you're absolutely bang on the money. We're seeing it happen now. I think we did talk about things in a lot of detail on this space, actually. As we're seeing it materialize. Thanks for that, Andrew. Doc, jump in, and then we go up to Junior.
Yeah, real quick. Khaleesi, I was in listeners. I've been having a horrible time staying on the space. I constantly get kicked out.
Oh, Doc, welcome to my world. Welcome to my world.
But I was listening. I did want to say I was listening when you read out the post that you got from a female, I think an older female American, saying just how disenchanted she was with MAGA and with Trump. It was a very powerful message, and I wanted you to know I heard it. And yeah, she and I are simpatico in that. And the other question I have, the readout about the Lincoln abandoning their position under the threat of Iran's missiles, is that a post somewhere? Is there a source? Because what I'm doing is I'm having to cull through, literally hundreds of followers who clearly are revealing themselves to be megatards, who are supporting this war, disclaiming that it is in fact a war, while at the same time saying that we've been at war with Iran for the last 40 years. And I'm giving them information, including a post from CENTCOM, Central Command, yesterday, noting that there were dead Americans already and more to come. So I'd appreciate knowing what that post was, because people just don't know, right? They're lying with Fox News. They believe Trump is their savior and king, and they need to be educated so that we can have enough support from America to put pressure on the administration to end this.
Amen, Doc. Love you.
Yeah, Doc, you're right. So a couple of things, Doc. I think it was 4 missiles hit. Let me just find it again really quickly. Let me scroll down because I just had it. Yeah, USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft fled after being targeted with 4 cruise missiles, and I think it was attacked with 4 cruise missiles. So I think it was hit. That is an official statement from the IRGC. So if you just put in IRGC, U.S. Navy aircraft carrier, you'll find it. They have published that officially. That's not coming from a leaked source or anything like that. As far as yesterday, Doc, I think, do you know what, it's been a long couple of days, but I think it was last night that there was a United Nations Security Council meeting, right? And if you want some evidence, if you go, there's a clip of the American ambassador to the United Nations. He was there speaking live. At the same time, Iran issued a statement, IRGC did, saying that there had been some American casualties. I can't remember the number. It wasn't like in double digits or anything like that. And CENTCOM came out on the record and said nobody has died. At the same time, the American ambassador was sat at the United Nations saying to the United Nations, and the Iranian ambassador was there, that they have killed our American servicemen. And those two things happened simultaneously. CENTCOM came out and denied it. We were reporting it live. And Andrew, you were there, right, when we reported it. And at the United Nations, they were saying it happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and again, the numbers, they say 3, I'm going to say 20. No, I'll say up to 50. Listen, I was in a terrorist attack, and 10 of my shipmates were killed. I was 20 minutes behind it. They kept reporting for days that there were only 3 wounded. Oh, there was one killed, a few casualties. No, nothing to see here. Move along. Come on. Come
Yeah,
on, I'm
yeah, no,
tired of it.
I get it as Ryan framed it earlier this morning. They're casualty laundering, and that's something that both sides do in every war that we have in history. But in terms of acknowledgement that the Lincoln has fled his position, what will work with American magatards is an American source or an international source. A source confirming that from Iran is dismissed out of hand as propaganda. So
I've
I guess
got
we'll have to
links.
wait for that.
Wait, why wouldn't it be?
Doc,
I mean,
wait,
Iran
Mankos, real quick.
is not very
Mankos,
credible
excuse
on
me,
a
real
lot of
quick.
claims that it makes.
Mankos, real quick, sir. I promise I'm going to shut up here. Doc, I'm going to send you 2 links. Research it for yourself. USNI and CENTCOM. It'll track that stuff for you, where you can see it.
Yeah, well, I have CENTCOM. I'm watching that, but just specifically on the Lincoln and its retraction from the space because of the missile attacks. Because what the point I'm trying to make is ties back to October, to the 12-day war, which was Israel and America had to step down because the defensive missile shield over Israel was failing. And I linked that sort of information and asked these conservatives to think about what's going to happen now that you have a more broader and fulsome war. How long can Israel sustain an attack by Iran? Hopefully, Iran continues the attack and really bloodies up enough people in Israel in an American basis so that we stop doing this.
Mankos, yep, Mankos. Say something to Doc, Mankos?
No, so
Hello?
do we have any information about anything regarding the aircraft carrier other than just a claim from Iran when they wouldn't even really know?
I was gonna go and look and get updates on
Mass
CENTCOM, and then,
stabbing has
but you're
just
right,
taken
Mankos. We
place
need to
right
get
outside
Yeah,
the
I just
same
collaboration.
I was pulling
I-35
up
with
at
shots
this
That's big
time.
time.
fired.
So U.S. Central
No word
Command
on
denies
casualties yet.
that U.S.
Motive
Abraham
unknown.
Lincoln
Wouldn't be
struck by
shocked if,
ballistic missiles.
you
So
know,
it's been denied.
terrorism. We also have an announcement from
Yeah,
Christine Lagarde as
but they're
well.
them moving. It wouldn't.
We'll go ahead and take a listen to this very quickly, guys. But yes, more false flag attacks are cascading across America as we speak, guys. Israeli shooter opened fire inside an Austin bar. Texas is now occupied by Jews. Yeah, we'll see about that. Terrible, guys. Terrible, terrible.
Hello. I have good news for you on the digital euro front. Today, the Governing Council has decided to move ahead on the next and final phase of the preparatory work for the digital euro. The other good news is that on October 23rd, the European Council has asked us and all those involved to accelerate the process so that we can roll out the digital euro as early as possible. This is important because as much as banknotes will continue to circulate.
We get the point, guys. We get the point, right? This is when we wait, right? We stack up and we wait. We know what's been going on. We know what's next. All right, make sure you are investing in the correct digital assets, and now we are seeing an effect on the markets. Lord knows what's going to happen by Monday, guys. Lord knows what's going to happen by tomorrow. But if you see a buying opportunity, take it as such. Enough said. There's not really much to say there, guys. Selling in this position is the worst thing you could possibly do. Yeah, it's getting ugly, guys. It is getting ugly. I'm expecting something crazy to pop off still, like some internet breaking shit, unfortunately.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claimed that it broke through the air defenses and hit the nuclear-powered carrier with 4 missiles. The Lincoln, which is helping to participate in the U.S.-Israel attack on Iran, is being escorted by 8 warships, including 6 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers. CENTCOM responded, the Lincoln was not hit. It said in a statement, quote, the missiles launched didn't even come close. The Lincoln continues to launch aircraft in support of CENTCOM's relentless campaign to defend the American people by eliminating threats from the Iranian regime, end quote.
And so
then we'll have to see if it goes forward or if it actually goes back, if it has left, won't we? Then we'll know.
Manko, is there any evidence to support the notion that American planes off of carriers have executed attacks against Iran? I thought they were all standing off, including the stealth bomber and fighter fleet, because the addition of Chinese radar to Iran's infrastructure.
Okay, so you got to understand that whatever Chinese radars were there would have been destroyed in the very first strike. So the United States has stated the total number of sorties. It was about like 900 or something in the first 24 hours, and that is divided among the Navy assets and the Air Force assets. So the Navy has been participating, and there have been a bunch of targets struck in southeast Iran, which is what would be the closest to the aircraft carriers. Which
Is there any evidence that? Is there any evidence that the stealth fleet has been deployed against Iran?
Yeah, I mean, the United States said that the B-2 bombers have been striking Iran overnight with 2,000-pound bombs.
Is there anything that confirms the U.S. report, as we all acknowledge that both sides lie?
I mean, I don't acknowledge that, actually. I think the United States, official reports are credible. But the thing is, what kind of proof do you want? Do you want someone holding their cell phone, up in the sky and, being able to visualize a B-2 stealth bomber at, 50,000 feet or something?
Well, what I would like would be if you're going to assume that they're telling the truth in the face of all of the lies that have been told and are being told, why is it you believe something just because the U.S. asserts it?
I mean, I judge credibility based on the evaluation of the past results and all the stuff that CENTCOM and the other official U.S. sources have been saying have been consistent with what we've been seeing from other sources. Whereas stuff that has been said by Iran is really, it's a dice roll.
Wait, you don't think the U.S. government would lie to its citizens?
I mean, I don't really want to participate in a philosophical debate over whether the U.S. government is capable of lying. I don't think that the statements that are being made now
hold on, that's not
are
philosophy. It's a very simple question. You don't think the U.S. government would lie to its citizens? I mean, they lie all the time, every day,
and it's unworthy of a response.
Well, no, I don't think it's a stupid question. I think avoiding the answer is stupid. You've already made the neocon argument that, oh no, this war is the good one. After $15 trillion worth of wars, after lies and lies, including weapons of mass destruction. Now
David,
you're sitting
cite
here to
one
everyone in
lie
the room.
from the
Hold
United
on,
States
hold
on this
on, hold
conflict.
on,
Just cite
hold
one
on.
lie.
Now you're,
We're doing
hold
a
on, hold
credibility test
on,
right
hold on.
now on
Okay,
March
good,
1st.
good. I'll tell
So
you what,
cite a
I'll let
lie
you
now.
talk.
Don't
You
go
let
back
me
to the
talk.
1970s
Hold
and
on,
say,
let's do
oh, they
this
lied
thing.
to us about something
Okay,
in the
all right, all
1970s.
right,
Let's talk
okay,
about
all
MK
right.
Ultra.
You
Talk about
know
right
you've
now
got
in this
someone when they
war,
won't let you
point
talk.
out the lies from the U.S.
Whenever
official
someone
Okay,
does
guys,
this to you,
one second, one second.
yeah,
Listen. This is a really bad listening experience for
yeah.
our listeners, and I'm very cognizant of that. So, Michael, why don't you speak?
Well, let me
And
ask the
then,
question
Michael, once you
first.
said your piece, yeah, okay, go ahead,
My
David,
question
and then
is,
Michael's you can,
My
yeah, go on.
question is now, Mankos is making the point of, well, yeah, they lie all the time, but now they're being honest. How do you know? You either are taking one of two positions. One is that they have had a road to Damascus experience and now they've got religion and honesty, or that you know for a fact that despite that they always lie to us, that now they're being honest. Which one of those positions are you taking?
Okay, so I don't have to play multiple choice with your positions. I'll tell you what my position actually is. So number one, the way that the United States military works when it reports information is not systemically used to try to be a source of propaganda where they're trying to create some kind of manipulated battlefield effect. They just report the facts. And I think their facts are generally reliable and they're not intentionally trying to mislead or deceive people. And everything that we've seen in this war, as far as from third party images like satellite images, cell phone images, all these things, have been consistent with the reports that have been coming out from the United States official sources.
You
When it
know,
comes to
Mankos, they
the
got caught in a
Iranian
lie
official
recently.
sources, on the other hand, they've been making a lot of wild claims about successes that end up being very clearly not true. And this is confirmed a few hours later.
So I think the State
Adam?
Department posted something and then deleted it. So they posted that Haifa oil field Haifa refinery had been struck, and then they deleted it. I think it was CENTCOM. Yeah, it was U.S. Central Command. They had a list of things that had been hit, and they quickly deleted it to take out Haifa oil refinery.
Well, that sounds to me like error checking is working. Like if they did something mistakenly, then they're like, oops, we messed that up. Let's delete it and fix it. Wow.
Mankos, why didn't they report?
Hey, wait a
Why
second.
didn't they report that
Iran.
500 soldiers died in Iraq? Why didn't
It
they
was
report that they killed 80 children in a school in Tehran? Why the selective reporting by the United States? If they're not liars, let's just assume that. Why are they selectively reporting what to talk about and what not to talk about?
Trump is their.
My bad. Guys, more news breaking. More Iranian strikes on U.S. bases in Erbil. More explosion heard in Dubai. And we have an Israeli journalist citing an Israeli political representative admitted that Israel's main goal is to provoke street clashes in Iran and get the people out of the house, which is exactly why they're telling people to take to the streets and take their government back. And Israel is using its methods to get people onto the streets. This is our main goal, she says, guys. I mean, things are just getting crazy. Things are getting wild.
Zionist and you don't see it. You don't see that the Jew lies on behalf of your government. You don't see that. You're blind to it. For some
Yeah,
reason,
so
you're
there's a
blind to
big
it.
difference between the Jewish lobby in Washington, D.C. having a lot of influence over various elites and Congress versus Trump having literal Jewish handlers telling him what to say. That's crazy.
It's not
Damn.
crazy. Why is it
Wait,
crazy?
It
Howard
is
Lutnick isn't
crazy.
standing beside him like all the time. I don't get it.
I mean, Trump's the one in charge, and Howard Lutnick works for him, not the
Wait,
other
a
way
minute ago
around.
you said he wasn't in charge. You said someone else is tweeting it out for him.
You said it's crazy, but there's literally videos of a Jewish woman sitting next to Trump writing down every single word on his X profile. What's crazy about that? If we have
You
footage
mean
of it.
like the staffers who he'll sit there and dictate to them, and then they type out the tweets? Are you talking about that?
Yeah, they're all Zionists. They're all Zionists that support Israel. What's crazy about that?
I mean, overwhelmingly, the policy elites in Washington, D.C. are Zionists. They're not all Jews, but they are overwhelmingly Zionists.
So you're saying that these people are not going to lie when it benefits Israel?
It has nothing to do with
Lying,
Israel. We're
lying is
talking
off the
about an
table for
American
these people.
aircraft carrier here.
Yeah, but based on what credibility are you believing this news now? What credibility
I mean,
is
listen,
there to
here,
rely on?
let's do this. Let's play this game. At some point, it's going to become very clear whether an American aircraft carrier was actually hit by 4 missiles or not. There will be pictures and there will be video. There will be all sorts of images. And I guarantee you that it will turn out that the U.S. aircraft carrier was not, in fact, hit, especially not in the way Iran
We've got a
claimed.
So
GPS.
So
so
when that
you just
happens, are
contradicted
you all
yourself.
going to
You just
agree with
contradicted
me
yourself.
that the United States is
GPS jamming
credible and
devices
Iran is not
all over the
credible?
Strait of
Are you going to
Hamas right
agree at
now,
that
guys.
point?
It's not black and white
No,
like that. But you just contradicted yourself. So nobody should take what you say seriously. You literally just said
I
nobody
didn't
has any
contradict
way to know
myself in the
what's happening.
slightest.
And
Just
then you're
because you say
asserting
it's true
on the
doesn't make it
space what
true.
happened.
So demonstrate it. Show how I contradicted myself.
No, they beefing,
You
guys.
contradicted yourself by saying that nobody knows what happened to the US carrier, that the
No, I
news
never
will
said that.
later
That's
come
a
out in sometime
representation
in
that
the
I did not
future.
make, actually. You're wrong.
You
Don't put
literally
words in
said
my
that the
mouth.
news, the official news, you said the official news is going to come out in the future. Yes or no?
This is the exact point of them starting a war, right? They want us to argue with each other. Look, right? It's been about 24 hours, right? The reality of what is going on is finally setting in on people, and the markets are crashing now. Things are going to get crazy. People are finally realizing, oh shit, this isn't going to end, right? We have foreign ministers saying it's going to last weeks. Weeks turn into months. Everyone knows what's going to happen. All right. It's unfortunate. We're going to go into a long war. So, monetary system? Question mark, because I think we're going to need it. We're going to need a change. We're going to need something, all right? Right now, it is not full priority, but you best believe everybody in their background knows what is going on, knows Ripple is up next to play. All right, we don't got to talk about it and get into it too much right now, but Bitcoin is going to take a nosedive. Everything is going to take a crash right now, guys. And obviously, we're seeing also the result of Bitcoin futures getting absolutely cooked. You guys know I posted it already. Come on, bruh. $200 million outflows out of the BlackRock ETF. Shit is getting real. All right. We'll see what happens. But it's not looking too good right now. We can go ahead and go back to the spaces. But these people are arguing. This is Goy Slop, right? People want to argue, and this is the point. They want us to argue with each other. They want a civil war to start, right? They want people to eat each other alive, and they're going to come in and take all the scraps up. This is true. Like, it's unfortunate. There are very informative people in here, so I do want to keep playing this, but just understand when people are arguing all this shit, like it's the exact reason they start the war, because they want us to all argue with each other. They don't want us to come together and agree that our common enemy is Zionist and satanic worshipping pedophiles.
Simple, discrete points.
Why do you trust the Zionist government of America, sir?
Over a lifetime of dealing with statements from the American government and from the Iranian government, I would say it is unquestionable that the American government is far, 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 far more credible.
but why would you believe?
I'm sorry. I don't know why these people are just arguing, talking crazy right now. I guess we're all waiting for the next big thing to happen. But yes, fantastic long-term buying opportunities for equities and potentially crypto. Absolutely. And we're seeing the cascading effect, right? Already it's good buying opportunities. It's been good buying opportunities for a while now, but this is very good in terms of buying opportunities. In terms of the stock market, equities, all that kind of stuff, I mean, we're going to see everything pretty much crash besides oil, gold, silver, etc. And just, lock in, stay strapped in. Obviously, the worst thing you can do is sell. Everyone knows that. We are just witnessing history right now. And there's a lot to be said. A lot of people think that this is going to bring in the new monetary system. We just have to wait and see what happens. But I am prepared, hopefully, with the correct utility assets. But yeah, definitely keep an eye out for some good buying opportunities right? A few percent right now, but these things could drop another 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%, unfortunately. But that is the truth. That is what we're looking at right now. Should that happen? Yeah, I'm definitely buying more for sure. I already bought more the other day. Then this popped off, so I'm definitely going to wait. I'm not buying anything right now. I'm not going to buy anything until I see how the markets react tomorrow. But this could be a long-term conflict. Once the American people get used to it, the markets will kind of snap back to normal probably. Crazy shit, though.
Hours. Hundreds of Iranian children were killed by the American government. I'll
Unfortunately.
land my plane there. My point
And
is
by the
very
way,
clear.
there is
You
an official
support
statement from an
you support a
Iranian
terrorist
official. Hold
organization,
on, there
sir.
is an official statement from an Iranian
Things
official
are going to
now
get heated,
that
guys.
admitted
I want
that
everyone to
Iran
understand
has
that
been making attacks
everyone
on civilian
is going to get
targets
heated with
in
each
the
other.
Gulf countries, but then said,
War is not
"Oh, that's
agreeable.
not our fault
All sides
because
are
the
wrong."
command and control has
I'll be
been
back in a
so
minute.
disrupted that these are local commanders that are making decisions based on instructions that were given before the war, and we actually don't want them to do this."
So you trust the baby killers over Iranians. Got it.
No,
Understood.
I just told
Have
you
a
a
nice day.
statement from a direct Iranian source. That's what
Yeah,
I
we,
just
we
told
know
you.
we know you believe the American Zionist government. We
Why
know
are you
you're
talking
their
about
slave.
the American
You
Zionist
belong to
government
them.
when I just relayed information that came directly on video from Iran, from an Iranian
Chaos, guys.
official?
Complete chaos, guys. The public does not know how to
The
deal with this
officials do not
information of
admit
World
to
War
killing
III.
any American children. So I'm
Seriously,
not sure
guys.
But
what
we're
that
not
has
talking
to do
about
with the
American
conversation.
children. I'm talking about Iranian attacks on civilian targets in the Gulf countries.
This is going to get bad, guys.
We're just talking America versus Iran here, sir. This is the two sides that we're comparing.
But I will tell you, is that Hassan? Is that who's talking?
As Junior speaking.
Junior. Well, I would just tell you this, and I can't go any more with it because the whole pro genocide, it's just over. In
Dry
America,
powder is
this
important.
side,
Absolutely,
you're
guys.
hearing someone articulate
This is what we've been
$15
preparing
trillion
for
of
months.
wasted money,
For months,
wasted
guys.
blood, wasted treasure. But you cannot conquer America, as John Adams said. We cannot be free without our morals.
Obviously, there's only two answers here. It's either you have dry powder and you're going to stack up, or you won't do anything. You're not going to sell. So, yes, dry powder. Anything counts, guys. You don't need millions of dollars and tens of thousands of dollars. Anything counts, guys. This is a generational opportunity. And unfortunately, a war had to happen for it. But maybe that's why we were seeing a crash the last month and the first, starts to the year is because the people in power knew what was coming. It kind of all makes sense now that you look back on it. But good buying opportunities for all this stuff. And me personally, I'm XRP and Flare right now. Obviously, I hold HBAR, I hold Algorand, I hold other coins. And I will be circling back on these because honestly, one of the only things really I can do to combat these positions is to just keep adding to them or doing nothing because that is what we're here for. We're going to wait and that's it. Ultimate patience, guys. What are these guys saying? I mean, people are beefing. There's a lot of beef going on right now. And I think some shit is going to pop off like bad. I just feel it.
Necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, in this case Israel. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. The dignity of our great land and our sacred heritage of freedom cannot long endure a foreign nation which buys our politicians, spies on us, blackmails us, extracts our wealth, coerces us into war while promoting censorship of anyone who dares to object to the loss of American treasure as well as our bravest souls. Which one of those positions sounds more American to you?
Michael, do you want to respond?
What can he possibly respond to that?
Look, the thing is, anybody now with any kind of moral compass knows that the American forces are bases. The American bases are terror bases in the region, and every single one of them needs to be removed. And if this battle ends without America being taken out of the region, then terrorism will continue in the region. They are directing ISIS, they're directing Al Qaeda, they're directing all the murder, massacre of civilians. They do it directly themselves. They give it to their proxies as well. And we hope that Iran can see this through and force them to leave the region. I saw a report just now that Iran's negotiating with America, saying they have to leave West Asia
Is this
and
Hassan
absolutely have
speaking?
Saddam. Yes, it's Hassan. Yeah.
Hassan, listen to this, right? They, or let's say the Zionists in America, want to push all the Americans into this notion that supporting your government is patriotic. But then when you look at what they're doing in Iran, they're doing the complete opposite. They're pushing Iranians to go against their government, to be anti-government, and they're labeling that as patriotic. Do you see the irony in that? There's a lot of hypocrisy going on. And these people are not just liars, but they are deceiving the American people. The American government is not just lying to the Americans to keep them at bay, but they're also deceiving the majority of Americans supporting them into thinking that pro government means patriotic. But then when you look at what they're
Nobody's
doing in
saying that.
Iran,
That doesn't make any sense at all. They have
Look, America.
the American government, people in America want to support the American government. People in America don't want to support the enemy government of Iran, which hates America and wants to fight America. They want to overthrow that government
The
and
American
have a
government
different
hates
government
America
that's
too.
friendly with America.
Just to be clear, the American government hates America too.
The
No, it
problem with you
doesn't.
is you don't
No,
actually
it
know that
doesn't.
you don't actually know the doctrine. Unfortunately, I say this with great pain. Iran's doctrine, as if you actually knew anything about Iran and you actually studied anything and gone and read about them, you would know that the Shia doctrine doesn't allow for offensive wars. They hate America, and
I
America
mean,
is the
that's
great
just
Satan, no doubt
ridiculous.
about it.
That's nonsensical.
You don't
That's
know
just not true at all.
you don't know the doctrine, and you have no idea, and it's clear from what you're saying,
Iran has
and
carried
you
out
haven't got a clue.
many offensive operations outside of its borders.
I mean, look, at this point,
What? America's never
if you're
what?
coming out with this, it's not worth. It's not worth. I don't think it's worth responding to this guy. To be honest with you, he's talking a lot of nonsense.
Let me just go
I'm
back.
not gonna bother.
Let me go
I'm not gonna
back.
bother.
Let me, Hassan, 1 second. Let me go back to a couple of things that were said. So when you came on, what did you say? You said that because I heard it, I think, but you said that you have heard that Iran is negotiating with America, and Iran's demand is that America exit the region. Right? Is that what you said?
I did see some posts about this, and what I'm saying is that it's very important that that's the basis of any negotiation going forward. Because
Yeah.
so long as America exists in the region, terrorism will continue to thrive.
That's one
Because
of the things that I just want to put on the record. About a year ago, when I know that Gaza's still being bombed and stuff, right? But it isn't what was 18 months ago. This is one of the things that Simon said, that there will be a ceasefire. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah. He said, and then events will unfold. I'm just following the money, and America will exit the region. And the destruction, I literally was speaking to him about this a couple of days ago, and I was like, Simon, I know people look at this skeptically, but I'm looking at the destruction of these military bases, all of the American bases. I said, this is going to leave a weaker America, which is what you said. It's going to be a weaker America, and they will exit the region. And I see this unfolding. Now, I haven't seen those reports. I've seen reports that America wants to negotiate with Israel, and Israel so far has told them to do one. On the record, Trump saying, "Oh, they're
with
talking to us
Iran,
and we're talking to
with
them."
Iran,
Yeah. This is what Trump is saying. Trump is saying they're talking to us. They want to talk to us. We need a few more days. Blah blah blah. The reports that I've seen is that America's sending feelers out, saying, "Look, let's talk now. Let's negotiate." And Iran's like, because obviously Iran's angry, right? Of course. And Iran's like, "Yeah."
We'll get back to that, guys, in just a second, but I want to say very quickly, do we think America is just going to back out of the region like this? Considering how deep this has gone so far, considering how tapped in we are with Israel and the fact that Israel's getting completely destroyed, right? Is this going to go to the end, or are we going to get backed out of the region? What do we think is going to happen? I personally think this is the start of the war, right? I don't think we could just get backed out. We don't just back out. When has America ever just backed out of something? So we'll see. But things are getting very interesting right now. Obviously, if there's any more crazy news that comes out, I will let you guys know during this live, but already it looks like we have some more news. All right, Iran confirms deaths of 7 senior commanders following the strike that also killed Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Those names include these people right here, and obviously these are the top military and government officials of Iran, and we know that they were having a military meeting and just got destroyed. That's what happened. They were having a military meeting. Then we went ahead and also bombed a few schools. Germany, UK, and France are getting ready to carry out strikes on Iran, and I can see very soon here, maybe by tonight, maybe by tomorrow, we should probably be hearing from China or Russia soon. Things are getting fucking. I mean, we're just documenting here, right? Iranian ballistic missiles with cluster warheads over Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, guys. Absolute insanity, right? Iran is striking Dubai tonight. Suicide drones arriving, happening tonight, allegedly. Right? We have got Trump responding to the reports that Saudi Arabia could launch attacks on Iran after being initially targeted. They're fighting, and they're fighting too. No one is backing down, right? If Saudi is fighting, Iran is fighting, India is going to jump in here. Guys, I don't see how this ends good for any nations really involved in this. And obviously, we know that the markets are closed in the UAE on Tuesday and Wednesday, I believe, or Monday and Tuesday. So things could get pretty shysty here. The IRGC attacked a U.S. naval site near the Salman port in Bahrain, causing a fire to break out. The Bahrain Ministry of Interior has announced effects of controlling the fire. And then we have another post here. Trump on the fallen American soldiers. They are great people. And, unfortunately, we expect something like this to happen. This could continue. It might even happen again. This operation against Iran was planned as a 4-week process. We thought it would take about 4 weeks. It's a big country. It will take 4 weeks or maybe less. All right. So already we are from weeks to at least a month. We know that this is going to just keep getting extended, guys. And it's just unfortunate. We backed out of Vietnam. That is true. Now Vietnam got shiesty though. It got bad. And is it gonna take for that to happen for us to back out of here again? I just don't. The only reason I'm saying I don't see that we just back out of here, and please forgive me because I'm not too educated on any military stuff like that, but I just don't see us backing out because of Israel. Because of Israel and the fact that this is their spiritual war, they want Iran off the map. They're still sending strikes right now as we are alleged to be, talking or making a deal, right? And a lot of this is just like propping and just fluff, right? A lot of this is bullshit, propaganda, and fluff. And so I just don't trust it when I see that they're going to negotiate, and I'm expecting more attacks. I'm expecting attacks on American soil. I'm expecting a lot more attacks going towards Iran and more retaliatory attacks going back towards Israel, and possibly more unfortunate PSYOP events like the shooting we saw in Austin and the one in Ohio as well. I mean, it's getting ridiculous. And, I wasn't around to see Iraq too much. I was very, very young. But, I do remember, I do understand the idea of false flags and the fact that it's just the timing is unquestionable, right? And come on, 2 shootings, and they're terror aligned. It's just ridiculous. So I hope America, I look for the war and for people. Like I really do hope we just back out of the region. I do. I don't think it's going to happen though. Unfortunately, I really don't. This is Israel's war, and we're fighting it for them. So until we can attack that at face value, unless there's a revolution to just take our country back, I don't see this stopping. I don't know what it's going to take for this to stop, right? I just don't know.
People who live specifically in Qatar and that I know, and in Dubai, and I've got people who are visiting Saudi at the moment. The fact that they're validating they're there and they're sending me the footage that I'm seeing online.
Being shot
right,
up
so
right now, guys.
You don't want to believe that. You want to believe IRGC. You don't want to believe all the evidence in front of you. the heads of these countries, the GCC countries, are actually saying these military bases have been hit. Are they all lying as well?
No, do you not understand the difference? The world of difference between hit and destroyed. I've seen
Okay,
the
so
imagery, okay? I've seen the
those
imagery
videos are
myself.
not minimal damage,
There are,
Mancos. Those videos are
listen,
not
there's a
minimal damage.
huge
These
base,
things are going
right?
up in flames.
There's a huge base, hundreds of acres, and you see like 2 small fires on it. And people are calling that the base is destroyed. It means nothing. The base is like 99% not destroyed.
Destroyed. 2 small fires? Is that what you're calling it? Have you seen any of these videos, Mancos?
I've seen a bunch of them, and I've seen the satellite imagery too, and the amount of destruction on the bases is like superficial.
Whose satellite information?
There have been satellite pictures of the
Bro, everyone's crashing out right now. This is the calm before the real storm, right? Oh, whoa. Yeah, these missiles are hitting, guys. We're going to get more news coming out very, very soon. Holy shit.
the
I kind of
bases
agree with
have
Malcolm here.
like they'll have a few small fires at most.
I kind of agree with Manco here. Not enough damage has been done to them, because until they're expelled and they leave the region, there won't be enough damage. So yeah, I think they have to be completely annihilated, not destroyed, and every single soldier has to leave our base.
Yeah, but we're
Leave the
trying
base
to assess
go
the
home.
progress of the attack and the defense on Iran. We're not talking, yeah, of course, when we find out everything and everything's finished, we'll know. But what we're trying to do now is assess the truth or the falsity of the reporting of both sides.
Look, Iran hasn't got the same power of missiles as that America has. No one disputes that. But at the same time, we all know this is a war of attrition and it's asymmetric. So
But we also know
it's about
that
depleting
Iran, a 12-day war, took out part of the Haifa oil fields. We know that. So the fact
No,
that
Doc,
they
that
could,
was hold on. That was a refinery. There was a refinery that was damaged.
the refinery, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah, I misspoke. But we know that Iran could hit, and we know that Iran pulled back in response to the limited, quote unquote, limited attack on their nuclear facilities by America, by surprise attack, not declaring war legally. It's required by our Constitution.
It's true, Doc. We're still in day 2 now. You have to give Iran a few more days to see what kind of damage you can do to these bases. It's early days. It's definitely hit quite a few terror assets throughout the region, the CIA bases and the Mossad bases and so on. So there's quite a few terror bases that have been hit. Not enough. I agree with you. There's a long way to go, but at the same time, it's a war of attrition. I think there's many different things here at play.
I will tell you that
We can't overstate.
I will tell you that the one direct, absolutely indisputably direct hit that the Trump administration has made is on MAGA. They've absolutely destroyed it. So anybody that's suffering on the delusion that
Yes.
you can
I
betray
agree.
one of your very, very important campaign promises and get us into another regime change war, and that you're politically going to survive that, and the idea that America is somehow going to benefit from that. And here we have people arguing the same arguments that have cost us $15 trillion. And by the way, they do print that money up. You know, the price
It's like
potato
watching
chips don't
history
cost
play
any
over,
more. The money is
right?
worth less. When you say that,
Really quickly, like it's like watching history over and over again, right? I feel like I'm experiencing what my grandparents might have been experiencing, over all these Middle Eastern countries over the years, right? I'm hearing people argue over bullshit when the problem is Zionism in Israel. It's amazing how history just repeats itself over and over and over, guys. What happens next? What do we think happens next? I think personally, I think a major bomb is about to go off. That's how I feel. I'm not trying to fearmonger. I just don't see a situation where this de-escalates. I just don't. There's missiles in the air right now. You know? What the fuck going on? I can't join the space. Hell nah.
Efforts in the Middle East. Shall we take an accounting? What's happened to Libya? What happened to Iraq? What's happening to Kuwait? Right? Is Saudi Arabia really our allies? Not in war. At least they're standing by, both sides. They're happy to see, there's Shia and Sunni still aspects to this. Trump does not have a coalition strong enough, including all of the GCC, that will support what's happening here. This is Islam versus Zionists, and we have died enough for this fight.
We've died enough for the Zionist. Absolutely.
Let's look at Jelani in the White House, and I'll drop the mic there.
Yeah. We said this last night, didn't we? That 10 million bounty, never seen it go so quickly to a red carpet in the White House.
Hey guys, have you
10
heard?
million bounties.
Have you guys heard? I'm watching this other channel. I think the guy's name is Enforcer or some shit. He's saying some stuff about France being involved and might get involved. France and the UK. Hezbollah or what? What do you guys think?
The UK government has said that it is going out and getting involved. They announced it. Yeah, they announced it yesterday. France has made no comment on this at all, and
I see a report for France, Beatrix.
The French are pushing.
I've seen a report for France actually. Something that ship out.
I bet the Iranians are shivering now. They hear that the French and the British are coming. They must be petrified.
Yeah, I was saying this earlier on the space that Keir Starmer yesterday woke up. He woke up yesterday with, we had nothing to do with the strikes on Iran. We had nothing. We're not part of it. And he must have got the call because 2 hours or 3 hours later, he was like, yeah, we're going to send in just to be defensive, some capabilities with our allies, America. We're like the vassal state of America. But Adam, check the source because I looked that up. And the official sources from France don't show anything like that. So have a look and tell me, please, because I've seen a lot of people have reported it. I did have just a couple of bits of quick news.
And then I'm trying to figure out why would France get involved in this?
Because it's already, like, the hard part's already over and they just want to share in the glory.
Because they're pedophiles too, and they're also blackmailed by Epstein.
I'd say because the same reason we all got involved in supporting the genocide, Myron. We're all vassal states of America. I mean, they're dependent on NATO. They suck up to Trump. They want the Ukraine-Russia conflict to continue. There's a lot of stake at them. They're in the middle of tariff talks, whatever. So if they are getting involved, it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
I did realize that all the pressure on
they are part of the
this stopped when the Iran stuff started. Like it's almost like the Europe took a deal to focus on that because Macron himself said to Trump, he was like, we can do great things in
I hope I make the GTA
Iran,
6,
and we
man.
can do great things in Ukraine and
at
other
this rate,
places,
are they even working on GTA
leave
6?
Greenland alone.
Has that
and
been
it
a
seems that's
psyop
what's
too?
happened.
I don't even know, man.
Yeah, actually, that was in the text message, wasn't it? That Trump
I'm
so
hoping
cleverly,
that GTA 6
the whole
comes.
world.
But I don't know.
Yeah,
we really are getting World War III before GTA
by the way,
6, man.
The way, if you look
man,
at this,
I hope
this is
I
a kind
get
of
a chance to play
lining
that
up.
game. I really do.
I think you can look at this as a world war now. I think with the start of this war and the Ukraine war going on now, it's kind of expanding now to a global war, right? And you can just see the whole world order is changing in real time. I really think that this could be. I mean, I can't say for sure, but this could be the end of the American empire, and a complete change in. And if Iran emerges from this, it could become a superpower as well, or at least a regional superpower.
Yeah, I mean,
so let me just
go ahead.
just Myron, let me just give a couple of bits. No problem. Give a couple of bits of quick news, and I'll give the mic right back to you. So Modi, who just, needs to be involved for the sake of being involved, has tweeted out, had a telephone call with PM Netanyahu to discuss the current regional situation, conveyed India's concerns over recent developments, and emphasized the safety of civilians as a priority. And by the way, he's not talking about Iranian civilians, okay? He's talking about Israeli civilians. India reiterates the need for an early cessation of hostilities, and then he tagged in just Netanyahu. Trump on the fallen American soldiers. This is what he said. They are great people. And, you know, unfortunately, we expect something like this to happen. This could continue. It might even happen again. This operation against Iran was planned as a 4-week process. We thought it would take about
With
4
AI.
weeks. It's a big country. It will take 4 weeks or maybe less.
I gotta say something again. They planned this with Anthropic AI, guys. They are trying to bring in the AI Antichrist, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's just what's happening. Yeah, I mean, you can't use AI for too much, guys. Damn, that sounded mad Sephardic or whatever. Yeah, you can't use AI too much, guys. All right, the white collar jobs are gonna get cooked, unfortunately.
Ministry of Interior has announced efforts of controlling the fire. As I say, IRGC announces exactly what it has done and what the end result of that is. Let's have a look what else. This was interesting. This was just about 2 or 3 hours ago. CENTCOM said that there were 0 casualties, right? IRGC is saying that there were over 500 American casualties. There are over 500. CENTCOM said there was 0, and then CENTCOM within the hour went to 3 casualties. That's it.
Israel has claimed strike. Israel has claimed strike.
Yeah, and then I think I read this out earlier. His earlier statement on the American casualties. Trump said, "We have 3, but we expect casualties. But in the end, it's going to be a great deal for the world." And that's it. Sorry, Myron, back to you.
Of Iranian military, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They have striked their headquarters. Israel has.
Since he's not saying anything, I was just going to say those soldiers, according to Trump, he might as well just come out and said they died like a dog.
Trump is sounding more like George Bush every day. This is 9/11 and the Iraq War all over again.
Yeah, I disavow that statement, Hassan, because look, I think when our servicemen and women, and I know as a British person, they go out in good faith, right? They go out because, I mean, the amount of good people that went to Iraq and came back with so much trauma, illness, injury, now they realize that their government lied to them, but that's not their fault. They thought they were going on a noble mission. So, in
the spirit of free speech as an Iraqi, I'm very entitled to say.
I know you are, and I'm just telling you that as a host or co-host, like de facto co-host, because I haven't actually got the co-host. I just have to disavow that because I feel quite strongly about it. I completely get why you feel the way you do, and I share those sentiments as well. And I see that the biggest terrorism on this planet is Israeli-American terrorism, right? And I get that. But I don't want to see people coming home in body bags from any country, from any nation. I just want this to stop. But I know that as an Iraqi who saw 1 million civilians be killed by lies by these two nations, why you feel as strongly as you do. I'm not, But IDF have sent a warning to Israelis not to publish or share locations or footage of impact sites. According to the IDF, the enemy monitors such documentation in order to improve its strike capabilities. According to Manco, there is no damage. We have footage, the sky of Jerusalem at this moment in time, and it looks like fireworks. Literally, it looks like New Year's, absolutely engulfed in flames. And Trump open to talks with new Iranian leaders. This is what the White House has said. Trump is open to talks with the new Iranian leaders. What else is there? Tel Aviv is being hammered left, right by Iran. We are getting some footage from Tel Aviv, guys, and it's harrowing. I think it's going to be going out on Suleiman's page if it's not already there.
An hour ago, I heard a bunch of booms right on the. There's a guy named Agenda Free TV. He was filming and had the Tel Aviv video up. And when I joined in, we were hearing a bunch of booms, like multiple.
Guys, here's footage of American soldiers coming
and then
home.
I think the feed went out or some shit like that.
Did you see that statement, Myron, where I can't remember who it was. Andrew, was it Tom Cotton? I can't remember. Was it Tom Cotton who said after Iran we're going after Turkey? He literally made that statement today.
Yes, it was Tom Cotton.
Yeah, after Iran, we are going after
Turkey. But Turkey's a NATO ally.
And then
how do you say something like that? Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's another crazy thing. Turkey, on paper, they are, but doing several naval operations where they are on paper, they don't even participate. I'm being very honest.
Yeah, well, Germany is a NATO ally.
Iran state TV has been hacked and is publishing Trump's message calling Iranians to rise up against the regime as Israel and America prepare to basically strike people in public. That's basically what is happening right now.
America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control.
This is fucking propaganda. I can't believe I'm witnessing this, guys, in real time. Like, I really can't. And I'm happy that I get to at least document it. I hope they don't remove this.
America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to...
Yep, guys, and obviously Netanyahu went ahead and said the same thing. It's getting crazy, guys. Oh, gosh. Aftermath in Jerusalem after Iranian missile hits. It is getting ugly.
يا الله قدامي بالظبط هذا مات هذول ماتوا بالسيارة.
Iran is not going to stop. There will be no negotiation, guys. So let's just hope that nuclear weapons do not get involved. I hope that they don't use any type of gassing, and I really hope that America chills the fuck. It's not gonna happen. I know it's not gonna happen, so I don't even know why I'm saying it, guys. But I just really hope that one day I can live to see an America where we do not fight wars on behalf of Israel. We shouldn't be doing any of this right now. We should be helping the people in our own country, right? We have real problems in this country, real problems. This is ridiculous. Like, wow.
They're worried about is the British and the French coming.
Well,
that's probably one of the last things.
Of course,
but
about. Keep in mind, bro, France is a nuclear armed weapon. A nuclear armed nation. They still do have competent militaries to some degree.
I need GTA 6
and it's,
now.
We're talking about 8 to 9 countries, fighting with Iran. All the Gulf states, United States, Israel, and then,
give me that
goy
slop GTA 6. I need it
no
now.
one's Superman. I get Iran's a huge country, but, I think. I'm not saying China or Russia will intervene. Now, let me be clear. I'm not saying they will.
Look, this war.
To seriously consider
this war is very good for Iran.
They're going to have to consider.
This war, in some ways, is very good for Iran. Let me explain how. Iran, when it was first formed, the Islamic Republic, 40 years ago or so, it had none of the strength it has now. And this war is creating a whole new generation of people who are supporting the current government and leadership. And the martyrdom of the supreme leader, who is, as I said before, the most noble and moral person on this earth that we know of, he is creating many more people, millions of more people who love and follow him, and people's hearts are changing towards him. This is what the country needs now. It's going to suffer in the short term. It's going to be hit a lot, but the spirit of the Iranian people now is being revitalized and reformed for another 40 years. So in a way, this is actually very good for it. Yes, there's going to be pain in the process, but ultimately, the way they're responding and the strength that they're showing, if they just persist and keep this up, then they'll emerge much stronger in the long term.
Yeah, but that's if they could survive it with all these countries hitting them, bro. Like, it's going to be really tough. Like,
what do the British and the French add to the American forces? What percentage are we talking about? 2%?
Well, here's the thing, dude. It's not even about, they don't even have to attack, but them adding in support capabilities that could affect things.
They are supporting already, though. Without a doubt, they're supporting behind the scenes, especially the British. The British
Do you know what I think? Just 1 second, Hassan. Right, I just read a statement.
Judging by this
and
map,
UK, France, and Germany are set to take part. Now, the UK have been very clear. They've sent limited kind of military equipment just to use in a defensive capacity. They're not attacking Iran, and they've made that very clear. And they did that yesterday, to be fair, and their situation has not changed. Very transparent. Nothing's come out of France. Nothing's come out of Germany. But, I mean, on the record from the government, right? And this is why I was asking Adam. but we're getting lots of
What
media
up,
reports on
Rob?
it,
You
right?
feel
Number
me?
one. Number
It's
two,
getting
I'm seeing
crazy,
a lot
man.
of media reports that Saudi is getting involved. Zero from Saudi. What we have got is one of the journalists today said that from Middle East Eye that Lindsey Graham went last week, a week before this began, to Saudi to say, come on board. And Saudi said, not our dog, not our fight. We're not coming on board. Then last night, the Wall Street Journal, and this is the same newspaper that talked about the rapes on October the 7th. And Myron, you've done the podcast with Suleiman, you know, and it's the same newspaper that talked about the beheaded babies, said Saudi encouraged Trump to do it. And immediately I said, I don't buy it. I do not buy it, because Saudi in the past, when they wanted to do something, be it bomb Yemen, be it anything else, they do it. Right? They just do it. They wouldn't hide back from it. But I believe Saudi's invested too much. And Simon's right. The GCC want regional stability.
Chat, where do we see
Okay.
Saudi
So that's
Arabia
the first
coming
thing.
in into the
Now I'm
mix? What do
seeing
we
a
see them
report
doing, guys?
from Trump. And it basically, I just saw it. Like, give me 1 second. And Trump is talking about this quiet blasé about Saudi Arabia, and I don't buy it at all, not at all. And what he's saying is, they're fighting. This is what he said. They're fighting too. When he's asked about Saudi Arabia coming on board, and it's like they're fighting too, but they're not fighting. So when I'm thinking of all of this and linking it to France, Germany, and the UK, I think Iran is actually hammering Israel. We're not seeing it. If they weren't hammering it, Israel wouldn't continuously putting out this advisory. You cannot share images. You cannot share anything. It's being hammered. Trump was open to, even yesterday, Trump sent, through a mediator in Italy, he was like, all right, let's come back to the negotiating table. It's enough. And obviously Iran's very angry, to kill the Supreme Leader Khamenei. It's had ramifications across the world. People held him in enormous love and regard. In fact, you know what, Myron, not even people across the world. I had Christian people who had been brought up on Iran is the enemy, Americans yesterday crying and weeping. I read out a passage that had been sent by a Christian lady in America about how sorry and sad she was that he'd been killed. And Casey came up on the space and she was like, I'm so disgusted by my government, and I'm a Christian woman, and he's been killed. So Americans' hearts and minds have been turned, right? And I think the ramifications are so big, and Trump realizes the damage. He wants to call it off. He doesn't know how to. What Netanyahu's doing is he's trying to drag people into it. He's trying to drag people, Saudi, into it through using media pressure. He came to Germany. He's actually sat in Germany. His Wings of Zion, or whatever the hell his jet is called, came to Germany. He's sat in Germany. And from there, he's applying pressure on Germany and France because he needs somebody on board with him. And I think Trump's probably saying, look, I've had enough. You know what I mean? Our bases have been damaged. We need to pull out of this. And I think that's what's going on here, because France have not said anything. And France is another country. If they wanted to do it, they'd be on the record doing it. They didn't shy away from supporting a genocide.
We've got terrorist infiltration
Neither did
in
Germany.
Israel right now,
They
guys.
didn't shy away
Just
from
announced.
supporting a genocide.
Exactly.
Hey, can I ask a question of the room? At what point do we correctly label this as World War III, since we're talking about China, England, France, Saudi
This is
Arabia,
World War
either
III.
in it
You
now
best
or
believe
could
this
be
is
in it
World War III,
formally at
guys.
some point soon?
Hold up. I got y'all.
Yeah, well, I'm going to use the term now. I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Myron,
Yeah.
Myron, I have a question for you. And maybe Simon can answer this. I feel like that China is so relevant here that that almost have to be part of the negotiation to end the war. I mean, if Iran basically, their economy so heavily relies on China purchasing from them, and America is trying to undermine that, then that's really the big point of negotiation if we're trying to end it. Does that make sense to you?
I don't think Myron's there. Maybe Simon can answer it until Myron comes back. Simon, you there?
Simon, did you hear my question?
Simon might
Yeah.
be busy.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe and Doc, maybe you had. So it just seems like that Trump really is going after China here by going after Iran. I mean, obviously he's beholden to the Israelis, but I just don't see. It just seems like if we're trying to negotiate an end to this war with Iran, that China's on the phone. You know, I just don't. I just don't see how it could be otherwise. What do you think about that, Doc?
Well, I think that China is going to have to act sooner rather than later because oil is going to be Iranian oil is going to be cut off for them. And yeah, they have a large supply. You know, how long that lasts, an economy as large as China's, I mean, who knows? Maybe what, a few weeks, couple months? But they can't, China cannot sit idly by it at some point because their national interests are involved in supporting Iran.
Psyops are full
Thing is,
fledged right
if you
now,
look at it,
guys.
we are kind of in the midst of a world war. It's a bit different to World War One and Two, where you didn't have the nuclear weapons. That's the thing that's stopping this at the moment becoming a all-out world war. If there wasn't nuclear weapons, then this would be everyone would be all in by now. So there's that mutual assured the destruction element. So it's a new kind of world war where you have the nuclear powers avoiding direct confrontation, but it is a world war in every other sense if you think
Yeah.
about it, right? So you can see Iran has been supporting Russia in its military campaign to take out the Nazi Zionist government of the Ukraine. You can see and to try and restore some stability to the region there. You can see Russia assisting Iran to some extent, not as much as it should, but there is some assistance there. China obviously trying to protect its investments and interest in Iran as well. You can see the issues that you're facing with resources and fighting over the energy and so on. So there's so many battles going on at so many different levels. I think this is as much as you can get in a world war in these days without going
Well,
nuclear, basically.
it's actually, yeah, it actually
How
inculcates a more realistic definition of a world war when you add in the addition of economic warfare, including terrorists, the non-kinetic conflict between these countries has been going on for some time, and now it's flowering out into kinetic warfare, which shows how desperate Trump and Israel are that they can't accomplish their means through the sort of ways that Trump, for example, has been able to deal with China economically with the tariffs. So no, this really is a world war. Some are involved on a kinetic basis that's limited. Some are clearly involved as allies supporting through support of natural resources and in technology. And there are currency plays going on here as well. So it is a world war. The world, you have to just redefine war now. Is my point, I guess.
Currency.
Yeah. So with the new definition of war, in my view, it is a world war. If you look at it, it's multiple layered. You've got
It's absolutely a world
economic,
war. There's nothing to
military.
be said about
You've
that,
got
guys. Albert
political.
Pike called this
You've
a
got sides
long time
emerging.
ago.
Obviously, you've got
It's
the
unfortunate, but
in the
read
old
this right
world,
here,
the old
guys. He
kind
called
of
it.
framework where you didn't have nuclear weapons. You would have had like the Allies versus the Nazis or the Soviets
This
and
is a
so on. So you
spiritual
have now
war.
two
Don't
sides
let them
emerging.
take
You've
your
got the
loosh,
global
guys.
South
Don't let them take your
and the old
loosh.
world order basically competing now. You can see China emerging as a global kind of technological and economic superpower,
Don't let them take
and
your
so
loosh.
the America naturally sees that as a threat to its dominance. So in doing so, this Iran war is again a part of that. That's a part of this kind of this new world war. So it doesn't have to go nuclear for it to be world war. Is the point? We are I think experiencing it. And also there's other aspects of cyber warfare, electronic warfare. There's so many different angles right now. Psychological, there's everything that's taking place now. The media wars. So this war is really a true world war in this
Yeah,
in that sense. It just doesn't have
yeah, and
it doesn't have
also,
to mean
yeah, it
that
also
millions
includes,
of people need to die.
it also includes a drug war with the China's through Mexico, killing hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans with fentanyl.
Yep, great point. Yeah,
Guys,
that's a great
America had a
point because
CIA
that is
asset
one.
running
That's
the
another one.
cartel, guys, if you don't remember. That Canadian snowboarder was running the cartel for the CIA. They extracted him and
Or
then
how long is it going to
snitched
be
to
before we
grab
see Dr.
Mencho.
Strangelove
Straight
riding a
up.
nuke down into Iran? You know, a couple of weeks ago, people were telling me it's impossible. Doc, you're dreaming. You're deluded. You're an old boomer who's stuck in the past. Well, fuck all of those commenters, even if I love you. I'm sorry, I forgot about the YouTube channel. My apologies.
Well, you know, at the end of World War II, the UK, that was a
Not
superpower,
my YouTube
was
channel.
no
No
longer.
face, don't give
I
a
mean, think about that.
fuck.
They
Fuck
sided
the
with
Jews, bro.
a Zio force in the Soviet Union. And at the end of the war, the Soviets were all powerful. And this great superpower all of a sudden was just nothing. They're just this small little country that had been greatly reduced in scope and power. What country do you think will end up that way now? Let's say Israel is able to achieve the Greater Israel Project and expand out. Won't it be every bit at our expense? Won't we be hiding under our desks the next decade because of fear of them? Isn't that what happened with the Soviet Union? Isn't this history repeating itself if we allow it to do so?
Yes, sir. What's an empire last there, David? There's a couple studies that one work. An empire
250
lasts what,
years.
250, 250, 300 years? I think we're kind
Listen,
of in
guys,
that.
I'm getting texts on my phone right now. People are
And
saying
our
we need to
forefathers saw this, you
revolt.
know. I mean,
We're being
there was so
used. It
much
is a
wisdom in
war
the
to
founding of
destroy us.
America.
We are
The
all
great
waking up,
Stoic
guys.
philosopher Seneca said that
Let's
the
go.
responsibility, the main responsibility of a leader, is to avoid war in the very same way as a ship's captain is supposed to avoid rocks. And here we are, a president who promised to do otherwise, just moving with alacrity into a war where it's not even, there's not even a good stated premise for it. You know that you're in late stage empire when they don't even bother to tell you. They just go, oh yeah, War III, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, exactly. And we're just like slow walking right into it. But I pray to God and thank God I see more and more people waking up and saying, "Hey, wait, no, we're not going to play this game again." I really do. Few, what fewer than I'd like to see, but that's why every day, well, in the space, we get the word out and we meet our circle sphere of influence in the real world, and but I still get 2/3 pushback, or well, actually, the worst is the apathy. Yeah, so what? Yeah, well, really? Yeah, I've heard of that place. Where's some of the people I deal with, and I'm not limited, but honestly, it's like, oh yeah, Iran. Let's see, is that in Africa? Is that Africa or something? Yeah, whatever. Uh, but we're never going to wake everybody up, and that's what they work on is the masses, the sheeple, whatever you want to call them. But I always work with the margins, trying to wake up the few. Many are called. We see. I'm not getting into the biblical aspects of it, but the vast majority seriously just stumble along. I'm not. Please bear with me. I won't go off the deep end here, but like for example, Christ would talk to thousands. Thousands would be there listening, and they only showed up for their free stuff, man. I want some food. I got my foot hurts, heal me. But he would give the deep parables to just a few, his disciples, and he says, many are called, few. I mean, no, I'm sorry. He said they have eyes they don't see, they have ears they don't hear. But we see it, it applies itself here. And but every once in a while, you'll get someone to go, "Hey, wait a minute, yeah, I'm not gonna play party to this." So yeah, we just keep, fighting the good fight is what I say.
Well, given that MAGA is absolutely being destroyed, I think there's going to be a total reshuffling of the deck. And I think what comes out of that is going to be very interesting and it could be very positive.
Oh yeah, elaborate on that, please, David.
Well, because there's no way they're going to keep that coalition. There's just no way. They're not making more boomers. And the younger generations just see this. When you
I'm
see
making my best
that
efforts,
this
David, to make more boom. So just be quiet.
well, well, when you see, I mean, it's right there in front of us. It's the Epstein people doing, I mean, the same people. I'm sorry, but it's the same people. and they're saying it. They're looking you right in the face. They're laughing at you. They're calling you the goyim. They don't respect you. Look, I always say this to the Zio suck-ups, to the bootlickers. They at least respect me. I mean, they want the same fate as they want for you, but they at least think I'm human. When you do everything someone says, when you exceed your volition, when you say whatever you think, whatever you do, whoever you kill, whatever genocide you commit, I'm with you, then they no longer respect you. Because that's what a dog does. That's not what a human does. A human has a soul and recognizes and feels the divine spark within them and resists evility and pursues good. This is the thing. We all see this now. So I don't the coalition is gone. There is no way. You know, how many people, even with, let's say, Bill Clinton, his devotees stayed with him. But Trump, the fact that such, and Myron can tell you this, that a core group of under 40 people that absolutely were with him.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Go
I'm
right
so sorry to
ahead.
interrupt you, David. There's breaking news.
Sure.
Um,
Whoops. Go ahead.
crash as well. Keir Starmer, UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer says he has accepted a US request to use British bases for defensive strikes against Iranian missile storage depots or launchers.
Defensive.
So now we are going to go right into the midst of it. And why? Because America's asked us to.
Defensive strikes. I love
Welcome
that.
to
What
World
the
War
hell is a
III,
defensive strike?
ladies
Hey, David,
and
it's for
gentlemen.
me a signpost on
Unfortunately, guys, we
a
are seeing it, guys.
a signpost to watch for is one of Trump's Zionists right now, whether it's Rubio or Vance, or if Thomas Massey wins his election in this year, even Marjorie Taylor Greene. Look for a re-announcement or a re-emphasis on America first. And the first one, I think either JD or Rubio, if he does that, if he's smart enough to make that move, can rebuild the conservative brand around America first in a non-interventionist policy. It'll be a lie, but that's what I'm looking for.
But Rubio is just like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that he's got like the Star of David tattoo. I can imagine maybe JD Vance trying to pull that off, but I don't know if anybody's going to buy the vice president from Palantir being America first.
Right. Do you? But I mean, he's just one of several. I think, and I don't think it would be sincere. I think they would be turning and pivoting to protect their political
Breaking
aspirations
news,
in the
guys.
future.
The UK has approved a US request to use British bases for defensive strikes targeting Iranian missile depots and launches. So the UK is escalating its involvement here.
I swear, Adam, do you know what, right? Suleiman says something and he says that he tunes out when chicks speak. Now
Sorry.
I think that's catching on this space. And the reason I
Is she
think it's
talking? I
catching
can't
on
hear
this
her.
I
space is
swear it's
because
not a
Yeah,
verbatim,
gender
she's
that's
thing.
what I
talking.
wrote 20 seconds
She's
ago.
mocking at him. Yeah,
I'm mocking her back.
No, you caught me. You caught me. But I swear it's not a gender thing. Anyways, sorry to interrupt you there, Doc. Go ahead.
See, if you're gonna do breaking news here, Adam, I mean, you
Yeah,
got to be
and I
listening to this
interrupted
stuff.
you as well. I know. I'm so sorry.
Oh wait, I just got breaking news. Apparently, the UK is going to get into this war, but only for defensive strikes.
Can Iranian missiles hypothetically reach these bases? I'm assuming they'd be in North England, but is that possible? I don't know what the missile range is of the Iranian arsenal.
No, we can't. They can't. And they wouldn't. They wouldn't come to. They don't go to like mass populated civilian areas. But the fact that we're going to use our bases, this is going to be his legacy. This is going to be Starmer's legacy. It's disgraceful. We've got nothing to do with anything. Do you know what I mean?
Aren't we already using American / NATO / British bases right now?
Not for Iran.
Do we really know what
That
they're
was the
being
whole
used for?
thing, wasn't it?
I
It seems
guarantee
like
I
you.
don't think last night.
I guarantee you, the
it seems
United
like the
States is
least.
using Diego Garcia as part of the attacks on Iran.
Yeah, it seems like what they're doing now is an announcement in support of the request, what they already have been doing. Is my point.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's just instead of being a sort of tacit admission, now it's being more open.
Yeah, is that going to cost Not that England citizens vote for their leader, but is that going to cost Starmer among the British population?
I think Trump, Doc, Starmer's guaranteed 100%. He's guaranteed to lose the next election, right? He's so unpopular. Whether I actually think even if he hadn't have got involved in this, he's going to lose the next election. So it's going to cost him. But it's just like this is going to be his legacy. The UK is massively anti-war. So yesterday morning when these strikes started, the day before, I mean, nobody knew when it was going to happen, right? But the day before in the UK, they'd already arranged a massive protest in central London outside Parliament, thousands of people, right? And it just so happened that overnight, this early hours of the morning, this attack started on Iran. So they still went ahead with it, but they'd already organized that to say to our government, don't bring us into this. We don't want to know. Simon, are you back with us?
Hey, Beatrix, if you could find any war protesting going on either in Europe or America, if you see any news about that, because the media seems to really be avoiding that discussion.
Well, the New York Times and the Washington Post are covering the protests in support of Iran in Times Square and in front of the White House. It's not broad coverage, but it's there.
But that's more propaganda, right? If like I'm not protesting in support of Iran, I'm protesting the war. I don't want to be at war. Like, please, no. What if we do nothing, please? So it's just that it's so funny because when Michael Moore was running around sticking microphones in people's faces and saying, "Would you send your kids to die for George Bush today?" And then all of a sudden Obama gets in and all this, it's crickets. So we can see that kind of gives it away. I call these things glitches in the matrix because really these people are completely insincere. And the fact that the media isn't covering, 80%, I'll leave myself in Beatrix's safekeeping, but isn't it about 80% across Europe as well? Because in America, it's about 80% of the people don't want this.
And it's only good, that number is only going to grow as American bodies come back to our shores. This doesn't have the support generated through the lies of 9/11 behind it. What this has behind it is the lies, apparently, of people like J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, saying that the war in the Middle East is a waste and the death of any American is a tragedy. This is one of the reasons why I committed to Trump. And why, for example, I wouldn't have voted for Kamala Harris, because Trump said he was going to stop the wars and be America first. That was all a lie. And at some point soon, we're going to have to return to the Epstein files. We've only seen a small portion of what the American government has. That includes the FBI, the CIA, and the DOJ. And even the portion that they did release, these are Justice Department files that have been released, acquired by the Justice Department through the various litigations against Epstein,
Trump
Maxwell,
is currently
and by
saying
the
that the
civil
U.S. will
suits by
avenge
the
the deaths
victims.
of 3
What the
servicemen
FBI and the CIA have
killed in operation,
also
guys.
includes that we haven't
This is
seen
not ending.
any evidence taken from the townhouse, any evidence taken from St. James, any evidence taken from the ranch. And it doesn't include the Wiener laptop that led to the deaths of the New York City Police Department members who saw the original content there. And when you talk to victims, you talk to people that know who I find to be credible, they say that it's everything that we feared about. It's Pizzagate blown wide open, and the connections to the Israeli and American intelligence agencies cannot
Guys,
be denied
this is
anymore.
Pizzagate times
So
100.
this war,
This
in
is
some
every
part, maybe
conspiracy
Trump is not
stacked up times
compromised
10.
that way. Certainly, his good pal Howard Lutnick, for one, is. They're totally going against everything they've said, everything that built MAGA as a coalition. It's incredible what's happening, and it makes me think Trump is compromised.
Yeah,
I have,
I think we agree.
I have resisted the Trump is compromised thing in terms of saying, show me the evidence. But this now really makes that. If it's not true, I can't imagine because he's capitulating.
Guys, he is
He's spiking the
beyond
ball on the 1 yard
compromise.
line. I mean, it's just he could have just done what he said. I don't see, besides being compromised, what is stopping him. He's never struck me as an ideological guy. Nobody has ever thought that he was tremendously principled. In fact, we used to actually credit him for his pragmatism. But now there's just something odd that looks very, very compromised.
It has to be disproven at this point because there's more than enough.
All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and take another look at a different perspective here about what Trump is going, what's going on with Trump. Obviously, you guys kind of know my beliefs, but there's another perspective here as well that you guys should know about.
You always wondered why that app didn't exist. Now you can make it. Meet Replit Agent.
The bombs are falling on Tehran right now. This morning, the United States and Israel launched major combat operations against Iran. And while every talking head in the Western world is screaming that this is Iraq 2.0, listen to what the president actually said to the Iranian people.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
The bombs are falling on Tehran right now. This morning, the United States and Israel launched major combat operations against Iran. And while every talking head in the Western world is screaming that this is Iraq 2.0, listen to what the president actually said to the Iranian people.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Take over your government. It will be yours to take. That is not the language of regime change. That is not Iraq. And people screaming that are either lying to you or they don't understand what they're looking at. Right on cue, the New York Times editorial board is out shrieking that Trump is a madman who promised no new wars. The anti-war crowd on both sides is screaming regime change. They're all wrong, and I'll tell you why. This is not Iraq. Iraq was about installing a new set of imperial puppets. What Trump just hit is the last stronghold of a British operation that has controlled Iran's destiny since 1908, the year British Petroleum seized its first oil well on Iranian soil. For 118 years, every government in Iran, the Shah, the Ayatollahs, has served the same master, a financial architecture built by the City of London around Middle Eastern oil. And every war in that region has been designed to protect it. Donald Trump has spent the last year dismantling that architecture piece by piece. The Abraham Accords, the Board of Peace, $2 trillion in Gulf wealth redirected from London to American manufacturing, the Muslim Brotherhood designated as terrorists, Gaza being rebuilt. The mullahs were the last piece on the board. And as of this morning, Trump is clearing it. I'm Barbara Boyd. I've followed and studied wars in the Middle East ever since the Khomeini Revolution in 1979. And my colleagues at Promethean Action have tracked the British Empire's financial operations for over 50 years. So before I go even further, please like and share this video. It helps us break through the algorithm at a moment when you need this analysis most. Here's what I'm going to cover today. First, what this strike actually is and why J.D. Vance told us 2 days ago this would not become another forever war. Second, the 118-year British operation on Iran that the New York Times will never explain to you. And third, why this strike is the final move in Trump's Board of Peace strategy and what it means for the British financial empire. Let's start with what actually happened. The president gave an 8-minute address early this morning announcing what the Department of War is calling Operation Epic Fury. He was clear about the objectives.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people.
He listed the regime's crimes going back 47 years, from the hostage crisis to the Marine barracks bombing to the October 7th attacks. He emphasized that Iran has rejected every opportunity to renounce its nuclear ambitions. And then he said this to the Iranian people.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Now, listen carefully to that. He did not say the U.S. would install a new government. He said it would be theirs to take. This is a fundamentally different statement than anything George W. Bush said about Iraq. Bush dismantled the entire Iraqi state, fired the police, the generals, everybody. And as Trump himself said a few weeks ago about Venezuela.
Well, if you ever remember a place called Iraq where everybody was fired, every single person, the police, the generals, everybody was fired, and they ended up being ISIS. Instead of just getting down to business, they ended up being ISIS. So I remember that.
Trump knows the Iraq playbook. He rejected it in Venezuela, where he captured Maduro, but left the government intact.
All right. Well, that is enough of that perspective, right? Obviously, I kind of disagree. Let's go back to the live and just see what's popping. Any news have developed. We have got... Okay. All right. Trump on Iran. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Trump on Iran. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. And then we have another announcement from Starner on destroying Iran. The only way to stop the threat is to destroy Iranian missiles at source and their storage depots or the launchers, which are used to fire the missiles. The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific procedure, and they are doing that. So now we have the UK wrapped up in this as well. It is only a matter of time before China or Russia decide to get involved in some crazy shit like this. I understand people are kind of getting off work now and might be coming back. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, shit is getting crazy. Let's go back to the live stream. Let's go back to the live and see what the boots on the ground are saying.
Fiercely against Russia. Fiercely against Russia. We spend multiple billions every single year on the Ukraine war. And why don't they apply that logic to Russia? Why isn't Russia the one who can decide if its own actions are illegal? That's how ridiculous it sounds. But so we are just lied to, and no one really pushes back enough. So we just go along with all this bullshit. So yeah, Beatrix, I'm just as appalled as you, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, do you know what, Adam? And these are like lying, cheating scumbags, right? Trump on Iran. He says he's just said this. He's doing a little televised speech as well. They could have done something talking about Iran. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Mancos, I think you will be the only person in the world who actually believes that. Do you know that?
Believe what? That
nobody else is
Iran
buying
wanted
that.
to settle or not?
Trump is saying, Trump, when he's speaking about Iran, said they could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there, i.e. Iran wouldn't give America what it wanted.
Well, Mankos, you said earlier, you think that the U.S.'s sources and the intelligence community are more credible than Iran. I mean, you could think that, but that's actually not your stance. Basically, everything you've been saying is that the U.S. is credible and Iran's sources are not credible. Not that one's more than the other, is that one is and one is not. And it's been very clear. And every single time someone says something, any kind of pushback, you just come with the talking points that the cable news anchors are repeating.
It's quite
Let me
Orwellian because you said it's
just, Brother Ivy, 1
defensive
second.
strikes.
Let me.
Yeah, sorry, go on, Beatrix.
Yeah, no, it's fine, Adam. So he's actually, this is a really a disgusting statement, but he's speaking on Imam Khamenei's death, the Iranian supreme leader that was killed. He said, "This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands." I'd love somebody to tell me how and where that happened, by the way. How did Iran kill hundreds and thousands of Americans? But anyway, on his hands, and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. This is what he said. I don't know Iran having killed one person in the UK. Not one. Right? And I don't know a British person, not one that died as a result of Iran. I know many that have died as a result of America and Israel and my government. Anyway, this is what he said. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the street when his death was announced. Guys, we saw the footage, what Iran was doing last night after his death was announced. We saw footage from across the world of them mourning after his death was announced. I didn't see any of this cheering and celebrating. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. So this is how demonic he is. I mean, firstly, he's a liar because none of this is true. But let's just say they want surrender. Why is he going to carry on bombing for 4 weeks? If that was true.
Wow.
If the entire military command is gone and the people want to surrender, why is he going to carry on for 4 weeks?
Wow.
It's just disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's very true.
Mic drop
disgusting.
that.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Wow, man. I mean, I don't even know what to say to that.
So, Israel must be
We literally got a retard in the White House, Adam. Go ahead, Annie.
Yeah, he's a terrorist clown. It's like equal parts a buffoon and a jester, but also just pure evil, like a war criminal. But no, I was going to say about the about Keir Starmer. Well, one point is like he calls it, there's this weird thing the West does where they call offensive. They call these defensive, like we're giving Israel defensive weapons. We're going to take part in defensive strikes. Israel committed a preemptive strike against Iran. You know, if someone comes up and punches you in the face and you haven't done anything to them, it's called assault. It's not called self-defense. But anyways, my other point was Israel must really be losing here. Like Israel must really be in trouble to get both France and Britain involved in this war. They're calling the Goyim squad. They're calling the Goyim force in. You know that, and we are all just vassals to America and by extension Israel. And yeah, I think they expected they've underestimated Iran at multiple stages because they thought that they were going to do a regime change last time after Netanyahu's visit to the White House when they had those big no, they weren't big, those tiny protests in Iran where the biggest protest had no more than like 25k people attending. They thought that was going to be like a grassroots organic regime change, but the support isn't there for that. And then again, this time they underestimated it because they took out Khomeini before their strike started. So Khomeini was dead, martyred before the counterattack. So and the counterattack again, as we mentioned days ago, took place much quicker than the 12-day war response. And they blocked off the Strait of Hormuz and they targeted all the bases around the region and they've been taking out really expensive support infrastructure like radars and such, billions of dollars worth, quickly and effectively, and pummeling Israel at the same time. And they did all this without their leadership structure in place because they had a redundancy. They have a redundancy in their organization, so they have like succession plans and everything like that. Israel and Trump obviously did not expect this, and so they're getting both Britain and France, and who knows who else to get involved into this to help them because they need their asses saving a little bit by the Goyim squad. And that's it. I'll rest there.
Yeah, great point, Adam. You summarized that perfectly.
I think, you know what, Andrew, right? I'm listening to Adam and I'm thinking about this. Like what I was saying about France, Germany, and the UK, Netanyahu coming to Europe to try to get us. I mean, UK has already gone in. I mean, we've got no principles, you know what I mean? But France and Germany to try to get them on board as well. And the whole thing trying to drag Saudi into it. I don't think Saudi is going to come on board. But this is desperation, okay? Because I don't think on a military front, America and Israel can last alone. Russia, Putin issued a statement today saying our Iranian partners have not asked us for any help, so there's nothing to talk about. You know what I mean? They haven't asked us for anything. So Iran hasn't even reached out to anybody. And you can see these guys out with the begging bowl already. And it's only, day 2. And then Trump's statement, he says, as part of his statement today, I urge IRGC, apparently the whole military boss is dead, but then he's urging them from their graves, I guess. I urge IRGC, Iranian military, to lay down your arms or face certain death. So I think they've kind of given this, we're going to go on for 4 weeks, almost to bluff Iran into thinking, oh my God, this is going to go on for a long time. We better come to the table quickly. They're urging everybody to lay down their arms. They're striking like crazy and killing as many civilians as possible. They've taken over the airwaves and put Netanyahu's ugly mug on there and Trump's face on there to tell the public of Iran on the televised speeches, come out on the streets, take control of your country. They've got that little gay Pahalvian, whatever he's called, in America giving his televised speeches. They're throwing everything at this because they cannot last the distance, whilst Iran is just plummeting them. And I think it's just going to be about who caves in first now. Who can last the distance?
Yep, exactly. That's what I've been saying for the past week. It's who can last the distance. Not that the U.S. couldn't go for years, but when we're looking, let's put this in context. If we play the Iranian asymmetrical and the existential war that they're fighting, no, we're not there. We don't have the force there, and that means no ground force ultimately. When we brought, quote, Iraq to its knees, we had how many tens of thousands of soldiers on the ground there. And the massive, it would take me an hour to go through the inventory that we had in place there. I'm talking physically in place there. That's not there. So it's just a big, gigantic smoke and mirror. It's a smoke and mirror psyop, and Iran's not buying it. So yeah, the narrative is just insane. It's insane what I'm seeing. I'm honestly, I'm just like, what? I'm not seeing this. I've heard so many people say this, wait, this does not make sense what we're watching. And I want to land it with this. I was in Beirut, Lebanon, and that horror show when we lost all those American 270 whatever American Marines there. The United States Marines had to. I'm Navy, but we were supporting that amphibious assault. The United States Marines had to keep the Beirut airport open, but the French were there. Oh, my boys were there, but they wouldn't. I want to go to that. The Italians were there. The Brits were there. We were all there. The massive alliance against the axis of evil. And it was just a big show. It was just a big show. And all this is because, there's going to be logistic support that the French will bring in. But, okay, let's be honest. The Royal Navy, they'll definitely provide support, but it'll be logistic support. But again, it's a big show. It's not there. The substance is there's no burger. What is that term? Show me the money. It's a no burger. It's not there.
And then I think we definitely have the staying power to continually bomb Iran for a month, and I think that's very likely going to be what happens unless the Iranians capitulate.
They're not going to capitulate, sir.
No, that's not happening. It didn't happen last time either. Because
we're going to see.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, what we're going to see is probably probably by day 5, it'll be hardcore back channeling, diplomacy. Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. They're going to be begging for a deal.
Why?
Yeah,
what incentive does the U.S. and Israel have when Iran is getting weaker by the day and running out of missiles by the day? Every day that passes, Iran's leverage decreases.
That's true of Israel also. You just described Israel.
You described Israel, Mankos. Did you see Sully's video on the missiles?
Bombs are very cheap compared to missiles.
No,
Israel and the United States have enough bombs to bomb Iran indefinitely.
Oh, okay. They have that. I'm not disputing that. No one's disputing that. Israel doesn't have enough bombs to defend itself indefinitely.
Of course it does, because the amount of missiles that Iran has to fire is going to be lower every single day.
But Mankos, let me ask you something, right? I don't know about the military front. I don't know who's got what stockpile. Suleiman's great at this stuff, and the boys are, whatever, Adam and stuff, and Andrew's great at it. But just from a political perspective, there's only one side that I see that's talking about, we want to go back to the table, we're going to negotiate, that we asked them, we wanted to speak to them. Iran has said zero, nada, nothing about wanting to have any discussion with anybody. The only statements coming out of Iran is what they're plummeting. They don't want to have dialogue with zero. The only people that are going around, Netanyahu's in Europe with a begging bowl. He's doing all his little televised speeches, trying to rally up the public and say, look, we're doing this for our safety, for our security. Trump's there doing all his speeches every day. We need this for our safety, security. Now they've got Keir Starmer on the freaking bandwagon that he's doing it for the British people. Do you know what? Nobody from Iran has done a televised speech about the necessity of keeping the public support behind them because they have the public support. Nobody has given any speech about we are discussing our strategy. We had to do this. Nothing. They are plummeting. They are focused. They are determined. So I don't know what weapons who's got, but when you look at their conduct, there's a big contrast between them. Right?
Well, the reason for that is simply that Iran is not a democracy and doesn't have to say things to manipulate voters, whereas all these other countries are. So all the politicians are going to say, hey, we really don't want to do the war. We just want to have you come back to the table and give us what we want without further bloodshed, because that way it plays better with the voters.
Sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous
I
mission.
don't know where you're
swear
going with
he
that,
has
sir.
he has a State Department press pass or something. I swear.
That's so funny. So guys, I just joined from the web, which means I can actually see mic requests, and I brought up the lovely BB. So there's a lot of testosterone on this panel. So I'm going to go to BB just to mix it up a little bit. Welcome, my love. How are you? Go ahead, jump in.
Hello, Khaleesi. Okay, so I actually had a question for Andrew. Andrew, I don't know if you've heard, but the defense minister, the Italian defense minister, I believe his name is Guido Crosetto. He was quoted on an interview on February 27th, TG1 in Italy, saying that basically an operation to conquer Iran is unthinkable. If you cannot conquer your enemy and you cannot afford to keep fighting them, you eventually have to stop. What are your thoughts about that particular comment, especially considering the fact that we know that after less than 48 hours, America did reach out through Italy for peace negotiations with Italy, which is quite unheard of, considering the fact that America is quite the superhero, well, the superpower, I mean, and for it to so early on seek peace. So, yeah, what are your opinions on that? What do you think? Is it indicative of anything, or yeah,
Yeah,
curious?
BB, let me ask you a question. Elaborate, please, because I think you've connected a dot there. You're right. When I heard Italy come up as the negotiator, I'm like, what? Italy? What's going on here? And that quoting that quote, which is a perfect quotable quote, elaborate, dear lady. What do you think that means? Because I think it means what it means. So if you
So
could
my
elaborate.
understanding, sure, my understanding from his perspective was basically, I think the assessment was that considering the interceptors, like I believe it was a U.S. general that suggested that America would need about 4,000 interceptors, and what they actually have is few hundreds. On top of everything, we are familiar now with the last 48 hours and how the radar systems in the region have been quite diminished. That impacts things. The economic strangulation of things. So, for example, for every $1 to $2 billion that Iran spends, America's spending $10 to $12 billion in defense of it. And it's like you're spending that much, but to do what? To lose your radars and to lose your capacity? It doesn't seem sustainable. And then also, on top of everything, there's also the added international pressure that's being imposed by Iran by way of so the Strait of Hormuz, I believe, was closed, and the impact of that on globally is as it relates to the oil prices. So, given the whole situation more on a macro perspective, it certainly seems like there's a lot of motivation for a negotiated exit, but that will eventually force America to claim Iran as the victor. And it's not a matter of will it happen, it's just a matter of when, because
Yeah,
of the
I love that.
BB,
saturation.
Yeah, and I
quick
agree.
correction. quick correction. Iran spends about 8 billion per year on defense. The US spends about
Not
800
on,
billion.
not
So
on
100
year. I
times more,
wasn't.
right?
Thank you. I wasn't talking about the yearly spending. I was talking about in terms of a day. Their defense is what I understood. I could be wrong. I'm not
Yeah,
an.
yeah,
That's just
yeah,
what I
but
read.
no, but
But
there's,
go ahead,
let me
Andrew.
back you up. BB, you're absolutely right. Sully has the receipts. He interviewed Colonel Davis 2 days ago. It's a 2-to-1. Help me here, folks. But Colonel Davis said it's a 2-to-1, meaning Israel has to use two defensive missiles to stop one Iranian incoming missile. So, and then they did the cost breakdown. We've already have all these receipts. So you're absolutely right. It's unsustainable. It's unsustainable. So instead of saying, "Oh, guess what, Iran, you won. You're the victor," I think it'll be something more like, "Hey, we're in a stalemate here. We're at a stalemate here. Now, unless U.S. goes nuclear." I don't. If we stay conventional, you got to back down and give Iran some concessions here. Iran is going to be in the driver's seat to make concessions. I mean, in other words, leave them alone. I mean, for God's sake, I think that's what you're. I think we'll see that. I hope we see that. But that's a great point there, Miss BB. Wow.
Thank you very much for the
Just
answer,
some
guys. Thank you very much for the conversation.
just some quick logic on like why Iran's going to win and Israel isn't, is because in terms of like stockpiles, Israel was mad at because Iran was stockpiling its missiles basically back to where they were during the 12-day war, and Israel is greatly depleted from the 12-day war. So Iran has managed to stockpile itself back up to that level, whereas Israel hasn't. And if that war took 12 days until Israel was crying uncle and saying enough, I would expect around the same this time, because their tolerance for pain is much lower. I just wanted to point that logic out there.
I
Yeah,
mean,
and
what's your basis for saying that Iran was able to recover and Israel was not, when Israel has a far, far stronger economy than Iran
Oh
and
my
Israel's not
god.
being sanctioned?
what?
Oh
Well,
my
wait.
god.
Hey, wait a minute. Mankos, let's stick, instead of talking about economy, let's talk inventory. We have gone over this and over this and over this. Iran
Andrew, the
has
point is
20.
his source was, I made it up. That's his source for Iran
No,
recovering,
that
but
was your
Israel
source
not.
earlier, but mine was actually coming from Israel and America. It was all over the
No,
news.
that's
Did you
not
miss
what
it?
they
You were
said.
living
I
under a
read
rock?
what they said.
You literally
Iran
gave us a source
partially
that was Dominic
recovered,
Trippy
but Israel and
earlier today.
America moved a lot more interceptors in since the war last time.
It's not back to the levels they were before, and you know it.
It's actually a lot higher than the levels it was last
Oh, what's
June.
your source for that? Go on. This should be good.
There's a lot of sources. If you just look at the last 2 months,
Uh-huh.
there's a lot of reports about additional
No,
THAAD
not true. There was
batteries
a
and
rare
other
earth
batteries moving
restriction.
into
There was
Israel.
metal export restriction, and those missiles are a lot more expensive and take longer to make than offensive ones.
Yeah, no, they don't actually. And there's many that have been produced. People were saying that there's like so few. And a lot of the partner countries like Saudi Arabia have a lot of the other production that the US doesn't have.
They also get
So they're
depleted
still
a
in the
lot faster
region
as well.
being used to defend against Iranian missiles, even if they're not in Israel.
Okay, let's just say this. Take the last 2 days. We're what, 48 hours into this or so? Why have over a third, and even Ryan Dawson, we were going through it, it's over a third, it's up to 40% of the incoming missiles are hitting their targets in Israel.
Yeah, that's
Boom,
wrong.
boom.
Wait, what are you
What?
saying? Over a third? The actual
We
just
did the
hitting the
math
ground
in the
doesn't
first.
mean hitting your target.
Oh my lord. Okay, well, all right. So you want to go that route? Okay, then. So we got the
No, the
screams,
missile
people running.
accuracy is terrible, Andrew. It was terrible the last time as well. Iran doesn't have sophisticated guidance on its missiles. All it does is have GPS equivalents, which are all jammed, which means that the missiles end up being pretty inaccurate.
Sir,
Who
you left
cares?
out
They're
the
not trying to
satellite.
strike
You let out the Chinese satellite. They have the
Yes,
Chinese
that's why I
satellite
said
over.
GPS equivalence. That's exactly what that
No,
word
it's
means.
irrelevant,
no, it's
And they're
Mancos. They're not
beyond
jammed.
trying
that,
to strike people
Mancos.
through
It's
a window.
beyond that.
They're not trying to strike people through a window, do precision strikes. Like accuracy is not important for what they're trying to accomplish. And
It
you're
is.
just getting
Even
into
to hit a
this.
building, they're not that accurate. They're
Oh
firing
my!
these missiles like at a base,
It
and there's
doesn't
just
matter.
random pock marks
The
all
Oh
buildings
my
are
around it,
lord,
going
fungible. The
man.
around on
buildings
the
are
base.
fungible. Each building's they don't care which one of the 15 buildings on the street they hit. They just want to hit one. They're not
Well, if you're
striking
just
precise
firing
targets,
into like the
brother.
middle of a city, sure, you'll hit something. Maybe you'll hit like some
Yeah.
local
So
deli or something like that, but that's not strategically important.
What do you okay? Says who?
Ankles. What about those? Okay, tell the French and they got hit. Their supply depot got hit. Tell the military bases that got hit. That I think Kuwait, the base there, their airstrip is non-existent. Were those just random? I don't know how that happened.
That's not true. That's ridiculous. The airstrip is
What?
non-existent. Think about what you're saying. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh my lord! I want you as my lawyer. If I ever need a good defense attorney, I'm calling
Just
you.
listen, just stay on the topic. It's actually very, very, very hard to take out an airfield. And even if you do get a direct hit on a runway, it's repaired within a matter of hours. So that doesn't make any sense to say an
No,
airfield is like wiped out or something.
no, I'm talking buildings.
Just before I go back to Andrew, just really quickly, Mancos, you love this breaking news. Thank you, Nathan. Initial reports of Iran striking a second tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. And the Israeli Broadcasting Authority says the last Iranian missile batch towards Jerusalem coincided with the convening of the Mini Ministerial Council. Jordan summons the Iranian ambassador to deliver strong protest over attacks
That is
targeting
not good,
Jordan
guys.
and
That is
other
not
Arab
good.
states. They're all complicit in the freaking genocide, all of these countries anyway. The foreign ministers of the GCC said the security of member states is indivisible and that any attack on one state constitutes a direct attack on all. They warned that all necessary measures will be taken to protect their security, stability, territory, citizens and residents, including the option to respond to aggression, while calling for an immediate halt to the attacks to restore regional peace and stability. So protect their security, okay, their stability, their territory, their citizens and residents. They never said anything about the bases, though, did they? Because the bases aren't their security, the bases aren't their stability, the bases aren't their territory, and it's not their citizens, residents on the bases. They stressed that stability in the Gulf is vital, not only regionally, but for the global economy and maritime navigation. Urge the international community to condemn Iran's attacks and calls on the UN Security Council to take immediate and decisive action, claiming that the GCC states have consistently supported dialogue and negotiations with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Yeah, but then they need to call out Israel and America. That's the first thing, isn't it, really? Call out Israel and America. So that's just a bit of news coming in, guys. Israeli media saying about 70 ballistic missiles were launched from Iranian territory towards Israel over a 24-hour period. Anything else? I'll just jump in until then. Let me see what this is.
Funny how those
Network 3.
Funny how the
No, that's fine. I've just got images about Trump and Netanyahu's faces on Iranian TV. I'm telling you, record-breaking amounts of TV will have been smashed in Iran today. Mugs, cups, everything will have been chucked at those TVs and Netanyahu's face popping up. Sorry, Andrew, back to you.
It's funny. It's just how I wonder how that missile hit that ship. It was an accident. I don't know how. They're very inaccurate. How it happened.
Yeah, they were sending you 50 miles away from the ship. Isn't it, Manco?
Yeah, but Mankos,
Did they say how far they missed by now?
They're hitting their targets,
Bro.
sir. They're hitting their targets, Mankos.
If they're
I mean, they
close
didn't hit
enough,
the aircraft
they are
carrier.
close
They missed
enough.
it by a lot.
They are close enough. It's not a game of, it's not a de-measuring contest, which is what you're trying to turn it into. And I don't know what you're talking about, repairing a runway within hours. You're not playing Sim City or Civ 5, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, so apparently you've never studied the subject. That's fine.
Oh my God.
So
Yeah, now
air
you're a
bases,
construction
air
worker, you're a
bases are
lawyer,
meant
you're a
to
military
repair runway
strategist,
damage
you're
within hours. This
bro.
is like something that has been done in military history for many decades now, and it's pretty
All
much the
right.
norm.
Okay, General Belisarius. Thank
He's
you.
my
No,
lawyer.
I mean,
they
I just
attack.
read about
They
this
Mankos is
stuff,
my
wait.
so
lawyer.
sue me.
They attack
Excuse me
control
for being
towers.
informed.
They attack the radar facilities. They don't just put little holes in the runway that could be paved over with asphalt in a matter of hours. And they won't even try to repair them until the repeated threat from Iran to bomb it again.
I mean, if
Doc is
it's
my
a
lawyer.
military base, they're absolutely going to start repairs immediately.
Bro. Oh my God.
Guys, you're wasting your energy. Manko just says things to say things for the sake of it. He
I
doesn't really
don't.
have
You
any
just
sort
don't
of
know anything,
micro
Nathan.
substance.
So
We're
you're
not
not
That's
like
what
on
you
my
any
think.
same
sort of
That's
wavelength.
what
no, hold on,
you
hold on,
think.
hold on,
No,
hold
I'm
on.
actually above your wavelength. Way
Bro,
above your
hold on.
wavelength.
Well,
Mankos,
you
what are
saying
your
it doesn't make
Nah,
it
look,
true.
guys, let's not do
no,
this again. Mankos actually believes the
does
thing he
he?
says, and that I do believe that he says it with conviction. He's been on our spaces for a really long time. And he's very genuine and authentic in the stuff he believes. So yeah, he doesn't just say stuff for the sake
He's
of it,
not
Nathan.
doesn't
Plenty.
believe
He's not
it.
a
He's
monarchist.
brainwashed because any kind of argument that someone gives him, I've never seen him move 1% to the other
Yeah,
side.
that's true. That's true. He's very, very deep rooted in his thinking. I'll
It's
give
not
him that.
thinking. I'm.
And
You're being
Please,
generous,
yeah,
to be honest.
I've not seen him move a
yeah,
There
lot.
are
please
some deep
let's use
logical
Doc.
flaws.
Let's don't talk to Mankos. Let Doc talk to him. You got to use a lawyer to deal with a lawyer.
I have a
Well,
question for
listen, the
Mankos,
the
actually.
better informed people are, the more weight I give to their statements. So if people are coming at me and they're just like, well, everything is about the Zionist entity and everything is like a psyop, then it's like, okay, well, what do
Didn't
you
you
want me
just
to do with
complain
that?
about straw
Well, it
manning?
is,
Didn't you just
and they are.
complain about straw manning? You just said people were straw manning you, and that's what you're
I
doing
didn't
twenty
I
four
didn't
seven.
say that any one of you in
People
particular
are
said
coming
that
up saying
exact
it's
thing to me. I
Zionist. It
just
doesn't
gave a
matter.
generic
No one said
example.
that.
No, I'm saying that.
Unbelievable. And it's so easy to just push back, but it moves him 0%. Doc just
But
said
it shouldn't unless
they're
I'm
not
wrong.
striking little holes in the ground. It's not a freaking highway in New Jersey, bro. It's not the New Jersey Turnpike where there's potholes everywhere. Like these are serious. This is
Guys,
serious
22
damage
people
being
have
done
been
to the
killed in
facilities. What are you talking
Pakistan.
about?
Well,
Things
give
are
me one
getting bad
example of
shit.
serious damage done to a facility that you can go point out and verify because the United
How
States
about
has
how
denied
about the
that
Yom
any serious
Kippur
damage
War?
has
How about
been
the
done
Yom
to any
Kippur War?
facility
How
so
about the
far.
Yom Kippur War, where they
No,
bombed the
I'm talking
Egyptian
about
jets
right
in the
now in
in
this
the
No,
war,
Yeah,
we're
we
not
could talk
talking
talking
about
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 right
20
now.
years
Iran.
ago.
What's that? I can respond to that. So the U.S. was saying that they were denying all day that no U.S. soldiers died, no one had been hurt, nothing, and now we're hearing that U.S.
No, they
soldiers have
didn't
died.
deny that. I saw
They
reports
did.
from many hours ago where they said 3 people died.
No, originally they were denying it.
I mean, maybe for a short time, but by this morning they were already saying it was 3 people who died.
Yeah, I doubt that. When it originally happened, they denied it. Trump, I mean, I don't even remember if I could be mistaken because it's been a long day, but I'm sure Trump even himself denied it.
Well, where did the people die? Can you say the
Mankos would have
exact
told you that the
location?
CIA was never involved in selling cocaine.
I got a statement to read out from Senator Graham. I think I don't know, Mankos. I think you've been listening to him a lot. Listen to this. He says, "I think there will be pockets of Iran that will collapse. The regime will slowly but surely lose control in parts of the country, and over time, I think they will lose control of the entire country. My hope is that new people will come along that want to be friends of America, and we will certainly be their friend. If the next group comes along that wants to chant death to America, they will pay the same price." Are we really bombing an entire nation and killing civilians because they chanted death to America? Like, really?
No,
And
but
doing
if
it
you
on
have a
behalf of the
country
people
that
that are
does
causing
chant
them to
that,
chant that.
listen, if you do have a country that does chant that, and then American
Oh my God.
politicians have to sell to the American people that this country is an enemy of us,
Why do they have to
then
sell
they're
that?
gonna they're gonna
Why?
definitely point that out.
Why do they have to sell that? Well, the premise. I reject the
Yeah,
premise
what's
of
the
what you
point of
just
making
said.
that point?
What do you mean they have to sell
The
it?
point
The
is,
politicians
Lindsey
don't have to
Graham
sell
and
this.
many other people are going to
They
say,
want to sell
yes,
it.
Iran calls us the great Satan. They chant death to
Guys, we have
America.
multiple
That's why we
aircrafts
should bomb
breaching
them.
enemy air right now.
So?
Dude,
Shit
they
is
want to
getting
sell it.
worse
It's their
by the minute.
choice. It just, I don't understand that. And now you're becoming like a
I mean, it
truther too.
matters.
You're
These
like, you're
people
saying,
are
oh,
trying to
where's the
get
source that
people
3
like
people
to
died? What are
rally
you talking about?
to make the war popular. So obviously he's going to say things in support of that.
Yeah, but he doesn't have
But
to.
he's
He's
not
not
the only
compelled.
one, though, right? We've heard this, Manco, from quite a few people in Congress, and I'm sure even Trump at one point said it. And then I'm sure Doc goes on some of these magatard Q spaces to debate with them. He'll have heard it there. I wish Casey was here. She'll freaking tell you. Casey went on a space, right? I think Doc knows about this. Last year, whenever it was, and she was like, look, they keep threatening, like America, obviously America's foreign policy. She was talking about the genocide. She was talking about, how bad us in the West are, like not just America, obviously UK and everything, and what we're spending our tax money on, killing people and everything. And the co-host there, I mean, I know it's not supposed to be funny, but I was freaking laughing my head off. I was anonymous, and she was like, look, look what we did. We killed people and stuff. And he's like, but Casey, that flag. Look at that
New
flag. It
wave
says
of
death to America. And she
military
was like, they're
terror,
just bloody
missile
words.
attacks launched
Like
by
you've
Iran
literally
just
gone
now,
and bombed
and the
and killed their
fireworks out on the
families. And
Hercules
look what
Star
you've
ship
done
after it
across the
was
Middle East.
attacked
And he's like,
in
but
the
Casey,
Persian
but
Gulf, ladies
Casey,
and gentlemen.
Casey, they say
They are
death to
touching our
America.
boats. It is
Like
getting worse.
everything she said, his response was, but Casey, death to America. Which is why, Andrew, you probably heard when she came up the other day, and I think you or somebody said to her, Adam said to her, I can't remember who it was, but somebody said to her, but Casey. And I was like, oh my God, when somebody says that, Casey, I get deja vu, because she stayed up there for an hour and a half to get through to their little thick skulls. And the only response she got was, yeah, but Casey, that flag. And in the end, she was like, F the flag. I don't care what the flag says. And she left because she just couldn't get through to them. I'm not saying you're like them, Manco, but I'm not saying you're a cutard either. But just remember, like that flag, like people have really been brainwashed. And Iran has said repeatedly, it's about the policy, the foreign policy. It's not about the civilians, the citizens of that country, and it's not about the country itself.
This is crazy
And I
for
believe
me,
them.
guys.
But I want to ask
This is crazy for me.
I want to ask Doc, are you with us? Is Doc able?
Doctor.
Oh my God.
Lawyer doctor. Let me ask, yeah, go on, Andrew, you're going to jump in?
Yeah, and I'll say this, Mankos, how do you answer this question? When Trump is hugging on Jelani, who was ISIS, who killed, I think he hacked off, how many Americans' heads did he hack off? And here Trump saying, you're my bro, I love you, man. And they're swapping spit in the White House there. I mean, do you have a problem with that? I mean, I'm just
A
asking.
lot of Americans
I mean,
in
do you
Israel
want us
getting
to
scared
forever
right
war
now, and I just
Syria
wonder, like,
again?
why are you
You
even
want
in
us to go
Israel in the
back in
first
Syria?
place?
Should we start bombing
It's fucking
Syria right
ridiculous.
now? Is that what you're advocating for?
Yes, we must
Dude, we don't
bomb
have
them.
to advocate for that. Or on the other side, the other extreme, bring Al Qaeda into the White House, into the Oval Office. What are we
Yeah.
talking about here? What's this false dichotomy that you're always pushing? It's ridiculous. You say they have to sell the war. They have to bring Al Qaeda into the White
I
House.
didn't say any false dichotomy. I mean, you guys are like warmongers for Syria then? Is that what we're talking about now?
No, my God, now you're my lawyer I'm serious. You're amazing. Thank you, sir.
Beatrix, can you say he's in contempt of court? This lawyer, come on.
Yeah, we need a judge saying slam the court.
Honestly, let me pose a question to you guys, right? Because Beatrix made a good point. Let's say that that flag.
He never would have said that if Suleiman was on the space, by the way. He never would have said, in front of Suleiman, let me tell you, he never would have said Beatrix made a good point, but now he's not here. You
Can
can't go
I
on.
just jump in real
He may
quick?
or may not be here. You don't know if he just came back. I'm on my tippy toes. Okay, I'm walking on eggshells.
So
Yeah, sure you are. Let Nathan just jump in with the breaking news and I'll come straight to you, Ivy. Go ahead, Nathan.
Doha and Bahrain are being targeted now.
It's going to be a long night for the GCC. Thanks, Nathan. And Nathan, just let us know when you've got any other news, please, and jump in. Go ahead, Brother Ivy.
So you made a good point. You said that they're talking about the flag, right? This is something that's done constantly, like with Israel, with Hamas. They say Hamas's charter said they want to get rid of Israel. They say we don't have a right to exist. Yes, but you're bombing them. You're actually enforcing that reality on them that they won't exist. You're doing it, you're carrying it out. It's the same thing in Iran. Let's say hypothetically that the flag was not written death to America in Farsi or in English. It was written in a language that no one spoke. So no one understood what was on the flag. Would that be perceived as inherently violent and provocatory? Provocative? No, it wouldn't. We would be like, oh, they just have a weird flag, right? Whereas if you stay silent, but you drop bombs on a country like we're doing, that is inherently aggressive and provocative. They're not the same thing.
Look, you know what? It's not even that, right? I don't want no Christian, Zionist Christian evangelist coming to me and complaining about what's written on a flag when you're not going to stand up to the country that spits on the Christians as they walk past them in Jerusalem, right? That's their tradition. They get spat on. If you're not going to stand up for that, don't complain about what's written. Listen, let me read this to you, right, really quickly. It's quite sickening, actually. But let me read this to you really quickly. So, Trump has said that combat operations against Iran will continue until all objectives are achieved. While
Oh my God.
Whoa! Holy shit! Oh my God! Yo!
and 8 targeted U.S. and Israeli forces. Strikes on USS Abraham Lincoln, U.S. bases in Kuwait and Bahrain, which is what Nathan just said, and Persian Gulf region facilities. Attacks on US-UK tankers in the Persian Gulf. Brilliant. We're right in the middle of it as well now. Iranian air forces bombed US bases in the Persian Gulf states and Iraqi Kurdistan. They're going to announce the next one now, isn't it? Shortly, they'll announce their next wave. This was wave 7 and 8, so they should announce 9. Shortly. And look at this is Lindsey Graham, right? I told you he went to freaking Saudi, didn't he, with his begging bowl last week to try to get them to join. This is what he says. I think the Arabs are going to join the fight. I think you're going to see a coalition between the United States and the Arab world to take on the Iranian regime, which would be breathtaking. Now, I personally see beautiful scenery, right, when I travel and find it breathtaking. Senator Lindsey Graham sees bloodshed and war and casualties and dead body bags as breathtaking. Anyway, the fact that we're going to work together, potentially with the Arabs, you see how they're chucking the word potentially, because he's got no basis to say this, right? That's why he chucks in the word potentially. Potentially with the Arabs to liberate the Iranian people is unbelievable. It's not even happened. It's not going to happen, but he finds it breathtaking and unbelievable. I think that is coming. I think in the coming days here, you're going to see joint efforts between the Arab world and President Trump to eliminate the threat coming from Iran. You notice how he hasn't mentioned Israel in this at all.
Right, though.
It's now become all about America and the Arab world. The Arab world will not be part of this. Yesterday, Andrew, we were on here when that statement came out from the Washington Post, and we immediately said, no, they're trying to drag Saudi into
America
it.
Doesn't
this
even
isn't the
care
case.
right now.
You see how they've doubled down trying to drag the GCC countries into this?
People are still walking around having a regular
She talked
day,
about
guys.
how all the Arab
What's up
countries
with
are at
this?
fault for this war,
You know?
and didn't
nothing's going
mention
on.
Israel a single
People are in
time.
Times
And
Square
she's
like
the top
nothing's going
liberal
on,
at
right?
MSNBC, right?
America
Very
thinks
Beatrix,
that
can
they're
you read the
safe and
last
nothing
four
can
I sent
happen
you, please? Sorry,
until something
Arnie.
happens.
Yeah, sure.
You know, who
Give me a
knows?
second. I will
think
read
we're
them
all right
right
for
now,
this
Nathan.
I
second,
think
but
Mankos had to go
I
because
don't know. I think there's some
unfortunately, due
sleeper
to the
cells in this
news you
country.
gave,
Is he
yeah,
gone?
the news you were.
Did he
No,
glitch out or is he gone? Oh no, he's here. He's here. I'll bring him
the
up.
news you were giving.
I'm so used to not seeing mic requests that I don't even check it. Oh, good job you reminded me. Okay, I brought him up. All right, let me have a look at these
Because
last
of
four.
the news you've been giving, he had to go roll up his mission accomplished banner because it's going to be a few more weeks.
Oh, come on. Let's get serious. I've got some news to read. Oh, God, there's a lot of news here. Okay, let me read this. Iranian attacks on U.S. bases in the Arab Gulf renewed. Channel 12 in Israel says, informing cabinet members that Iran is preparing for a major escalation in the pace of missile launches. Ministerial Council members were informed that Iran is preparing to significantly increase the pace of missile launches. Several US-Israeli airstrikes against Western Tehran. 8 explosions in Bahrain. This is breaking news, guys. 8 explosions in Bahrain. And Iranian sources are saying downing of a new hostile drone over Western Tehran.
It's going to keep getting worse,
The
guys.
terrorist Peshmerga base in the Iraqi Kurdistan region was targeted. If they want to make a mistake, we will pour heavy rockets on their heads. And explosions heard at Baghdad International Airport in Iraq. Do you know what? The Middle East is sadly alight again tonight. Mancos, I know you can take it, so I'm going to read this out to you. Somebody's tagged me into a post and they said, I thought Mancos was just a smart. He called you smart, or she called you smart. Illumi said, I thought Mancos was just a smart magatard. Now I'm starting to think he's getting paid 14K, not 7K.
It's more than
You're getting
that.
paid, Mancos.
He's getting paid a lot more
I
than
had the
that.
same realization today, honestly.
I wish that would be awesome if someone actually was paying me to be on Twitter. I used to get paid like $40 a pay period by Elon, and then the Jew who runs their algorithm took that away, and now I don't get any payouts anymore.
Damn, so you're simping for them for free? Wow.
Yeah, I don't get a payout either. When they started asking for ID, back last year by May or whenever it was, you had to register your ID with all these little Zio companies. I was like, fuck that. I ain't giving them my IDs. So I just last year or the year before, whenever it was, 2 years ago, I thought, no, I'm not going to do it. And then now I've only got a blue tick now because it was Crypto, the lovely Crypto on YouTube who gifted it to me, but my account's locked, so it's a bit wasted on me because
you have to give them all your information because they 1099 you. They 1099 me for last year.
Yeah, do you know what? It's not even the tax thing, it's just the trust thing, because when you take the stance that we take, Mancos, right, the pro-Palestinian, anti-our government and stuff, I just don't trust these organizations. I see what they do. No, do you know what it is, Adam? I just, I think after, I have done this before where I've just kind of ditched an account and started again and ditched an account. And I really got to that stage where I couldn't be bothered to post. It just became draining, and Elon's just done disgusting stuff to the app where it's just Islamophobic, filthy bot accounts and stuff commenting. My block list was over 10,000. I just gave it away. Somebody was like, oh, you know what? Somebody I know was like, oh, can I run it? And I was like, yeah, have it. You can keep it. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with it. If you wanted to give your details and monetize it, you can. Just take it. So I gave it to somebody, and
Beatrix,
they told me they were.
sorry, can you see my hands waving?
Yeah, but I wasn't
All
looking
right.
at the screen because I
I
was
was gonna
talking.
say
Let me have a look.
you have to keep checking your inbox because I'm just sending you stuff like that's coming if you want to read it out because I
Bro,
can't really do
you're very
both.
disruptive with
Yeah.
these things. Like you could be smoother.
No, well, it's either
No, that's fine.
if I
The
do, then
military
sometimes people talk for
correspondent.
2 minutes, and then the next person jumps in, they talk for 2 minutes, and then before you know it, the news is not breaking news anymore. So I was just trying to.
And Nathan knows that when I get going with a story, I freaking go on with the story. Anyway, the military correspondent of Channel 14 Hebrew says a plane crash is suspected at the British Air Force Base in Rotary, Cyprus. A strong explosion was heard in the area in addition to the activation of alarm systems at the base and the takeoff of planes. So what's going on here then?
So originally,
Has something hit this plane?
The first report came out saying that it was a missile from Iran, and then obviously that's come out, and I think that's more context to say why the explosion had happened at the base. But it's unconfirmed whether it's a plane or whether it was actually Iran targeting Cyprus. But you got to scroll up though because there's loads there.
Can you put
If you
in the
want to just
nest
keep looking.
matrix so we can see?
Oh no, don't put anything in the nest, please. I've got enough
Could you put it
things about managing this bloody space.
so we know what you're talking about?
Reports of a missile attack targeting US military bases within Baghdad International Airport. I read that out. News of Iran targeting a British air base in Cyprus. I did read these out. I have read all of these out.
No, there's some of them you haven't read out.
Initial reports of an explosion at British Akroti Air Force Base in Limassol, Cyprus. I read the one out about Iraqi Kurdistan. I've read all of these out. Baghdad International. I have read them all out. I promise you. All the ones from today have been read out. Actually, let me have a look. Let me just make sure. Yep, Gulf Corporation. All necessary measures will be taken. Iranian attacks on US bases. Yeah, I've read them all out, Nathan. Oh my God, Nathan, you're just doing drama for nothing. I read them all out. Just wave at me. I'll look at the screen and I will be right on it.
Shout it out, Nathan.
Let the story develop. You don't have to be first. We want good information, right? If it develops for 2 more minutes and
Listen,
you collect
Ivy.
more
Listen,
facts,
Ivy.
it's a better picture.
I'm only doing.
Yeah,
I'm
Brother
only
Ivy,
doing.
don't do
I'm
that
only
because.
doing what the host said to do. They said if it was breaking news and they want to jump in, this is
And we
what
spoke in
everyone does.
DMs, but you're just
I
pretending like
understand
you're
that.
doing
No,
it.
wait, one
Ivy, just let
second,
me
guys.
finish.
One
Let me
second,
just
guys.
real
One
quick. I'll be
second.
real quick.
I
I
spoke to you
understand
in
that,
DMs,
Ivy.
bro.
Just let me finish, Ivy. And that's why just now I said, Beatrix, can you see my hand waving? Because I was going to say, when you see my hand waving, or just keep checking your inbox so I don't have to interrupt. Literally, that's what I was going to say. So that I don't have to interrupt.
Yep. But what I was just going to say is, Nathan, listen, you're here. You're doing a great job. You're helping us. You don't have to justify yourself. Brother Ivy, stop
I'm
creating
not creating
mischief,
mischief.
right? Let's go to...
Constructive criticism is, I think, perfectly fine.
I know, but don't criticize him. He's helping. He's working really hard. He's been giving us all the breaking news. He's in all the Telegram groups. My Telegram got blown. I've got no groups. I've got no Telegram.
The thing is, I actually agree
job.
with him. I told him this. I actually agree with him. I explained to him this is what the culture of how the space has been run when we've had this space. And just let me finish. And then I said, obviously, that's why just now I was gonna just say, look, check your inboxes, watch for my hand waving, so I don't have to interrupt. I totally get it.
All I say is what I said to you in the messages. If you're encouraged to jump in, everyone keeps encouraging everyone to jump in if there's breaking news. But if you jump too much, people just think you're a monkey, right? That is not.
What?
It's not actually helpful. It's just a distraction.
Okay. Defy, go ahead. Thanks for joining. What would you like to say?
Thanks for having me up. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
I heard everybody kind of arguing over the specifics of this war that just started. And I just want to bring it back to I'm an American. I voted for Trump because he promised to keep us out of these wars. And that was after Biden, was sending so much money to Ukraine and fueling a war with Russia. And it doesn't really matter how the war is going, but we were promised that this wouldn't happen again. And if you look back at 2003 and the Iraq debacle, it cost us, we killed hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, maybe up to 1 million, thousands of US servicemen, trillions of dollars lost, and it was a total failure. What was that for? And now here we are again after we were promised that this would not happen. To America. Well, why are they doing that? It's because of the actions we've taken in the Middle East on behalf of Israel, and that's called blowback. When you do things like this, you drop a bomb, you create blowback, you create more terrorists that hate your country. If we had just stayed out of the Middle East in these religious wars, they wouldn't even think about the United States. But the fact of the matter is, we shouldn't be scared of Islamic extremism. We should be scared of Jewish extremism because the Zionists are the ones that have taken control of our government. They have taken control of our institutions, and they are dog walking us into all these
Oh, I
different
think the
wars in the
great
Middle East
reset is still
because they don't care
full
about us.
fledged, you
They
know,
don't care
and I
about the
think it might
United
be coming
States.
sooner than 2030, and
We're
that's the
just
truth.
the
I
means to
think
an
it's going to
end
be
for
coming
them, which
sooner
is
than
greater
2030.
Israel.
The plan is just to have it done by 2030.
Amen, bro.
But they've went on record before, and the IMF and all these people have
Yeah,
said,
so
look,
Defy is
if we can
interesting,
get it
isn't
done
it?
before
Because you call it
2030, we'll do it.
Zionism, Jewish
So
extremism, but then there's only one
just
group you
absolutely
call
ridiculous.
terrorists, and it's the people in Iran.
We'll
And
see.
you're like, a whole new generation of terrorists are going to be born. These terrorists that hate us, they're not terrorists, Defy. Right? It isn't a religious war. Like this notion of it's an Islamic war and Islamic extremism and jihadism and terrorism, these are by the West to brainwash you. When you go and attack and bomb someone's country and kill their families, they will revolt against you. They will defend their territory. That does not make them a terrorist.
I totally agree.
Islam does not preach
I
terrorism.
totally agree. And that's kind of the point I was making. I grew up during 9/11. I was a teenager during 9/11. And we were taught to be scared of Islamic extremism. And I'm saying what has hurt the United States more than Islamic extremism is what I would call Jewish extremism. And these are these Zionists that want to create a greater Israel. They want to expand their empire and have total hegemony over the Middle East. And the United States is their tool to do that. And they've done that through bribing our politicians, buying up our media. And I think the general public is waking up to this. So, you know, they understand that they are running out of time because the boomers are the last demographic that actually support them. I have many friends that voted for Trump. Everybody hates Trump now. Nobody is MAGA anymore. They are dead. MAGA is over. The only people I still talk to that support Israel are boomers. And obviously, Israel understood what's
Wait,
happening.
were you MAGA though last year? Were you MAGA or the year before?
I was. I voted for Trump.
Well, you voted for him, but just voting for him because he's like the lesser of two evils versus being like a full-on supporter. Were you an actual supporter?
Well, I would call myself more politically homeless. So I'm not like a cultist, but I did vote for Trump because he was preaching against these interventionist wars. And I remember when he was on the stage and he totally ripped Jeb Bush a new one. I thought that was amazing. And lo and behold, it was all a fraud. MAGA was a big fraud. Everybody sees that now. And as I was saying, Israel knows their
Well, I
time
mean,
is running out.
weren't you aware that Trump was sort of owned by Israel before you voted for him?
I did think that he obviously was owned by Israel, but I also thought, well, it's worth a try because the Uniparty is controlled by Israel. So at least this guy is talking this way, whereas the other side doesn't even talk this way. They just play both sides of it. So I just went with that, and obviously I was wrong. I mean, I was right. I knew that he was kind of controlled by Israel, but I thought it was worth a try since, let's be honest, it's a Uniparty and both sides are controlled by Israel.
Beatrix, I kind of want your opinion on this because I think you're in the same camp as me, where I was dumbfounded how everyone we've known who Donald Trump is, how he's a pathological liar and a con man since the 90s, since the 80s. I was dumbfounded the entire election cycle, how people are falling for it again. How are you guys
Same
believing a
here, Mr. Abundance.
Yeah, how are you believing a politician's words? Politician. They're known for lying. Like, it's insanity to me. It's on its face. It's absurd.
So the reason is most of them will tell you that he was better than Kamala, like he's better than the option, you know. So that's what most people will tell you.
Better marketing.
You know, yeah, it is what it is. But like I've always been like I don't believe in voting. Like I know they're all going to lead to the same place, and I always like say like I just want everyone to vote third party or something, or just like throw over the system. But a lot of people believe in the system, and they believe in like lesser evilism, you know. But no, forgetting all that, you're still right. A lot of people seem to be genuinely fooled, and they're like, "Whoa, I didn't know Trump was going to be like this." And those people, you're right. I don't understand it because it was pretty obvious that he's like a low man.
I've got a response to that, Adam. I just want to go to a little bit of the news really quickly. 20 killed in a US-Israeli attack on Nilofer Square in Tehran. 20 civilians. One hit, 20 civilians. All of Iran's bombardment across the Gulf states, all of the countries, has not combined to kill 20 people yet. One strike by America and Israel, 20 killed. So you know it's a civilian residential area they've hit. 4 Iran-backed Popular Mobilization Force fighters killed at a base in Iraq following an Israeli airstrike. Unconfirmed reports of an attack on the American base in eastern Jordan. That is unconfirmed. An explosion was heard in Bahrain. I'm seeing some footage coming out. Local sources report at least 20 killed in Nulafar Square. I did actually say that, and you can see the footage. Iraqi media confirms a drone impacted Baghdad International Airport. Initial reports that a NATO wing was targeted. Okay. So cool. Thank you, Nathan. So my thing with that is, Adam, you know what? The people that this time round voted for him, yes, there will be a lot of them or a percentage of them that just had complete no like acknowledgement of his past. They idolize him. They hold him. It was a populist for them, right? They don't bother to look behind the headlines at all. Okay. It's a bit like Imran Khan. Like you see the headlines, he's their savior and everything, and he was the perfect guy. Actually, as somebody who did support him immensely, and was very, very involved after he was given the vote of no confidence. I did dig behind the headlines, and I think he's the worst thing that can happen for Pakistan. And I'm in a minority because there's a cult on the other side, right? Fine. But so there were those people that didn't look behind the headlines, and they still see him as that populist savior figure. But I would say there's a percentage, quite a bit of percentage, that voted for him with hope. That's all they had was hope. Hope that he was going to actually do what he says he's going to do, despite his past. Hope because they thought he loved America as much as they loved America, despite what he's done in his personal life and everything else, because he'd made them believe that. And sometimes people come up. There was a guy that came up, Andrew, you remember him the other night, Ghost, when he came up, and he was like, I voted for Trump and I feel so terrible and I don't know what to do to fix America. And my heart was breaking for him because I thought, you know what, that disappointment, like that. And he sounded so like kind of, you know, who's going to help us? How do we fight this? I don't know what to do. And there's a lot of people like that, Adam, and they're not cute-tards. They're not magatards. Do you know what I mean? They're just really heartbroken. If you want to see real magatards, go to the morning spaces back to back in the morning. I'm sure you've seen them, Adam. They're mental, those faces. They're the real Q-tards and magatards. They're crazy, aren't they? Those are the ones. There's a lot of difference between people like Defy and Ghost and people who say, yes, I voted for him, but my eyes were open and I see what he's doing is not what I'd hoped he was doing, and I'm disappointed. Do you see the difference between the two?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, you
I've
know,
got some
you
breaking
can't
news,
hold
by
it
the way,
against the
whenever.
people who see the error of their ways. You know, we should accept them all. I don't give them a hard time at all. It's normal. Like a lot of people get fooled. It happens. But you should learn from it, really. Like, there's a big problem where we don't demand enough from our politicians, and people don't think that people think that they shouldn't earn our votes, and it happens on both the left and the right. Like, for example, like people want to vote for like Gavin Newsom, you know, or like AOC or someone like that, someone who's obviously sold out, someone who's obviously a Zionist, and they're like, you know, get on board, and they attack people who like, I don't want to vote for this person unless they're not corrupt, unless they have positions that are good for the country and good for the people. And there are a lot of people that will attack you for having that kind of position. It happens on the left and the right. So people get attacked for like saying, the politicians need to earn my vote, and I'm going to withhold my vote if they don't meet me where I want to be met. And people should do that. But yeah, there's this cult mentality where people just believe like, no, we just want to have blue no matter who, and red always, and same for the red side. It's like blue MAGA. I call it blue MAGA and red MAGA, and I think everyone else uses that terminology too. Yeah, so that's, I think what you're describing there is the kind of is the red MAGA stuff, and it's these people. You're right. They are cultists, and they'll never change, because to them it's not about making things better. It's about tribalism, and they're led by people who make a lot of money. There's a lot of money to be made in pushing tribalism and pushing the left-right divide, in and just blaming everything on the left and the libtards, or saying, or blaming, or the reverse as well. And so they're led by people who don't have their best interests at heart, and they vote for people who don't have their best interests at heart, and they're encouraged and rewarded for saying tribalistic things and having a very simplistic view of the world, where like the good guy and the bad guy are very clear, and there's no nuance, and it's a very simple story between the two. Everything is the left's fault. Like, I'm sure they're gonna blame so right now they're saying like the left hates America, you know. So so the left, you know, the left are the ones who have problems with bombing Iran and starting World War III and getting the Strait of Hormuz blocked off and getting the oil fields bombed and creating hyperinflation and a worldwide recession, destroying America's legacy, spending millions per day and losing billions, and Americans dying. For Israel, it's like the left is the problem, you know. So it's very easy. So it's very effective for politicians to keep us divided, and it ties into that. So yeah, it's very toxic. These groups that you describe.
Adam,
Okay, I got
think I
breaking
agree
news.
with
I've
you.
been sitting on it for a few minutes here.
Go ahead, Manko. I'll give my news after you. Go
All
ahead.
right, so I got things. Number one, the 3 U.S. service members who were killed overnight by Iran were serving in a unit under the U.S. Army Sustainment Command, ASC, deployed to Kuwait, and this is according to 2 U.S. officials who spoke with the Washington Post. The number 2 one is that the United States and Israel have hit more than 2,000 targets in Iran so far, according to a U.S. official who spoke with the New York Times. And the third one, and the one that's actually very recent, just happened within the last few minutes, is that Iran has attacked an RAF base in the island of Cyprus in the Mediterranean at RAF Akrotiri base. And there was a drone strike there. And I have a video for that. Do you want me to like DM it to you, or just post in the purple pill, or what?
Beatrix?
I think it might be the one that Nathan sent me, but that's fine. Yeah.
No, Mankos was talking to you.
I think it might.
I think there's a delay for you, Beatrix.
Yeah, that's who I was responding to. Can you not hear me? Oh my God! Please tell me you can hear me.
It is the same base. It's the same. It is the same incident.
Oh my God, thank God. Because if you guys couldn't hear me and I was going to glitch out, I'm like, oh my God, and Simon's gone as well, please. Yeah, no, Mankos, I think it's the same one that Nathan sent me, but thank you so much. And do let me know if you've got any more breaking news, Mankos. Just before I go to the breaking news that I have got, I've seen a video, guys, right? And I think it's going to go on Suleiman's page in just a short while, but it is a video in Tel Aviv. And my God, it's a sea of red lights. And it is, whatever we think the damage is that's happening in Israel, it's far, far worse, and they're covering it up. That airstrike that you said, Mankos, I wanna keep an eye on that, because they're saying that a plane was hit, the wing of a plane was hit.
Bad
Iran
stuff happening right now, guys.
Apparently, it was quoted that Iran said it was going to hit the Cyprus airbase. Somebody on YouTube was saying they were going to hit it. So, I want to know if it was actually an attack from Iran on the Cyprus base, because I think Keir Starmer's going to be ruined. This country it's not it's not got any appetite for this at all. He's just dug his grave, metaphorically speaking, in terms of going for this. And that's why he's done this elaborate. They offered, they asked, we accepted defense capability. No one's buying it. He's gone into war with America and Israel to attack Iran. And if that was an attack in our base on Cyprus, then yeah, I'd want to know about it. I also just want to, before I give the news really quickly, just give a shout out to our troops on YouTube. YouTube volume went off about half an hour after Suleiman left, and the core group are still there. They're listening to the space with a link, and they're still chatting on the YouTube. And a shout out to them, absolute troopers. And the whiners have gone, because there's some babies on there. Oh, no sound. Why don't I have sound? I want sound. I want it now. I want it here. And I was just like, oh my God. But these guys have been brilliant. So let me just give some news out really quickly. There's a lot of news. There's US-Israeli strikes against Ardabil, northwest Iran. Rescue teams and ambulances remain at the scene of the rocket strike in Ramat Shlomo in Jerusalem. The number of ambulances on site is insane. That is one of them that I've seen, actually, Nathan. Unbelievable. The footage I've seen. The Iraqi resistance targets an American base east of Jordan. A US base was targeted. That was the east of Jordan. According to Cyprus Mail, a security threat was declared at British bases in Cyprus shortly before midnight local time. So that was about, just over half an hour ago. Personnel were instructed to return to their homes, remain indoors, stay away from windows, and take shelter until further notice. They haven't said any more than that. The IRGC said we targeted 3 oil tankers because of their refusal to comply with our warnings in the Strait of Hormuz. So they've gone for 3 more oil tankers. Israeli sources are saying the Iranians shot down an Israeli UAV. So that's the news that I've got, guys. Thank you very much. And guys, please do share the space, retweet it. I haven't even talked about what Suleiman, right? So in the nest, just really quickly, there are 3 posts to join YouTube. Go and like Suleiman's channel. Please subscribe to it. He's done a video today saying who will replace Ayatollah Khamenei. Go and watch that. It's a short video, very informative. Like it. Subscription is free. Just press the bell icon. And the 3rd tweet in the nest, which Brother Ivy kindly put together, is how we can support Suleiman. He's demonetized on this app. He doesn't have a blue tick or anything. So he actually is demonetized across the board. So if you'd like to support him, you can support him by liking and subscribing to his TikTok. Go to Sheikh Suleiman X, like and subscribe to his YouTube, or if you want to support him in other ways, there's a tweet there, and he's got his buy me a coffee and Kofi, not buy me a coffee, buy me a Kofi, and he's got the crypto ways that you can subscribe to him and Cash App and things like that. So they're in the nest. Oh, did Hassan drop? I wanted to ask him a question as well. Let me see if he's requesting. Oh no, he's gone. Never mind. Hopefully he'll come back. Let me go to Brother Heather, jump in. Thanks for joining.
Salam and good evening. Here we are again. I remember saying this a while ago, and I hate to say this, and I hate to be, right about this being the 2nd round, because we saw this in the 1st round. When we had this 12-day war, and I did say that there's a very good chance of a regional conflict, and it is going to spread. I hate to say this, but I think everybody should be well alerted to this, that there's going to be a false flag to potentially drag in some of the Gulf states on the side of Israel. That is what I think is going to happen. And it looks that way. The reason being, every single time Donald Trump has visited the Middle East, he's been selling weapons. He's not gone there to sell potatoes or Nike trainers. No, he's selling weapons when he's going there. And they're not buying them for museums. However, this is the caveat. I think there's a lot of reluctance since the pager incident in Lebanon. Now, a pager is a very small device. They planned that decades ahead, right? And they were using that, and the members of Hezbollah were using this. And we saw what devastation a small pager. And do you honestly think that these Arab nations, all of them that have purchased their weapons from the United States and even other nations, are going to be feeling safe and sound with the weapons they purchase if they were able to do a massive infiltration via something as small as a pager I'm pretty sure there's a hell of a lot more what's inside of the jets that they've purchased in the past and even recently. It's really sad what's happened to Iran. I think, however, at the same time, it was inevitable because that was the only sort of form of resistance that Israel saw as a major threat. And they do see other nations as threats as well, but not so much as Iran. And I'll tell you why Iran was a bigger threat than many of the other nations, which might even have more firepower than Iran. It's very plain and it's very simple. Iran's already sanctioned, so they can't threaten them with sanctions. Whereas the other nations, that's what they can threaten them with, number one. Number two, and the other nations regionally in Middle East, they've also got US military bases in them. So it's not very easy for them to do anything militarily without getting caught out. How it's going to play out, I mean, God only knows. I mean, I think to give context, and I think most people here are probably well aware, but to give context with the attack on Cyprus, it's because Cyprus is being used all the way back in 2023. A lot of the reconnaissance work that was covered, I think Al Jazeera covered it. It was actually being used as a base, and it's where they were refueling from. It's where they've got a certain stockpile of weapons and ammunition. So this is going to, I hate to say it, but it's going to turn into effectively World War III if it's not already become that. Because there are other parties within Europe, and then there's other conflicts that can rise up, especially with Turkey and Greece. Given that Greece is fully behind, and Mitsotakis is actually a Jew, and he's fully behind the Israeli regime, they're working very closely. So
can I just interject here 1 second? I want to ask you a couple of questions because what you're saying is quite interesting. Let me just see. I think I've got a couple of bits of news really quickly. Clashes between protesters supporting Iran and police in Iraq. Okay, that's fine. Due to US concerns, this is Fox News citing a source. Due to US concerns following the attacks on Iran, security measures around the Congress building would be tightened from tonight. That's all they say. I don't know what the tightening means. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what the security concerns are, but I know that what they're saying is they have concerns about their own security because they attacked Iran.
Believe it, unfortunately.
Due to US concerns following the attacks on Iran, they weren't just random attacks, right? That's the first one. Since the beginning of the operation, Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir has spoken with his counterparts, the Chief of Staff of the Arabs in the region. Sure, they have. So he's trying to say that Israel Chief of Staff has been speaking to the Chief of Staff across the Arabs in the region. Notice how this is coming out today when they want to push the Arabs into this. And this is, I'm going to come on to this with you, Heather, in a second. AP quoting an Israeli military official says, we agreed with Washington that targeting the leadership is the best way to start the operation in Iran. And this Israeli military official said the raids targeted 3 sites within 60 seconds, resulting in the killing of the Iranian leader and 40 officials. It wasn't just 40 officials, guys. His granddaughter died and she was a baby. And she's such an adorable baby. I've seen her picture today and I just thought these demons killed that little child. Yeah, okay. Nathan, I'm going to actually send you a mic through DM. So if you glitch out, actually, I don't know how to do that here. Right, okay, let me send you, I'm going to try to see. Just give me 1 second, guys. Let me see how I can do that.
You can't do it on web. The invite to
You can't do it on web, can you?
No.
Guys,
okay, let me just approve.
Abu Dhabi,
where's he gone?
Dubai, stock markets will be closed.
Nathan, if you're there, come back, because I've seen your request. I was going to send it to you on the freaking web, and I can't.
Guys. Short-term Japan
Is he
total
gone?
lower for bank managing 17 billion. We are seeing people are bracing for impact.
Okay, let me DM him and tell him to come back. Do you know what? I hate this freaking app so much. Did Godfrey come up? Yes, he did. Brilliant. Okay, so that's one less to worry about. Oh, there he is. He's back. Perfect. Thanks, Nathan. He's back. He's back. That's the news, guys. I can't send it to you, Nathan, apparently on the web. Because I'm on the web now, aren't I? That's why I can see mic requests. But as soon as I get off the web, I will send you mic requests. I'll just send it to you at the beginning of every space. So if you glitch out, you can come back up. Heather, you think that the entire GCC is going to get dragged into this? I don't think they want any part of it. I don't care how many weapons Trump has sold them. I think Israel and America want that. And I think they're trying for it. And I think because the GCC is not coming on board, they've kicked the UK to coming on board, and they're begging over there in Germany and France to get them on board. Netanyahu's in Germany, and they keep circulating in the media that France is doing it. France is doing nothing out of France.
Be something that, like, I think the false flag is something that I'm actually expecting. They'll do a false flag. They'll make it look as if Iran did the attack. It'll really be Israel, and before you know it, that nation will be dragged
Guys,
in to take on
I'm
Iran and
expecting like a
support
false
the
flag,
Israeli
maybe
and the
even tonight.
Americans.
Like
And
I
the
don't even
quote
know,
unquote
guys. I
coalition of the
really don't
willing.
know what's gonna happen.
Because look, we saw similar sort of behavior when it came to the Iraq war. I mean, I was a child when that happened, and watching a country which is effectively my country, but watching it from a distance in a sense of on the TV and it being attacked. And then I just realized, I thought, hang on a minute, all of these Arab nations have literally ganged up against us. And they did. They threw us under the bus. And this is, like I said, I actually do feel this is something that's going to happen. It might well be just like the Israelis like to use the American military. I mean, I don't know that some of the Gulf nations have good ties with India. You never know. You might end up seeing Indian military within.
Oh my God, let me tell you something, Heather. The Gulf nations have good ties with India because they get those freaking Sungis to come and do the H-1B dirty jobs in the GCC. They don't like them. They don't like them. They don't want them there. I'm not joking. Go to anywhere in the Middle East. They can't stand them. They see them as lowly, but it's cheap trade, isn't it? It's like Elon Musk bigging them up. You know, deep down, it's like he doesn't like them. He's a white freaking supremacist. Why is he going to like these little Sungis coming from India? Do you know what I mean?
No, I totally agree. But like I said, I mean, just as the Israelis have got the United States to do their dirty work, you never know. Because, I mean, look at everything. This is all according to plan. This is not even a conspiracy. I mean, the plan was written up in 1982. It's the ODD It's a revision from like majority of your listeners here, but for those who aren't, it's literally a plan of reshaping the Middle East in the image that Israel wants. They want to create lots of miniature states. They want to split up Turkey. They want to split up Syria into 3 separate states. They want a Kurdish part of Syria. They want to create a Kurdistan, which would be a federated nation under Israel, where a section of eastern Turkey is going to be taken, and a big piece of Syria also. And then they want a Sunni Syria. They want a Shia Syria. They want to carve up Iran. They want to carve up now, this is, I only recently discovered, because I thought Balochistan was only in like Iran and Afghanistan, but no, this is a really bizarre territory. And this is the faction, by the way, that is also a very anti-Iranian government. And they are definitely funded by the Israelis. They want an independent Baloch region. Now, this region, interestingly, is spread over 3 different nations. So it's not only is it in Afghanistan, it's in Pakistan, and it's in Iran as well. So it's in all 3 nations, and they are pushing for their independence, whilst that's behind a lot of the terror attacks that Iran has suffered. And the Israelis are behind all of this. And the way I look at it is that, you know what we saw happen yesterday? This is something that the Israelis have literally been planning for since the 80s. Like, we're in 2000, and it's like more than 40 years have passed. And we're at literally a precipice of seeing them having some form of success of achieving that goal. Because there are, I mean, I don't know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but like some of my friends who are Pakistani, and what they've told me, what they've heard from their families, is that there is this sort of rivalry within the nation. Like, there's certain regions that are wanting their independence from the main body of the nation. And a lot of it, like I said, is funded by Israel. possibly the Americans, and maybe even the Indians. I mean, they've also got a vested interest. Because you see, once they've like compartmentalized the territory, it's much easier for Israel to sort of control. They'll just put in a puppet government, and they'll be running those nations as they wish. Kind of similar to, if you think about it, a lot of Gulf states. They have buckled under pressure when it's come to Israel. And let's be honest, the same families are sitting on the same thrones that the British gave them post World War One, after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. So, I mean, that's where we are, but you can definitely come back to me, because I think people might get bored of my voice, and I can see that my brother Godfrey's got his hands up. So I'll yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, Heather, listen, look, I appreciate that, right? I won't go into details on Pakistan, but what I will say is there's only one real troublesome. I mean, Pakistan has a lot of problems. We know about the government, and it's selected, and it's always selected, right? It's a military state. You can't deny that. I think maybe one prime minister's done a full 5-year term since the creation of Pakistan. Otherwise, every single one, and it may be just one, but every single one does 4.5 years, gets removed, another one gets put in place. And that's always been the case, right? So it's a military state, and the first and foremost task of the military is to protect its nukes. It's the only Islamic country. Now, there's only, and there's a lot of tribal like areas, and yes, there are difficulties, there are issues, but there's actually just one region that really does create a lot of the terrorism, the bombing, the disruption, the civil unrest, and that's KPK. That's the bordering region with Afghanistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And KPK has been governed since 2013 by PTI, Imran Khan's party, till the present day. And that's where all this comes from. So you can look that up and then make your own judgment about certain things. The military's there. It's never a perfect government, we know that, but the military's there to protect the nukes, and it will not put those nukes at risk for anybody, right? It doesn't matter how much people think it's a great guy or whatever. There's a lot there that I've said, okay? So we'll park that to one side. At the risk of being a case study for Adam, right, where he's going to say to me in 6 months' time, I mean, how could you not have looked at the kind of background and the track record of the GCC countries and realized what they were about? And I know what they've been about to date. I guess I'm one of those like MAGA hopefuls where I'm saying, look, 3 years ago, Heather, if you'd have said to me that the GCC countries are going to be like XYZ with Israel and America, you know, when Syria happened, whatever, the sectarianism, all of that, I would have said yes. But I'm hopeful that now, because they've invested so much and they've come a long way, and you know what I mean? And I just think that now this is their chance. And I don't think they're going to get many others to rid themselves of the shackles of Israel forever. And I see the unity in them more so than I've ever seen before. I see that alliance block between Pakistan and those countries. And there's a lot of like criticism of them going on the Gaza border peace. Yes, it's not a solution we wanted. This is not the outcome we ever wanted for Gaza. But if there is going to be a border peace, and that is where it's going to be, then if none of these countries were on it, they could never influence it. They could never negotiate a better alternative for the people of Gaza. That border peace would be just Zionists like Jared Kushner and his friends. So I'll try to look at the bigger picture. And I'm hopeful, Heather, right? I think that if I look at the last 24 hours, we were saying this before you came on the space, I was saying it to Manko actually, that when you look at it, actually, let me just look at the mic request as well, because I don't even know who's requesting. I was saying to Manko that when you look at it, I just feel that like the only person asking for, you know, or mentioning, oh, we said we were going to talk to them and we're ready to hit them for 4 weeks, but we should talk and I'm happy to talk, at the Israeli/American side. Like Iran's been like, nah, we don't want dialogue. We're just going to keep bombarding them. Head down, getting on with it. Head down, getting on with it. And Iran has not asked anybody for help. Iran has not gone with their begging bowl to any country, unlike America, who's got us involved now, and Netanyahu, who's sat in Europe. Putin said, no, you know, we could have signed a defense pact with them. They weren't interested. And in this situation, they haven't asked us for anything. So there's nothing we can do. They've not come to us and asked us for anything. So I think we should just be a little bit more hopeful. And I think this should hopefully be a better outcome to this. I think it's the only chance we're going to get. Godfrey, do you want? Sorry, Heather, did you want to say anything quickly, and then we can go to Godfrey?
Yeah, I just wanted to add. Yeah, no, I totally understand. But there are other developments that have happened which, look, I agree that it's not going to be all of them at once. There'll be some that will. And like I said, we've seen that in the Gulf Wars prior. So I don't know. Like, the thing is, mentally, I'm prepared for the worst, because that way, how I look at it is that if we end up with something positive, it'll be brilliant, alhamdulillah. But if we don't, then there's like that sort of disheartedness. It doesn't really exist as much, and it's not as heavy as a burden on yourself. But yeah, that's how I look at it.
Yeah, makes sense. You just want to be pragmatic about it. We'll see. We'll see what happens, and if I end up being a case study for Adam here, let's see where he comes back on the space and says, but, did you not realize? Let me just go to Nathan's breaking news really quickly, and then I'm going to come straight up to you, Godfrey. Elementary schools struck by Israel. Oh my God, in capital Tehran. The lesson Israel and the US learned from the Gaza genocide is to bomb more hospitals, schools, and mosques. There's some footage coming out of this elementary school. There's footage of the hospital as well in Tehran, bombed by Israeli and US forces. US-Israel strike hits Gandhi Hospital in Tehran. Newborns were rushed to safety. I did actually mention that as well. Sirens in Shlomi and Ras al Nakura and Shatula in the northern occupied Palestine. Israeli media sirens wail in wide areas in the north. Military vehicles and soldiers between the camps east of Nablus. US-Israeli strikes against Zanjan, northern Iran. Part of the occupation forces storming of the eastern area of Nablus towards the popular housing neighborhood. You see that? You've got two military mights, right? Israel and America, and they have one country that they are targeting, just one. Two of the biggest military mights in the world combined are targeting one country, and even then they're begging and trying to do backdoor deals for a ceasefire and trying to lie and scheme their way to get other people involved. And then you've got one country that's been ridden with sanctions for decades by Israel, by America, right? Economically, really like in not great condition, and then they've got their own internal turmoil because of these infiltrators and Mossad agents. That country, and they've been through enormous loss in the last. I mean, they have been through a lot of loss anyway, but I'm talking on a personal level over the last 24 hours. But that country, without asking anybody for help, is going after not only those two military powers, but the whole of the GCC single-handedly on their own.
A little bit ago, you were talking about like people who voted for Trump and have kind of came to reality since then. You know, one thing that a lot of us voted for is Trump arrested Epstein, and we thought that this term he was going to set things right and arrest the clients.
Did we lose it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, guys, it's not getting any better. And everyone at this point, no matter what country they're from, is anticipating massive false flag attacks to be taking place on American land. They are already guarding the Capitol, right? You can see they're already putting down the little driplets and drops of information about terror attacks, right? We already had the Texas shooting and the Ohio shooting. They're already trying to say it is radical Islamist. I mean, it's just getting ridiculous, guys. It's getting crazy.
But when you look at it in retrospect, you realize what a huckster he is and that he was in on it. He was the one who was pushing Operation Warp Speed and who allowed the American cities to burn in the Summer of Love. So it's like, for a lot of us, it was a big wake-up call, but we came from a good place of like believing that he was going to arrest the Epstein clients, that there was going to be no new wars. And again, I'm not like trying to defend like where we were coming from, but it like we were coming from a good place at the time.
Can I ask what you think of QAnon?
Yeah, I agree, Godfrey. And you heard what I said, right? That there is a differentiation. I know people, really good people, who did vote for Hum, right? I mean, freaking hell, Jonah voted for Hum, right? Like literally, I mean, it was a one-issue voter, but that's not the point. I tried to pretend that he was a one-issue voter, and I just say he voted MAGA. Do you know what I mean? But he had hope, and like people voted for him for different reasons, and I do think a lot of them were really good people, and they had hope. They weren't brainwashed magatards that look at him as some sort of savior. I'm not going to lie, I freaking supported him. Do you know the last time he served, right? I tell you, when he left, and then just before that Jan 6th thing and everything, when he had to leave and stuff, I was like, oh my God, you know what? They got rid of Trump, and oh, he's not going to come back into office again, and he did no new wars. I didn't know his record. I didn't look behind the headlines until later, because what he did in that initial term, he was no different to this guy now, right? But he just did it covertly. He didn't do it overtly, and I found all this out later, because you have to dig a lot behind the headlines, okay? So at that time I was like, oh my God, he's gone, and I've got all his books. And so I called the White House, right? And I was like, oh, can you get President Trump before he leaves the White House to sign my books and all of this? And I started making my way through this switchboard, and then I went and spoke to somebody else, and then I got to some lady who sounded like freaking Mossad, and she wanted all my details. And I thought, sack that. I don't know who this is. It could be some Zio working there. So I put the phone down. That's how enamored I was with Hum. And then at Doc, that's how I met Doc, because Doc and I used to do MAGA Spaces together. Godfrey, you know that American Mission page and all of that? I used to be there doing all the MAGA Spaces.
Oh wow!
I was like, yeah, Trump. You wouldn't believe it now, would you? And then I started digging, and I started looking, and I started questioning, and then I was like, no, this isn't good. Well before this election. And I was like, no, you can't support this guy. And I'm somebody who throws my all into it. But then when I realize what the truth is, even if I'm a lone voice, I don't care, because I know what the truth is, and I've got the receipts, and I was like, I cannot
That's
support
actually
this.
commendable, and it's
Um,
rare.
towards
It's
the
rare because
Levant, guys.
we have a thing where we want to keep a consistent sense of self. It's called consistency bias, right? You want to stick with your past positions. You don't want to admit that you were fooled, you were tricked. So for you to be able to
Another
learn from it
elementary school has
is
been
actually
bombed
very,
on
very
behalf of the
rare.
U.S. and
Because what
Israel,
we
guys.
see
This is
that's
an
more
absolutely
problematic
disgusting
is people are like,
thing.
"Well, we gotta win in the midterms." They've fallen completely for the red versus blue, left versus right nonsense psyop of the uniparty, right?
But
And look,
if I if
I may be in a bubble because I was into politics as a kid, so I had a lot more free time than people that are adults and working, right? It does take some digging, like you said. So that is one thing, and I can't fault people for not disenfranchising themselves like I did. I did it happily, but for Joe to vote, that's a good thing for people to exercise the right to vote. I can't fault
so
them,
if
but to stick with that team and not have a healthy sense of detachment from this is a politician, it's not part of my identity. I don't have to stick with this person, despite him being like an abuser. It's just not right. I think Stockholm
So
syndrome.
if I may respond, I actually, I host a lot of spaces with ex-Trump voters and who are very critical of Israel and Trump. I'm sure some of you have been to my spaces before, but there's a lot of us. Andrew's one of them. Like we are legion. I think that the only people still supporting Trump are like cult members. I think the majority of people who voted for him are disgusted with him, and I can see it in my spaces. I really can. I have so many I get so many DMs of people who just they often ask like, what happened? What, they ask, was it Butler, Pennsylvania? Some people bring up there was a boom mic that hit him in the face, and they think that they may have taken him out, or they may have almost killed him with that. People mentioned that Ivanka Trump was threatened. Like they're finding ways to rationalize what happened, because the betrayal
Guys,
is
I think Butler,
it's
PA,
such
and
a
that attempted
demonic rug
assassination
pull
has a
that they like
big
literally
thing to
can't
do
rationalize it.
with
So
this
the
war right
long
now.
story short, Ivy,
And the
the way
Epstein
what I'm
files.
trying to say is there are a lot of people like me and Andrew out there who voted for Trump, or at least I think Andrew did. I can't remember. I think you did, sir. I don't want to speak for you, but
but there are a lot of us who did vote for Trump who are just absolutely apoplectic about what's happening right now. So there's more of us than you think, is what I'm trying to say.
Hopefully.
There is, unless you go to those morning spaces, Godfrey. Have you seen those freaking morning spaces, wall to wall?
Those spaces are cult members, and I think there's a lot
That's
of
what I'm talking
Israeli
about.
bots.
Find Adam in those spaces. You want to find Adam in the morning? Go into those spaces. He's in those spaces.
5D chess.
So I firmly believe that Trump's support on this platform is mostly all Israeli bots. And Benjamin Netanyahu made a really cryptic statement. I don't know if you guys remember this, like a month and a half ago, where he was complaining about bots that were, quote, anti-Israel, that were like pretending to be like a homespun Southerner. And I think he was signaling the opposite. That was like a veiled threat to Trump to pull Israeli bots from X and pull his support. Because literally Trump's only support on this app is Israeli and mega bots. It's not real. It does not exist in real life. His approval rating is said to be 30%. I think it's somewhere near 12 or 15% at most. I do not believe people support this man.
Yeah, do you remember Netanyahu made that earlier statement as well, which is when he said, "Oh, Elon's a friend. We have to talk to Elon about this app as well. Elon's a friend."
Honestly,
Adam, you know, the other thing was I resented paying Elon a penny. I don't care how much it costs for the blue tick. I resented it. So that's another reason why I went. And do you know what happened? So I kept this account locked, and I thought only people that I know I'm going to follow and follow back. It's just going to be like, just normal stuff. I don't want to have this bot culture under my post. I don't care. I've never cared about the size of my account. I've never cared about followers. So I didn't really care about it. And then somebody went and gifted me a blue tick, which is wasted because I kept my account locked.
We're going to see how this plays out over time.
And I'm like, okay, well, thank you very much. I'm not going to be ungrateful, but I didn't know what to say. It was really nice of him. Crypto, if you're listening, I am really grateful, but my account is locked. So that's where I am. So lovely Kim Heller has tagged me and Suleiman in a tweet saying, "How much sleep have you had over the last few days, Suleiman and Beatrix?" Well, look, Kim, you're listening. Who's here and who's not here? Who's always here and who's always not been here? Right? So you make the judgment. Suleiman does the 30-minute shift in the morning, and Andrew and I and Nathan and the people on this lovely panel do the 23 and a half other hours, Kim. I can say that because he's not here. Okay, so let me just give you some breaking news, and then we go to Caroline. There's footage coming out of attempts to break into the American embassy in the capital of Iraq. And they are really, really going for it. Israeli media reports missile drone strikes in Haifa coming from Lebanon. Ooh, Hezbollah's awakened. Let's have a look what else there is really quickly. And by the way, just in case his trolls jump on it, I'm only joking. Suleiman's been grafting. He's probably slept about 3 hours in the last 48. So this is coming again. The only source is other Twitter accounts on here that France is reportedly redirecting its Charles de Gaulle carrier strike group to help on the Iran defensive. I'm not seeing it anywhere else.
Oil price
could happen. You never know.
$83.
Okay, what does that mean, though, Adam?
Like they're shooting up. Like they were like 60 or something a few days ago. And it was closed for the weekend, basically. So
this shit's gonna go to $100 a barrel.
It's a spiking.
It's gonna be 70
spiking a
easy
lot.
by Monday.
Like
oil is gonna spike
10%
crazy.
just now, and literally the market is just opening. I'm trying to find open the chart for oil. I'll be right back.
I found it, Adam. I'll send it to you now in DMs. There you go. And I sent you a mic before when I was on the app as well. So if you glitch out, you can use that to come up. Guys, I'm seeing. What?
Yeah, he's giving me the
ticker for
WTI. Yeah, I've got US oil, but yeah, WTI. Yeah, it's it gapped up. Guys. It gapped up. Like that just means it's a big old spike. So for me, I look at WTI, but it'll be the same one.
I have it here. Somebody has just kindly sent it to me from Suleiman's team. Let me send it to you right now, Adam. Come on. Okay, give me a second. Is that Twitter? Because I was looking at breaking news. Here you go. That should be the one. It's from Suleiman's page.
Yeah, it's zooming up, and silver's also up, gold's up, because it's Sunday night, isn't it? The market's open basically.
So, breaking news, Crypto, who thankfully gifted me the blue tick, was listening. So I want to say that I am grateful for all the support you do show us. Thank you so much, Crypto. I just got a message from Crypto. Okay, so just while you look at that, Adam, let me just give some really good really breaking news. Iranian strikes against NATO's Victoria base in Baghdad, as well as attempted drone strikes in Dubai. So this is what Nathan sent earlier, and Channel 14 in Hebrew, this is the Israeli channel, saying it is suspected that a missile fell at the Akturi base of the British Air Force in Cyprus. A loud explosion was heard in the area, in addition to the activation of warning systems at the base and the takeoff of aircraft. So a missile, did it just fall? Was it just randomly happen to be there and fall? Okay, interesting language. British service members and their families stationed at RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus received emergency alerts tonight, warning of an imminent security threat. I guess they knew that missile was going to fall from the sky. Israeli army is now confirming that rockets from Lebanon have been launched towards Israel. Now, I will take that with a pinch of salt until Hezbollah confirm it. And the reason I will take that as a pinch of salt is because Hezbollah is very transparent. So they will always confirm if they do something. They're not like these Western governments. And the reason I would take it with a pinch of salt is they may come in to defend Iran, but until they say it, I will see this as something that's been quoted by the Western governments. Because if Netanyahu wants to go in and attack Lebanon like he has been doing, he will say that they have been hit with rockets, right? Because that's going to be his reason to go in. Lots of drone strikes, lots of drones from Iran. Yeah, people are saying Hezbollah has joined Iran, but then these Zayo accounts, I'm still waiting up. Waiting for some official news. Lots and lots of people saying rockets came. There was something else I wanted to read really quickly, and I'm going to go to Nathan's news. Jerusalem, my God, the footage coming out is crazy. Iran is not holding back. I'm not joking, literally. Violent protests in Bahrain are taking place against the government. There's going to be civil riots. There's going to be absolute civil riots across the Middle East if this is not contained. We've got footage coming out now of the moment when that missile fell from the sky and hit the British military base. A lot of this stuff is going to be on Suleiman's page, guys. If it's not there now, it's going to be up. Brent oil surges 13% to 82 a barrel. And let's have a look. Baghdad explosion. The Iraqi government, Iraqi security forces intensifying their efforts against any movement of illegal groups and those pursuing who want to target. We don't want people who can't love our country voting in elections, said Trump. Okay, like anybody's concerned about that when you're at war with Iran. Senator Tom Cotton says he expects overwhelming Republican support for the president and US troops in any war powers vote on Iran. He urges Democrats, including Fetterman, Gottheimer, and Landsman, to back the move. Okay, so they are going to be going to get a war powers vote. It's a bit late, and he expects overwhelming Republican support. Let me just see what Nathan sent me really quickly. US-Israeli airstrikes in southwestern Iran and also explosions in northern Israel. The Israeli army confirms 6 rockets were launched from southern Lebanon from Hezbollah. There you go. The Israeli army confirms, right? And the Israeli army says this marks the entrance of Hezbollah. I don't believe Israel. When Hezbollah does it, Hezbollah do not shy away from it. Hezbollah will be the first to say we've done it. All the reports coming out on this now are from Hebrew newspapers about Hezbollah. Reuters, oil prices rose by $8 a barrel. Shahab correspondent in Bahrain, 2 very violent explosions in Bahrain. Let's have a look. Sirens around Haifa. The IRGC a while ago, the destruction of 7 Hermes-type Israeli drones in the sky of Iran since the start of the war. The Israeli home front, due to the detection of rockets launches from Iran, alerts will be activated in the coming minutes. Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Netanya, and Beersheba. Literally, Israel is lit tonight. Joint statement by Germany, Paris and London, Germany, France and England. We are ready to take defensive measures to destroy Iranian military capabilities. I don't know, is there a source for that, Nathan? Can you see? If that joint statement, who it was issued by, if Germany, France and UK are doing it, because I know we've done ours already. I just want a source for that one, because that's really important if that is the case, especially because Netanyahu is in Germany. Siren sounded in the eastern sector of the border with Lebanon. US strikes in western Iran, southwestern Iran. Hegseth and Rubio will appear in front of Congress on Tuesday to defend the war against Iran. So it's the day after tomorrow. Now, they've already gone to the United Nations and said this is legal. What we've done is completely legal. Now they're going to go in front of Congress on Tuesday to defend their actions. What else? That's it. Okay, all caught up on the news.
Quick comment on Tom Cotton. I want everyone to know who this guy is. If you guys remember, back in 2020, during the George Floyd protests, riots, whatever, Tom Cotton published an op-ed in the New York Times called "Send in the Troops." He wanted to deploy the military on the American citizens in Washington, D.C. So, or across the country, actually. So him saying deploy troops to Iran is nothing compared to what these guys are, how sick and twisted these guys think. They want to deploy troops in the U.S. and then the editor for the editorial column resigned because of it, and it was just a whole big disaster.
Yeah.
Hey, Beatrix, Carolyn, I know Carolyn's got her hand up. I just real quick on just added this in. I'll get off here. The Suez Canal, Strait of Hormuz. But we've been saying it for a long time now. That was the end game, and believe me, that's going to hurt. And if Iran, or if what Israel, the narrative that Israel is really in control here, and what Mankos was talking about, if that were the case, trust me, the Strait would be open of Hormuz, and the Suez Canal would be free and open. But it's not. There's your proof. And real quick, Cyprus is a very, very big deal. That for the Sixth Fleet, we're talking about the Mediterranean now. That is a major resupply, and refit repair facility. And
yeah, we're gonna have to keep joining and rejoining, guys. But yeah, the U.S. military is getting backed out of the region, and this is not a good sign, guys. I'm just being honest with you. And you know, we were coerced into this to be put in a bad military position, and that's why you see the Israelis dancing in the bunkers.
Okay, guys, I'm going to read a statement just before I go to Caroline, and maybe you can explain this to me, Adam, since it's your prime minister. He says he's clarifying now. He's panicking a little bit because he's been called out for being a warmonger. So now he's clarifying, and he says he's clarifying that whilst the UK is not participating in offensive strikes on Iran, so we're not doing that. It is taking robust defensive measures to protect British citizens and regional allies in the Gulf. So pray do tell me, Adam, what are these robust defensive measures he is likely to take to protect British citizens in the Gulf?
Anything he's told by America and Israel. This is the thing. This is the thing about Keir Starmer and the British government in general, is they're so weaselly, so slimy, so obsequious, they're just so dishonest and devious with how they operate. And they've done this throughout the whole genocide in Gaza because they were involved from day one. They were involved, and they're always more involved than they let on, and they do this thing like you're saying, where they just start seeing all this bullshit to play around with, I guess, like technicalities of the law, or just they're just trying to give themselves like plausible deniability, and just they're trying to front like they're moral or legal or something, but it's all bullcrap. It's like a very British style of imperialism. It's a very British style of being terrorists. It's British style terrorism basically. So yeah, his words are meaningless. It's just being polite. It's like we're going to bomb you. We're going to join this war. We're going to do what we're told. But we're going to be polite about it, basically.
Yeah, the defensive action is he's going to bomb Iran. Now, whether he does it in an overt way or a covert way, he's still bombing Iran. Now, we have it. Thank you so much, Nathan. We've got it on the .gov.uk website, joint E3 leaders statement. We've got that statement, and we've got it reported in the media as well. UK, France, Germany. Wow. Defensive action against Iran's missiles, drone capabilities. Look at that. They're saying against Iran's weapons,
So
drones
offensive, isn't it?
capabilities.
It's like offensive. It's
Yeah.
like Orwellian doublespeak. It's like, war is peace and weakness is strength, that kind of stuff. It's like this is it's defensive. Like just by they think they can speak it into existence. It's just it's offensive. That's all I can say.
And the fact that they've said it's about the drones, right? The drones capability. Oh, okay, so if Iran didn't have the drones capability and they were still hitting like missiles across the GCC, you'd be okay with it? Of course you wouldn't be okay with it because you're warmongers. You'd still be out there. So why are you making about drones capability? So just want to read really quickly, Caroline, just bear with me. This is a statement on the UK government website. E3, they call themselves E3, they think some sort of gangsters in a movie or something, right? This is France, Germany, and England. E3 leaders are appalled by the indiscriminate and disproportionate missile attacks launched by Iran against countries in the region. This is disgusting, guys, right? It wasn't indiscriminate and disproportionate. You literally bombed a freaking school full of children yesterday and killed little girls. They haven't killed even 10% of that. Anyway, it says, including those who were not involved in initial US and Israeli military operations while they're attacking these military bases. What's your problem? Iran's reckless attacks have targeted our close allies and are threatening our service personnel and our civilians across the region. No one's threatened no British person across the region. I know plenty of them. They've been in contact with me. We call on Iran to stop these reckless attacks immediately. We will take steps to defend our interest and those of our allies in the region, potentially through enabling necessary and proportionate defensive action, there's that word again, to destroy Iran's capability to fire missiles and drones at their source. We have agreed to work together with the US and allies in the region on the matter. So let me sum that up for you guys. We're going to join the war. We're going to support Israel and America, and we're going to bomb civilians in Iran. Got this confirmed. Nathan, thanks for finding that. It's going down. We now are the poodle again, America's poodle again, and we are going to war.
What if Iran said it wanted to do defensive strikes against Britain? I think we'd all be seeing the word defensive very differently then.
Yeah, do you know what? I don't want any of this, but if we go and do this, then we make ourselves targets, and they don't get that. But Iran is not about that. Iran doesn't go out of its way to kill civilians. I want to welcome back Simon. Simon, long time no see. Right? How are you, Simon?
Yeah, I had to do something. Sorry, Beatrix. I think I left you on your own, didn't I?
Once
Have you
again,
got?
You did.
don't forget
Well,
Caroline. Don't forget Caroline.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'm going to Caroline. No, Simon, I was good. I was good. I would have blew. You know how to blow your phone up if I wasn't good. I'd have been like on that Bashar like I was with the H1B. But I think he's going to send you the co-host. I'll message him now, and he'll hopefully send you the co-host. So anyway, Simon, just before we go to Caroline, we are at war. America. Okay. And I thought I'd reached out again. America, France, Germany, UK, and Israel. We're all working together to defend our interests because apparently British people are at risk in the region and Iran's threatened British people.
The whole Zio coalition. What the hell do we add to this? Why do they need us?
Well, they need. We do the donkey work.
Oh, what we're just gonna be sent in? Like what have we got? Like Britain, I think we got like 20,000 people. Like I don't know. Is there any like what is it? Was it the RAF or something? What are we
We're well
meant to be doing?
equipped. We have small forces. Like you're right about that, but we are well equipped for how small we are.
Yeah. So what is it? Our air forces? Yeah, the RAF.
Yeah, I think so. I think you mentioned like our planes in the air.
I didn't get it. Like America, Israel. Do you really need the RAF as
Also, our
well?
bases as well. It's our bases, Simon, as well. He said he was going to allow America to use our bases as staging grounds.
Oh,
And attack. Yeah.
Cyprus?
Yeah, probably Cyprus. Yeah.
Okay, so Cyprus joins the game as well. That brings Turkey in.
Yeah, which makes me think it was a false flag that those two ballistic missiles that went to Cyprus that didn't hit anything. I feel like that was Beatrix dropped. But anyways, yeah, I feel like that was a false flag just for this to happen. I feel like they planned it.
Where's Beatrix gone? I think I've done a regime change.
I
just
Hey
decapitated.
guys, that's horrible. Can I get a quick question? Did anybody talk about Hezbollah?
Yeah, no one's confirmed it though.
So yeah,
What are you thinking?
they're saying 3 rockets were fired from Lebanon, located south of Litani. I'm not seeing that that's mapped.
No, so it was originally 6. Then they said it was 10. They're saying that only 3 crossed the border, and 1 was intercepted, and 2 made impact.
Oh, it's a Zionist source, so it's saying 3. And they're saying that.
Have you got any?
Yes, what they're saying is they're talking about that. The reason why they're saying 3 is because only 3. They're claiming 3 are the only ones that made it cross the border.
But guys, have either of you got anything that is an official statement from Hezbollah that they've got in
No,
when
and
they're doing this?
I was just gonna say that. So that's the reason that I'm asking. It's not for what I think you thought. I'm not saying that they did. I'm wondering, remember Beatrix when we had that really great like epiphany conversation that we thought that they were just gonna try to get to point 3 of the Abraham Accords. So anybody that doesn't know about the Abraham Accords, Lebanon, I think it's either point 3 or 4, right? It's their overall objective to get to Lebanon and to do a regime change in Lebanon and have Hezbollah disarmed and have it just be the complete Lebanese army, right? Which are pretty much shills for Israel.
Lebanon's
So
already
we,
regime changed, isn't it? It's just
no,
US
Hezbollah, they,
IMF
yeah,
proxy.
correct, but Hezbollah still is armed. And Hezbollah at this present time, the Lebanese government and Hezbollah have not clashed. That was their actual point in the Abraham Accords, is to have them take out each other, kind of, or really mostly take out Hezbollah. It was to arm the Lebanese army against Hezbollah. So we had this space a couple days ago, a couple weeks ago, God, I don't even know. And we thought, oh my God, are they going to use this to kind of do everything, right? I don't know that I'm not seeing it from any of the mapping sites, Beatrix. So that's why I'm saying that. Like, and I have mapping sites that go a couple. AMK is one of the most known ones. And they're not confirming that they saw any strikes leave Lebanon. So I'm wondering if they're using this to be able to get into Lebanon, right? And to start like problems with Lebanon while they have the USS Abraham there, because obviously that would be a very strategic advantage to have the USS Abraham there when Lebanon and Israel clash. That's what I was saying that for.
Yeah, that's a
What do
great
you
point, D. Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
that's why we're trying to get confirmation, make sure it says blocked.
Well, I mean, they're definitely going to want to wrap Hezbollah into this operation. Definitely, they're going to want to figure out, you know, I mean, whatever whatever's left and whatever they want to do that's definitely going to be part of this.
You know what it is, Simon, when I initially read this out, I said, look, these are all Israeli sources that are saying it. I said, and they've already been bombing Lebanon over the last week, so they probably want to go in and deal with South Lebanon and continue bombing it. And this is what they're saying. Oh, we got hit by rockets. Lebanon's joined. Therefore, we are now entitled to go in and bomb back. So I think that's the passport that they want. And everyone's reporting that Hezbollah said it, but
Which never really stopped. There was just a brief moment, right? And then they've just been continually, periodically going in, and they're just looking for a reason to escalate it, but it never actually stopped.
They have actually announced that they are preparing to respond already. Just so you know.
Israel, right?
Yeah, they also said that they expected it. It's something that they expected and prepared for, and they will respond accordingly. And then they've said another report came out said that response is actually already started and in the process already.
I was going to go to Caroline and she's dropped. Caroline, you need to be more patient, man. You've come on a big breaking news space. Like, and you only come on once every 6 months. We can't drop breaking news to come to you straight away, chick. Do you know what I mean? Okay. The W files. Go ahead. I ain't saying that name. Go on.
Thank you very much for not swearing as well. Thank you. Thanks for having me on the platform here. I mean, you guys are amazing. This is the place to get the breaking news. This is the place to get the up-to-date news, the real news, and the discussions are true and real. So I really respect all you guys, proper special place to be. But anyway, I just got a few points just wanted to quickly mention. Like, first of all, why is Netanyahu in a European country and not getting arrested, for one? Secondly, Iran said about these files they had on Trump, the pictures, or I think maybe even Russia might have saying, let's just drop them now. This is the time. That's the bomb to drop now, is to drop them files that Iran said they got, the pictures on Trump. And the other thing I was wondering about is the settlers, because there's a lot of obviously in the occupied places, there's a lot of sort of really fundamentalist extremist Zionists, right? So if the idea to get peace in the region is to try and get rid of a lot of this extremism, how are they going to deal with them as well? I just can't see how that's going to happen right now. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. So the third one was, just tell me the question. The third one, the settlers one.
Yeah, basically, look, the whole point, I get what Simon's saying, it's really good. He's talking about the end goal, which is about peace in the Middle East and all that. I can see all that. I can see that's a possibility, really real strong possibility. But how, what are you going to do with the extremists in Israel as well? If Netanyahu is going to step down, it's going to go towards more of a liberal, say, Zionism, if you can have that. I don't know. But the point is, you can deal with Hamas, Hezbollah. You can take out the Iran, IRGC, whatever the leader. But how can you take out the extremists of the occupied land? Basically, I don't know.
Good questions. Good questions. Okay, so how we're going to do this is, you've asked 3 questions. The second question was about Iran allegedly releasing Epstein files and stuff. I'll answer that. The first one about what Netanyahu's doing in Germany and why hasn't he been arrested and blah, blah, blah. Adam can answer that because Adam's a European. He lives there in Europe. Well, he's from here. And the third one, Simon can answer, because Simon would be best placed to answer it, because we can all learn a lot from Simon.
Hold on, I got the hardest question. You're asking me to get rid of the Zio settlers and terrorists. Come on, that's not comparable.
I think you're up to it, Simon. I think you're up to it.
That's the hardest question ever.
It's just making up for time lost, isn't it, Simon? The chick's been covering on her own. If I was Suleiman, I'd be like, I've been grafting. Okay. It is the hardest question, but it's a good one actually. And I think there's loads of like initial thoughts that come in my mind, but I probably wouldn't be. I think I'd like to see what your answer is actually, because you're really kind of practical about these things. So let me take my question, right? In terms of Iran and the Epstein files, look, what did we just say here? We just said that, and Nathan's just sent me some great info about these rockets that have gone from, allegedly, from Lebanon. All the Israeli sources are claiming it, that it's happened. And they're saying, oh, it's from the area that we were told was demilitarized, and now we need to go in quickly in the next hour. They're supposed to be all focused on Iran. When you're focused on a place and all your energy is there and you're strategizing for that, you can't, in 1 hour's notice, start a battle on another front. But they're going to do it within the hour, which means it was always part of their plan, right? Now they're telling us, oh no, but Hezbollah struck us, so we have to do it. Now, some people will take their word for it. I won't take their word for it until Hezbollah tell me that they did it, because Hezbollah don't lie about these things. They're the kind of people, they're warriors. They'll turn around and say, yeah, we did that. So when it comes to Iran and the Epstein files, I never heard Iran say it. I saw lots of people on social media say it. I saw loads of accounts on social media say it, but I never saw anybody from Iran say it. And Iran are very like open in terms of what they do, how they operate and stuff. And if they say it, they mean it. So that's my question done. Adam, do you want to take the European? Simon, who wants to go first out of you two Brits?
Well, I'm a polite Brit, so
I'm still putting together my 15 slides.
Brexit.
I'm going to wing it because I need to be reminded what the question was.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Basically, like, if you don't mind me saying,
yeah.
you know, like, we got to think about, like, I don't know, we should be putting pressure. Like Netanyahu's in Germany, yeah, it's a European country. He should be, like, they talk about international law, blah 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 blah. Well, then they should be going and arresting him.
Yeah,
He's in that country now. Yeah.
Yeah, they should be. What? So you're asking about pressure on our politicians in Europe?
Well,
he's asking, why haven't they?
Why haven't they? So Germany's completely
Because they're
colonized.
sorry.
Germany's completely colonized by Israel. They're one of the most one of the most cucked pro-Zionist philo-Semite countries on earth. You know, for obvious reasons, because of like post World War II, and so their laws are very strict. And the education system is very propagandized.
My kids will ask about.
So there's this whole culture where you really can't criticize Zionism, and I think it's enshrined in their law, like being pro-Zionist. So it's one of the worst countries. That's why they kind of buck the trend of a lot of European countries in terms of their full-throated support for literally everything that Israel does. And they've come out with lots of crazy statements affirming Israel's right to like basically kill civilians. I think the foreign minister said, like, you know, it's okay if Israel does it, basically. I'll try and find the direct quote, but she literally said, like, if they bomb a hospital, like, then we don't really have a problem with that. So yeah, Germany is a lost cause. I don't know what the German people can do. When you see videos of protests in Germany, pro-Palestinian protests, and like every so often, like there's a clip I'll post, like a new clip for me to post, of just the German police absolutely brutalizing pro-Palestinian protesters. And German people have replied to me in my comments, just telling me about how bad the situation is. I'm sure if you did like an analysis on Germany and spend some time researching it, you'll find just how deep that rabbit hole goes in terms of the Zionist subversion. We pay attention to like Australia. We pay attention to Australia and UK in terms of being fully goyified and fully subjected to Zionism in our media and in our law. But Germany is just as bad, if not worse.
Thank you, Adam. And just before we go to Simon, I got some news, right? So this is Israel's Channel 14, right? It says, it is possible that one of our raids caused the activation of a launcher from Lebanon, and Hezbollah did not join. It is not expected that Hezbollah will join a war like this by launching 6 rocket shells. So Zios are calling out Zios. You see that? How quickly their freaking narrative is folding real time right here. We'll keep you updated with the news, guys. As soon as it's breaking, you'll have it. Let's see if Simon's got his presentation ready. You got your flip chart, you got your slides ready, Simon.
Yeah, I'm on slide 10. All right, let's get to it. Okay, so yeah, this is the hardest part of the whole thing. So to get to where things need to go, you need to have the hardest elements of IRGC that would never move forward with a any type of normalization or regional stability plan. I think that's what we've already witnessed with the 12-day war and the events that happened in this war. Um, Once that's happened, you simultaneously have to de-radicalize in America the evangelical Christians. I think the Epstein files went a long way. I think Tucker Carlson, Candace Owen, various others are chipping away at the most extreme elements within America. Then you've got the hardest part, which is the extremist Zionists within Israel, with the most extreme being the settlers, and then obviously the government level. Now, assuming that there's a deal between a handover from the American military industrial complex using Israel as a destabilization campaign in the region, and instead the financial institutions via the Board of Peace construct a series of deals where all of the regional players, with the Gulf countries being the largest investors, they construct a mutually beneficial deal where regional stability is required
You guys hearing
in
this?
order to make money from all of those different
Sounds like
transactions.
XRP.
So the Gulf sovereign wealth funds would be negotiating with the banks. The banks will be saying, will be negotiating the best terms possible in order to not repair the Gulf US bases that have just been destroyed. And so I think there's been a regime change in terms of these US bases. I think that's another part of this war, where they just get targeted, decimated, and the military that profits from all the wars in the Middle East switches to contracts that genuinely utilize those military bases for whatever they end up negotiating. But it will be internal governance rather than American-led governance, and so that's like you can imagine how many things can go wrong and how hard this operation is. So now you've got then you need Iran to destroy those bases, which Iran is currently doing, or that's one of the assumptions that might be what's happening right now. Then you need Iran to inflict significant damage on Israel that severely damages the reputation of Benjamin Netanyahu. So now Benjamin Netanyahu, in order to accept that contract, is going to try and be negotiating how he doesn't end up in prison and how he gets his clean exit. And so at the end of this round of war, everyone needs a soft landing. Like IRGC needs to come out with a more normalized version of IRGC, but they stood up and they did severe damage in Israel and they took on the US bases. So they've got an acceptable internal regime change, but internal narrative to take back to Iran. America needs to say that they decimated Iran's nuclear program and they need a short war. So Trump needs a off-board, which he can just say, yeah, I did a precisions. We got rid of Khomeini. We protected the Americans. We deneutralized the nuclear threat. So he gets to take that narrative back. And then Netanyahu needs to take the narrative that although Israel was severely damaged, we took out Khomeini, so he gets to take that back to the radicals in Zionist Israel. So everybody gets to pitch how amazing they are. Then we start to get the escalations internally in Israel around what happened on October the 7th. That leads to, once we've got this off ramp from what we're witnessing now. You get the everyone blaming Netanyahu, and Netanyahu is effectively internally politically regime changed. I think this is a bit Suleiman agrees with. You then get a very leftist version of Israel, an Israeli government, and their job is to execute regional stability in cooperation with the GCC and the border peace, and cooperate in whatever the border peace agrees, which will be primarily funded by the Gulf countries. So now you've got a regime change in Israel, a narrative, a regime change. All of those different factions have taken their hit, but they've been given their offboarding narrative. Now the US replaces their funding of Israel with India and the UAE via strategic partnerships and the Abraham Accords, acquiring much of Israeli military industrial complex companies, and that's already started. Apple has started to buy a lot of the cybersecurity and AI startups. India, I think, is going to negotiate where they take on a lot of the assets, and build their own military industrial complex in partnership with Israel. And the UAE is going to get to invest and acquire more and more of Israeli assets. There'll be more and more privatizations. And then there'll be no longer the state funding of the West Bank Israeli settler terrorists. So at the moment, they're state sponsored, like, Smoldrich and Gavir. They give them the guns and they give them protection, and they encourage them to go out and cause the violence. That stops under the new Israeli regime. And then, yeah, you have whatever model comes out of Gaza. I'm very confused around how the West Bank part will settle itself, but over the next few years, the West Bank will come to a resolution that likely comes from that board of peace infrastructure, which is going to be heavily surveilled. But effectively, the investors behind the board of peace infrastructure, which will primarily be Gulf countries, I'm assuming, and then all the Israeli factions of power that you need to bribe in order to make loads of money out of this transition and just allow it to happen. So you got to, and then obviously Trump and everyone that you need to make sure that that they make loads of money. Basically, you have to construct where everyone makes loads of money, so that nobody goes back to old ways. And the money is just too good for anyone to try and default. That's what I think we're going to see over the next few years. A bunch of radical Zionists will be, the rich ones will just be like, oh, can I use Israel for jurisdictional arbitrage anymore? Nah. And so the criminals, maybe they go somewhere else. The ones that still have faction of power, they remain having a faction of power, but under a different mechanism, because they're not there to cause disruption for Lockheed Martin and war profiteers.
Sorry, Sam. I think I heard Argentina is a good place at the moment. Apparently.
Yeah, potentially. Then you've got the real radicals. Look, my assumption is that if they're not state sponsored, then their radicalism is not that important. Just like if you if you give no weapons and no funding to ISIS, then ISIS, what are they? They're just a bunch of radicals that don't have much power. All right. So you've got to have the state sponsorship for it to work. So if you remove the state sponsorship and the mission, and you've bribed and economically connected all of the different players, and it's enforced via the banks and financial institutions and the sovereign wealth funds, then that's what that's the needle that I think they're trying to thread. And obviously they're bright. They've got mafia, they've got military, they've got all the forces that are trying to disrupt this plan and get everything in their favor. But I assume that over that time, over say the next 5 years, less and less radical terrorists, Zionists would want to stay there. So a chunk of the population would just voluntarily want to go somewhere else. A bunch of the millionaires and billionaires, they'll only stay if they get like corruption and safe harbor for all their crimes. But that's everywhere. That's the same in England, that's the same in America, that's the same wherever you go. But I think more and more Arab people, I don't know what happens with right to return. All of these things are going to be, things that we need to like really analyze over the next 5 years. But I think it will become Arab majority. And the region will be economically held together. It's not going to be just. It's not going to be what we would want it to be. But I do think that it means that they're not going to be ethnically cleansed or genocided, which was the previous plan. And I think, I think there'll be a regime change within Israel to more of a leftist, and effectively, just like in Syria, you'll have leadership that has a job description, and their job description is to work for greater powers like Turkey, GCC, and Israeli elites and various other things. And you'll have to deliver that. And if you don't deliver it, you'll be regime changed. That's the best I can come up with for what I think a large faction of power is trying to achieve and trying to make a shitload of money out of right now. And that's how I think you do it.
No, it's very good. Your co-host has dropped out. She had enough. Maybe you got rid of her as well.
Yeah, another regime. My favorite word now for some reason.
Wait, is
But
there
that's
there's a
look
regime change in the space?
exactly, yeah. Where's
Oil is
Beatrix?
oil is pumping.
Oh, there's. I'm gonna have to take someone off the stage because Beatrix. Does anyone want to voluntarily leave the stage? We
You can
haven't got a
drop me.
space.
You can drop me.
You don't want to stay?
Well, I'll stay, but when she comes back, oh, you need it permanent? It's okay. I'll
This,
jump
yeah,
off
I
the
haven't
stage
got
when
a
she.
spare space.
I'm coming off, Simon. Thank you, guys. Have a good evening. Take care. Thank you very
Okay,
much. Thank
thanks.
you.
Did we answer your question? All right.
You did very well. I'm keep listening. Thanks, Simon. Take care, mate.
It's the best I can do, and you can imagine
No,
how many things can go wrong there.
yeah. We're all trying our best. Well done. Thank you, mate.
So
All
I
right.
just
Simon,
wanted to really quickly give a small update. Iran had one of the IRGCs, heads of the IRGC, I believe. He gave a speech, and they're claiming major damage in strike wave to the following. They're saying that a U.S. base in Kuwait has been completely decommissioned. A U.S. base in Bahrain hit by drones, severe damage. U.S. carrier Abraham Lincoln attacked with 4 missiles, but I don't think that any of them did damage, but I think that it was more that they were able to get there. And they're claiming that over 500 U.S. troops have been taken. So I'm curious about that. Because I don't believe the official numbers of just the 3.
No, absolutely not.
All right, guys, I got kicked out because I was trying to look up something. So yeah, I was just going to say that Iran says this is on Suleiman's page, guys. It caused major damage in strike waves. U.S. base in Kuwait's completely decommissioned. U.S. base in, I wish Mankos was here to listen to this. U.S. base in Bahrain hit by drones, severe damage. U.S. carrier Abraham Lincoln attacked with 4
on Suleiman's page. I also want to give, before I go to Dr. Shola to ask her how she feels about her Prime Minister going into war to save us, I also want to give a shout out to Mario Nofol's team member. I'm sure it's not him. I'm sure it's a team member who's listening to our space. Kudos to you. This is the real breaking news page. The reason being, after doing at least 3 or 4 tweets saying Hezbollah has joined the war, here's footage of the Hezbollah rockets, Hezbollah has joined the war, Hezbollah's attacking Israel, they've now, in the last 10 minutes, did a post saying, I don't think Hezbollah is involved. People are saying it, but let's wait for official confirmation first, please, before we actually... It's like, well, why did you do those initial posts? Because I know you're listening to this place right here. So you're welcome to take the news. As long as we get the truth out there, we don't care. Share and share wide. So, okay, let's go to...
Welcome, Myra.
Hold on, PSX. Did you get my 15 slides?
I did. I was listening, and thankfully, I literally got to the, when you got to the end is when I got kicked off, and I didn't actually drop because of your slides, Simon, I promise. The troubling part for me was the really difficult, a lot of it is the difficult process, and I understand that because change isn't easy, but the most dangerous aspect of it is when you talked about this alliance between Israel and India. I think that is going to be really horrific, to be honest, to stomach. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I think that's inevitable.
I just wanted to add something that was really important that I wasn't able to translate correctly.
There's an echo.
Sorry?
There's an echo. I think Beatrix's mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Iranian attack in Bahrain apparently was specializing Asri company. And that was some of the buildings that we were seeing that people like Menko said that were not bases or infrastructure, they're bases. Asri company in El Haddad, Bahrain, and they specialize in maintaining the ships for the U.S. military's maritime transport fleet command and the Fifth Fleet. So I wanted to throw that out there. So when we're seeing those buildings, guys, being bombed by Iran, some propagandists may say, well, they're targeting not just, bases, and they're not targeting, military bases. They're targeting domestic people and civilians. Well, now we're learning, right? That's what that building was in Bahrain that we saw. It was specializing in taking care of U.S. ships. So that was strategic. So I wanted to add that in there.
Yep. You're looking at refit, repair, and logistics. I'm talking supplies, fuel, parts, maintenance. It's huge. Yep.
Yeah. So let's welcome Dr. Shola. Dr. Shola, why is your prime minister going to war with Iran?
Because he's an asshole. The guy's a political prostitute of the highest order. He lacks any backbone and he does not have any common sense whatsoever. Honestly, I'm thoroughly pissed off. But I'm not surprised. I mean, what do you expect from a waste of space like Keir Starmer? He's absolutely lying. Let's just be clear. He is lying out of his, morally bankrupt back ass when he says he's doing it in the best interest of the British people. The British people have jack all to do with Iran. It's not whatever war Israel has, clearly instigated America to go into has jack all to do with us. So what has basically happened is Keir Starmer came online yesterday, told the country, oh, we had nothing to do with this so-called preemptive strike, right? And then says, but we have got planes in the air. I'm like, what the hell do you have planes in the freaking air for? What are our planes doing in the air for? Or just to protect our interests? I'm like, that's bullshit. You are basically providing some kind of support backup to these fools.
But keep an eye out
And
for
today
the
he
false
now
flags,
comes
guys.
back
I'm
with,
expecting
so
something
now
crazy
we're
to
going to
happen on
allow the
American
US
land.
to use
And I
our
hate to
base
say it, but I
here,
really feel like
and
it's true.
in the interest
All right,
of
everyone,
the
be careful out there.
collective,
Spread
listen to
love,
this,
peace, and
collective
positivity.
self-defense.
And
Bahrain has called,
keep
Jordan
updated
has
to what's
called.
going on
They
and be
all
on the
need
right
our
side of
help. I'm
history,
like,
guys. I'm happy
hold
I've
up
gotten
one
to
second. Who gave you
document
the
this.
authority to do
But
this?
this is a crazy time
You're
period
not meant to be
we're
doing
living
this.
through, guys.
Oh,
So
America will
just
just
lock
use our
in.
base for
You
defense
feel me? The
purposes.
financial system will come
Bullshit. America is
later.
going to
You
use
feel
our
me?
defense for